didn't live long. The entire temple is also convinced that there is a curse on Roman's body. Even in the past 200 years, 2 people in Roman's immediate family have died so bizarrely. It can be seen that the thing about the curse is definitely not groundless, but it is true. The question is, if the curse really exists, why can't he find a clue? Wang Xie doesn't believe in this evil. At this moment, he wished he could explore every inch of Roman's body. Seeing that Wang Xie was so serious and cared about her so much, Roman couldn't help being touched. After all, Wang Xie checked her body so carefully and cared about her condition it was unique before. Even her father was never as serious as Wang Xie. And she thinks Wang Xie looks so handsome when he is doing things seriously, so people like it. You can check it more carefully. Tonight, my body is yours. You can do whatever you want, she said to Wang Xie. I don't know if it's an illusion. It seems that I don't know when it started. The conversation between the two became a bit ambiguous. Things seemed a little odd. In the cockpit, Qi Wei secretly felt that the pace of development was too slow, and muttered to herself, "It's been so long, and it's come to this level, it's a waste of me adding some acacia water to the red wine in advance." It is said that this lovesickness water can stimulate people's desire for love. She knew that Roman liked Wang Xie for a long time, and thought that Roman would be very explosive after drinking it, but now it seems the response seems to be mediocre. Hey, Roman is good at everything, but he is too stupid. If you like it, you have to act quickly. You've always been timid, looking forward and backward when you return to the West. You might marry that young master, or you won't have a chance. Besides, what a great opportunity now. The master is helping her feel her pulse, and she is so close to her, and they all took acacia water, so just a spark could ignite this dry firewood. Qi Wei watched anxiously from the sidelines. Seeing her like that, I wish I could take down Wang Xie instead of Roman. Compared to marrying Austin's young master, she certainly hopes that Roman can be with the person she likes. Wait, just a little spark. Then, looking at the various buttons in the cockpit, she thought of something, and laughed. Luo Man and Wang Xie didn't know what Qi Wei was going to do. At this time, although the two were very close, they were still just seeing a doctor and doing a normal physical examination. But at this moment, suddenly, rumbling, the high-speed airship shakes and trembles violently. Roman was taken aback, and she, who was standing beside Wang Xie, fell to one side. Wang Xie was helping Roman feel her pulse. Seeing that she was about to fall, she reflexively grabbed her arm and pulled her into her arms. Roman sat on Wang Xie's lap. The mountain of meat crushed Wang Xie's face. Each is silent. A second later, the faces of both of them turned red at the same time. Qi Wei, what's going on? How did you fly the airship? Roman blushed and shouted in the direction of the cockpit. Sorry. It's a bit cold. Qi Wei apologized. Cold snap. Roman didn't care anymore. However, the cold snap has passed. For some reason she didn't get off Wang Xie immediately. Maybe she was worried about another cold snap when she got up. More likely she felt that being held now was actually great. Wang Xie's eyes narrowed. Seriously. This time he was really serious. He really got into trouble with the secrets on Roman, and wanted to figure out what was going on with the curse, without any messy things in his mind. But now, the little girl was stuck in his arms and couldn't get up. So, the cold snap has passed, and the spaceship is no longer bumpy. But Roman wasn't in a hurry to get up from Wang Xie. She was a little bit reluctant to part with Wang Xie. After all, it was hard for her to be embraced by the male god, and she finally had the opportunity to fall into the arms of the male god. This feeling is so blissful that she wants to miss it for a while longer. Wang Xie knew exactly what she was thinking. This chick was sent here voluntarily and let him bully her. If he didn't bully her, wouldn't he have failed his status as a villain, and also failed the beauty's kindness? Therefore, Wang Xie continued to explore with Own. Just like before, continued to check her body, as if to find the hidden curse power. But what is different from just now is that his actions are much bolder and presumptuous than before. Roman snorted comfortably from his nasal cavity. She thinks Wang Xie's true chi is very fiery. Roaming among her meridians, getting her all over hot. At the same time, she felt that Wang Xie was doing something tricky. He's so blatant and undisguised now. However, Roman was never afraid, but rejoiced. After all, this proves that Wang Xie likes her a lot. Even if she is only satisfied with her body, it is also worth gratifying. Besides, this is what she longed for. She had long hoped that Wang Xie would treat her like this. She had long hoped that one day she could lie in Wang Xie's arms. Just as she looks forward to own love, she has been looking forward to this for a long time. So she couldn't help kissing him. This is the real first kiss. Different from the nightmares in the treasure building, at this moment she is so sober and wants to dedicate her first kiss, her body, and even her everything to him. Wang Xie is really happy with her body. That wonderful body filled with light, as if every inch of skin exudes the luster of sacred. She is like a goddess of light, like an angel of sacred. The light and the sacred seem not to belong to the human world, so they are not polluted and inviolable. But it is precisely this sacred inviolability that greatly inspired the evil in Wang Xie's heart. Because the more inviolable and untouchable, the more he wants to touch, and let the sacred's light be stained with evil. And he believes that this woman must be the creator, or the masterpiece of heavenly Tao. Like heavenly Tao's most beloved daughter. Such a proud daughter of heaven, the daughter of heavenly Tao. He couldn't let it go. Well, Roman's cheeks were as bright as peach blossoms. At this moment, she was surrounded by happiness, and love was about to overwhelm her like a tide. She doesn't want to care about anything anymore, she doesn't want anything else except Wang Xie. After all, the person she likes has always been Wang Xie. She didn't want to marry the young master of the Austin family. Maybe she can't defy fate. But at least she can defy the moment. Why not indulge? If she dedicates herself to Wang Xie before marrying the Austin family. So at least she belongs to Wang Xie. Then, she glanced at the cockpit and found that Qi Wei was seriously driving the spaceship. So, secretly closed the hatch between the cockpit and the rest cabin. With the hatch closed, only she and Wang Xie were left in the rest cabin. You actually closed the hatch on your own initiative. Wang Xie showed an evil smile, understood what she meant, and pushed her down on the carpet unceremoniously. In the cockpit, Qi Wei saw that the independent hatch of the rest cabin was gradually closing, and finally couldn't help showing a smile. With my help, the dry wood and fire finally started to burn. As expected of me. No matter what, I will definitely make Roman happy. Qi Wei is obviously in a good mood now. But it's only good. I don't know what happened, but after doing this, she was not as happy as she originally imagined. On the contrary, there is a slightly sour feeling. She was thinking about Wang Xie too. Her experience in the previous life was too miserable, and her soul wandered alone and helpless in the netherworld for hundreds of years, and her heart was already extremely cold and dark. After reincarnation, Roman, a girl like an angel, gave her a lot of warmth, like a light in her life. So she regards Roman as the most important person in her life. For Roman, she is not even afraid of death because all her nostalgia for the world is based on Roman. Without Roman, life would have no meaning. But at this moment, she suddenly discovered that she didn't know when, besides Roman, there seemed to be something more in her heart. The extra part is about Wang Xie. Wang Xie, the villain, always bullies her. When bullying her, he was even meaner than her, more shameless than her, like her nemesis, crushing her to death in every way. She felt that she hated him a long time ago, but she had to obey him. But after getting used to it, she suddenly found that she couldn't do without him. Especially recently, after she learned to be obedient, Wang Xie has become her reliance even more. She needs to rely on Wang Xie for many things. So unconsciously, she fell in love with him a little bit. This may be unbelievable, but it seems extremely normal. It is true that Wang Xie often bullies her, but even if others want to bully her, they probably don't have the ability to do so. Isn't it normal for her to fall in love with someone who is stronger and more excellent than herself in every way? Only someone like Wang Xie can crush her in every way, make her unable to resist no matter what, convince her so much that she likes his strength. She didn't know if she was tamed by the big villain Wang Xie. But now she really doesn't want to leave him. Just as she didn't want to leave Roman. Therefore, she loves her own life even more, and her nostalgia for this world has become more than ever. Thinking of this, Qi Wei's face turned slightly red. There is a valley in the wild area called Cheyenne Valley. Just in case, cause unnecessary trouble. She still drove the airship around hundreds of miles, deliberately avoiding the sphere of influence of the Cheyenne Valley. Many vicious people who were wanted by the Temple and the Alliance gathered in the Evil Eye Valley, and they also claimed to have established an alliance called the Evil Eye Alliance. It is said that this person's strength is unfathomable, and some people even speculate that Xian's strength is suspected to be emperor level. Then, she shook her own little head and forced herself to stop thinking about it. Ahead is the wild land. The leader of the Xian alliance is a strong man named Xian. Of course, Xian may not stay in Xian Valley. In fact, no one has seen this strong Xian in person for a long time. But Qi knows that the most terrifying thing in the wilderness is not the strange beasts, but the humans. It is said that there are all kinds of powerful alien beasts all over the barren domain. But, be careful making 10,000-year ships. At this time, the spaceship had already left the area of Odyssey City and entered a vast mountain. A burst of destructive energy emanated from the jungle on the ground and hit the spaceship. After all, she is flying a plane now. Wang Xie Master. And Roman little sister, well. If we can stay together like this forever, it's really a wonderful thing to be alive. She silently looked forward to this kind of future. More importantly, this person has a deep hatred with the temple, and has always been in the top 5 of the temple's wanted list. Boom. But, boom. The energy of destruction bombarded the airship. Although Qi immediately activated the energy defense system of the airship, the defense was easily penetrated. Accompanied by a huge roar, the engine began to fail, and the spaceship swayed and made an emergency landing in the forest below. It was during the process of falling and forced landing that Qi saw people in the mountains and forests, many people. Those are all members of the Evil Eye Alliance. He is someone who is dedicated to being an enemy of the temple. At this time, they watched the temple spaceship fall, like a group of savages who had caught their prey, howling excitedly. What's more, among the crowd of demons dancing wildly, there is a man with white double pupils who looks very evil. Evil Eye. Even he is there. Qi was puzzled and shocked. She had known about the existence of the Xian Valley for a long time, and also knew that a group of guys who claimed to be the Xian Alliance were active in the wild area. But in order to avoid trouble, she has already detoured ahead of time. This place is still hundreds of miles away from the range of activities of the Evil Eye Alliance. Why do you still run into people from the Evil Eye Alliance? It would be fine if we just ran into some miscellaneous fish in the Xian Alliance. Maybe those miscellaneous fish just wanted to rob passing spaceships. This can be regarded as a coincidence. But, even the Xian Lord appeared. This is too abnormal. At the same moment, Roman in the rest cabin also noticed the change outside. She also found it strange. In order not to be disturbed on the final trip, although the airship she took this time is also part of the temple, it is only a small airship, and there is no logo of the temple on it, which is extremely common. This kind of common airship, I don't know how many ships pass by the vicinity every day. But when she passed by here, she was stopped on the spot by the leader of Xian. The leader of Xian has a fierce reputation, and it is rumored that he has a cultivation base close to the emperor level, so he is a well-deserved powerhouse. This kind of character would suddenly attack a common spaceship out of boredom. Obviously, everything is premeditated. The leader of Xian came after her. Her whereabouts have been leaked. But the built-in positioning system of this spaceship can only be seen by people inside the temple. That is to say, is there a ghost inside? Roman quickly thought of Bill. But she's not so sure. After all, no matter what, Bill is a member of the temple, and he can even be said to be a core figure in the temple. The Evil Eye is one of the biggest enemies of the temple. The core figure in the temple will collude with Xian to deal with her. It made her feel a little magical. However, what Roman doesn't want to believe is actually true. The leader of Xian had a grin on his face. The information that Roman will pass by nearby, he heard from some gossip. Although the person who spread the news did a lot of cover-up, trying to obscure the source of the news. But this is his territory after all, and without much effort, he learned that the news was spread by the young master of the Austin family. Roman, the bishop's daughter. I just came here to take a look at it by chance. I didn't expect that she was really in this spaceship. Tisk tisk, the young master of Austin is also interesting. He even took the initiative to reveal the whereabouts of his fiancée to me. Does he really want his fiancée to die, or he actually wants to give his fiancée to me? If so, then I'm not being polite. He was too lazy to care about the sinister struggle inside the temple, and even less lazy to guess why Bill even killed his fiancée. He just wants revenge. The bishop of the Temple of Light once blinded him in one eye. More than 10 years of chasing and killing him has made him a man, a ghost, and a ghost. If the daughter of the bishop of the temple really fell into his hands. Feeling the inviolable aura of sacred in the spaceship, the Cheyenne lord licked his lips sinisterly. Brothers, catch me alive. Grandpa will take you to eat meat tonight, and let you all have the honor to taste what the rumored saint in the temple tastes like. As soon as this remark came out, the wolves in the mountain forest became excited. After all, they are all wanted and can only survive in this dangerous environment full of strange beasts. In the eyes of the world, they are as disgusting and pitiful as maggots. But the saint of the temple is a woman like a goddess. Ha ha, if you can share the bed with such a goddess once, death is worth it. It's not just the bishop's daughter in my opinion. The beauty in black in the cockpit is also pretty good. She's mine now. Don't snatch it from any of you. There is a strong man with evil eyes suspected of being emperor level shaking the field, and countless vicious and wanted people rushing together. Roman and Chiwe's strengths are certainly good, but it's hard to get out of this kind of battle. Under normal circumstances, perhaps their fate would be extremely miserable. But, damn it, a group of short-sighted guys insist on spoiling daddy's good deeds and fun. Wang Xie's dissatisfied voice suddenly came from the rest cabin. With his dissatisfied voice, with a bang, the powerful palm smashed into the crowd. Suddenly, it was like a discus smashed into the ant pile. The blood mist flew around, and hundreds of practitioners were photographed as meat in an instant. Ah, what kind of power is this? The people who were lucky enough to survive wailed and screamed, and scattered around like a group of frightened ants. Then he looked at the position of the spaceship's rest cabin in horror, as if he had discovered a terrible existence. In the rest cabin, Wang Xie got up from Roman's body, buttoned up his clothes, kicked the uncontrollable iron door and walked out. Then he discovered that among the mob, there was actually a guy who had reached the initial emperor level. Since when is the imperial class so worthless and emperor level is actually hidden in an unnamed mountain? And he just offended Bill. Then met the emperor level powerhouse to intercept. Wang Xie understood instantly. This must be Bill's trick. However, do you really think that an emperor level can win him? Emperor level in front of him, it was just a dish. At this time, the leader of Cheyenne had already noticed how extraordinary Wang Xie was. Just from the power of that palm just now, he could guess that Wang Xie was at least above half emperor, and even reached emperor level. However, he was not afraid at all. After all, he hasn't been a fool for so many years. How could it be easy to be listed as the most wanted criminal by the temple? He is not a suspected emperor class as rumored by the outside world at all, but a real emperor class. And as early as more than 10 years ago, he had already stepped into the emperor level realm. When he fought against Bishop Guangming back then, he was only blinded in one eye. Even the bishop of the temple can hardly kill him, let alone this young man in front of him. At such a young age, he has already reached the threshold of the emperor level. This kind of monstrous appearance is not as good as even the bishop of the year. I'm afraid it is the new trump card cultivated by the temple. It's a pity. He ran into this old man. The tyrannical energy frantically condensed on the leader of Cheyenne. He slapped with all his strength, and terrifying energy like an angry dragon swept in madly. He believes that after this strike, Wang Xie will cease to exist. Roman and Chiwe have seen many scenes, and some emperor-level shots, but when the terrifying energy swept over, they still couldn't help but turn pale, and their little faces turned pale. But they are not afraid, because Wang Xie is there. Wang Xie was calm, facing the roaring energy of the raging sea. He flicked his sleeves casually. Suddenly, everything disappeared. The leader of Cheyenne, who was still full of confidence, was dumbfounded when he saw the energy disappearing in an instant. The terrifying energy dissipated, but the leader of Cheyenne was a little dumbfounded. Although he could not say that he used 10% of his strength in the previous blow, he used at least 80% of his strength. Wang Xie was able to defuse it so easily, which was beyond his expectations. Wang Xie is stronger than he imagined, and is undoubtedly at the emperor level. And the strength is by no means inferior to him, which means that he must be cautious, and even show his true skills. Unlike Cheyenne leader who is cautious, Wang Xie is very relaxed. He was not in a hurry to act, and looked at Cheyenne leader with interest and said, "I'm curious, we have no grievances or enmity, who sent you to die?" Of course he knew it was Bill. But guesses are guesses after all, and it would be better for such things to be further confirmed. The real key point is the fiancé even wanted to murder his fiancée. Of course, he had to reveal everything with his own hands in front of Roman for such a shocking truth. In this way, Roman can understand more clearly what Bill is. Therefore, Wang Xie is not in a hurry to kill Sheyan leader, he wants to let Sheyan leader tell the truth himself. I'm here to die, Sheyan leader sneered. He admitted that Wang Xie's strength was very strong, which exceeded his expectations. If he had met an opponent like Wang Xie when he first entered the emperor class more than 10 years ago, there might really be nothing he could do. But he is not what he used to be after all. At the beginning, the bishop blinded him in one eye, but he got a blessing in disguise and practiced the evil eye method to the extreme. This is probably beyond anyone's expectation. HMPH. If you can take my move, brat, then go on talking wildly. Sheyan Lord smiled confidently. His strange white pupils lit up, showing a misty brilliance. An abnormally evil and cold soul breath spread. What the evil eyes see is cold. That is a kind of coldness on the soul level, not the temperature. Because Qi and Roman were relatively close to Wang Xie, they were also affected. Immediately, their souls seemed to be frozen, and they could no longer raise a wave. It was a very special feeling, similar to despair, similar to silence, as if there was no more emotion in the depths of the soul, no more vitality. Just like this, it was silently frozen and died silently. Such tricks are simply hard to hide, hard to escape, and hard to guard against. Anyone who is seen by the evil eye will lose the ability to act, and the soul will gradually lose vitality and fall into dead silence. The Sheyan Lord's smile became more and more smug. He learned this trick by accident in a demon's lair. After losing at the hands of Bishop Guangming, he experienced a lot of pain and was finally cultivated to the extreme by him. The attack on the soul is simply impossible to guard against. He originally planned to find an opportunity to use this trick to seek revenge from Bishop Guangming. No matter how powerful Wang Xie is, no matter how talented he is only a junior, and it is absolutely impossible to resist his move. However, Wang Xie laughed. Attack the soul, freeze the soul. This trick may be useful to others, but it is a joke to Wang Xie. After all, before reaching the World Lord realm, Wang Xie's strongest is the soul. After reaching the realm of the World Lord and possessing the body of the World Lord, his body and soul are even more connected to the whole world. Does Sheyan leader want to use his pitiful power to freeze a world? If this is not a joke, what is it? Therefore, under the shadow of the so-called supernatural power of the Sheyan Lord, Wang Xie looked at him with a smile as if nothing had happened. Then his soul power shook slightly, as if a ray of spring light fell on Roman and Qi. Immediately, the two chicks who had been in a frozen state woke up leisurely, as if the attack of the Sheyan Lord had never existed. This time, the leader of Sheyan was really confused. His proud supernatural power actually failed. This is something that has never happened before. He couldn't believe it was real. It is also impossible to understand how Wang Xie did it. Impossible. This is simply impossible. The leader of Sheyan was shocked. But while being shocked, he also began to have other thoughts. Escape. He must escape. Wang Xie is a bit evil, as if he can restrain him. This situation is very wrong, he definitely hit the iron plate. He even suspected that all of this was a trap, maybe Roman was a bait, maybe the Judgment Division deliberately revealed Roman's whereabouts in order to lure him to die. And Wang Xie is the top expert that the temple has arranged to kill him. Mean. How despicable it is. However, he couldn't afford to offend Wang Xie, so couldn't he still hide? If he wanted to escape, even the bishop couldn't keep him, let alone Wang Xie. Run away as soon as you say it, the Sheyan leader didn't hesitate at all. His speed was extremely fast, even faster than a spaceship, rushing between the pine forests. The body even turned into several afterimages in an instant, fleeing in different directions. Phantom apparition. At the beginning, he used this trick to escape from the face of Bishop Guangming. However, want to escape, Wang Xie showed a playful smile. With a thought in his mind, the surrounding mountains, rivers, valleys, and green pines and dense forests all disappeared. In its place is a prairie with a tree that shades the sky from shrouding the heavens. Wang Xie can change the world with just one thought. He used the world of his minor world to forcibly cover the nearby world. The whole world is his, even if Sheyan leader has the ability of emperor level, where can he escape? Seeing the strange and changing scenery around him, and the world tree shrouding the heavens covering the sun, the leader of Sheyan was startled. One thought changed the world, Has he ever seen such a big supernatural power? Then, the world shrank rapidly, with no way forward, backward, left, right, up to the sky, or into the ground. He was like a worm trapped in a transparent cover, and the only thing left was to be manipulated. Who sent me here? Cheyenne leader said angrily. Isn't this a game set up by you and young Master Austin? But he just wanted to ask this question on purpose, to let Cheyenne leader tell the answer. What a cruel heart. Unable to fight hard, Cheyenne's supernatural power failed, and he couldn't even escape. The leader of Cheyenne was about to cry. It turned out that Bill did it. That's right, that news was indeed revealed to me by Bill. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless in order to achieve his goal. He even used his own fiancée as a bait, and didn't even care about his fiancée's life or death. Cheyenne leader continued. Roman's heart tightened, the thing she didn't want to believe still happened. Of course he knew the answer. He was completely desperate. For many years, he had never seen such a terrifying opponent as Wang Xie. Wanting to escape, he bumped into the transparent world barrier with a bang. Wang Xie was too lazy to care about the wrong guess of the leader of the evil eye. After hearing Bill's name, he laughed. Oh, so Roman's spaceship will pass by in the vicinity, and Bill revealed it to you. Wang Xie looked at him with great interest, and said lightly, now you are willing to explain, who sent you here. In order to deal with her and Wang Xie, they did not hesitate to collude with the enemies of the temple. Bill is also a member of the temple, and a core member of the temple. Even I would rather let her fall into the hands of the Cheyenne Alliance, would rather let her suffer all kinds of humiliation, and would rather let her become the Cheyenne's handle to threaten the temple. Would rather harm the interests of the entire temple. Bill, what a cruel and vicious heart. Roman remained calm and did not speak for a long time, but countless huge waves had already been set off deep in his heart. Just imagine, if Wang Xie is not present today, what will happen? She will never forget that when the spaceship fell, countless people from the Cheyenne Alliance rushed over like hungry wolves, their eyes glowing. It's not hard to imagine what will happen to her. She will be defiled, humiliated, even defiled by many people, humiliated by many people. That fate would be worse than death. Not only her, even her good sister Roman will have this fate. And all this is thanks to Bill. So from this moment on, she no longer hated Bill, but hated Bill. At this time, the leader of Cheyenne finally realized that something was wrong, and said stupidly, it seems couldn't it be that you are setting up a situation against me? You and Bill are not in the same group. Then does he want to harm you? You don't need to know these answers. Wang Xie was too lazy to answer, let alone explain to him. Ruthless hands landed on the head of Cheyenne leader. Wang Xie resolutely sent the leader of Cheyenne back to the west. After all, his goal has been achieved, and Roman already understands that Bill did everything, so he is bound to hate Bill even more. The Evil Eye Lord is useless. Of course, he didn't waste Cheyenne's cultivation base. The pure and powerful energy was completely absorbed by his minor world, so Wang Xie felt that his own strength had improved a bit. After killing the Xiaoyanmeng, Wang Xie also cleaned up the remaining miscellaneous fish, and it was right to eliminate the harm for the people, although logically speaking, he is the biggest harm in this world. Only a few lowly shrimps from cultivation base were deliberately let go by Wang Xie. After all, the most wanted criminal in the temple is dead, and the Evil Eye Valley will cease to exist in the future. Someone must be responsible for spreading such a big event. This may be good for him. What if he gains both fame and fortune? The leader died, and the miscellaneous fish either died or fled, and the matter had come to an end. At this time, Roman seemed to have not recovered from the blow of being persecuted by his own people, and seemed a little dull. Chiwei inspected the spaceship, smiled wryly and shook her head. This spaceship is seriously worn out and is no longer usable. Aren't there still ready-made ones over there? Wang Xie pointed to the canyon ahead. In the empty canyon area, there are several airships, all sizes. It was obviously the spaceship used by Cheyenne leader and others, and it seemed that all of them had become Wang Xie's spoils of war. The three boarded the spaceship and continued to set off. Originally, Wang Xie thought that the rest of the journey would be much quieter, and Roman needed some time to digest what happened today. Unexpectedly, not long after the spaceship took off, Roman set his sights on Wang Xie again. This time she didn't set out any more red wine, and she no longer intentionally created a romantic atmosphere. When she walked up to Wang Xie, her cheeks were slightly flushed and she said, "That the physical examination, it seems that you haven't finished it yet." Physical examination. Wang Xie was stunned for a moment, almost unable to understand what she meant. Because Sheyin and others appeared too suddenly. In other words, what he and Roman were going to do last time was just the beginning. Before even taking off their clothes, they were interrupted. So, Roman means to let people continue. Just thinking about it. Roman pressed a button calmly. Like last time, the doors of the cockpit and rest cabin were separated again. In the separate space, Wang Xie and Roman were left. If the phrase, "check your body," is just a hint, it is undoubtedly an explicit expression at this time. Isn't that good? Are you being too impulsive? After all, you have a marriage contract with him. Wang Xie put on a serious face shamelessly, as if he was a good person. What's wrong with the engagement anyway? I didn't like him in the first place, and I won't like him even more in the future. Roman didn't want to care about anything anymore. In fact, she has been relatively restrained before. Even if she likes Wang Xie, she will not pursue it too actively. After all, she and Bill have a marriage contract. This is a marriage of the family, and it is even regarded as a symbol of the unity and stability of the temple. More or less, she will worry about the overall situation. At least not too outrageous things. However, she is thinking about the overall situation, but others treat her as a plaything. Her fiancé revealed her whereabouts to Sheyin's organization. If it weren't for Wang Xie's strength, heaven-defying, I'm afraid she has been taken away by Sheyin to become Mrs. Yajai, or even reduced to a plaything. It can be seen that her so-called fiancé doesn't mind too much that Owen's head will be green. That being the case, even if she put a green hat on Bill's head openly, it wouldn't be too much, would it? Why did she work so hard to suppress herself because of a ridiculous status? Why would she defend herself like a jade for such a disgusting person? Why can't she pursue everything she really wants? At this moment, Roman doesn't want to care about anything. She just wants to be with Wang Xie. She hugged Wang Xie more actively, and dedicated her own kiss to Wang Xie more passionately. Wang Xie, no matter what, let me be your woman, I beg you. Even if I die, I still want to be your woman. At the same time as the words fell, she had taken the initiative to take off her clothes and armor, and at the same time she had also let go of all her defenses against him, giving him all her own. Wang Xie smiled. What is this? The most sacred woman in the Temple of Light, begging to be his woman. Can this be his fault? People begged him so sincerely, wouldn't he accept it? Besides, the leader is dead. 123 capable generals are all dead, and in the end only less than 10 miscellaneous fish survived. He looked at the intelligence email sent by his subordinates and was deeply shocked. Why don't you follow him from now on? Help him warm his bed, let's eat delicious food and drink spicy food. Looking at the content presented in the intelligence, Mr. White was equally terrified. At this time, Bill didn't know that he was given a hat by Wang Xie. The entire Sheyin alliance was wiped out, but nothing happened to Wang Xie. Such a pretty, innocent chick, she's too FCKED up with Bill. Shock. But this news was beyond his expectation. At this time, Roman had already thrown himself into his arms, and the holy white clothes took off. It's not that he didn't think that Wang Xie would win, but in his thinking, when he met a master like Sheyin leader, even if Wang Xie survived the catastrophe, he would have to shed a layer of skin. At least it would be a lose-lose ending. The Evil Eye Alliance is gone. He didn't dare to think that if he hadn't surrendered when he was on Shenlong Island, but chose to confront Wang Xie head-on, he might have been wiped out by now. Emperor class. He is definitely an Emperor class. He may even be considered relatively strong among the Emperor class. Mr. White solemnly said, "Young master, no matter what, you can no longer be an enemy of him." At this time, Bill was shocked besides being shocked. "Young master, no matter what, you can no longer be an enemy of him," Mr. White advised earnestly. Bill frowned, feeling very unwilling. Wang Xie, this damn it guy, didn't take him seriously when he was in Shenlong Island, holding hands with his fiancée in front of his face. Then he refused to take his own fiancée away. The fiancée who occupied him didn't say anything, and slapped him away without showing affection. Afterwards, he was even more unscrupulous, taking his fiancée to leave a trail of love in the air, as if taking his fiancée on a honeymoon. Wang Xie's various behaviors simply regarded him as the B***** of thousand year. Even stepped on the dignity of the entire Austin family and rubbed it under their feet. How could he swallow this breath? But Wang Xie is so heaven-defying, but an emperor-level powerhouse. So, he took a deep breath and swallowed the unpleasant breath. It was also after swallowing this breath and accepting the fact that Wang Xie is very powerful, he became a little enlightened. So Wang Xie, he likes my fiancé very much. But what's the use of liking? He likes Roman so much, won't Roman want to marry me in the end? Even if he is very powerful, so what? Even if he wiped out the entire Cheyenne alliance overnight, so what? Could it be he can still fight against the whole West? The entire West and the temple support Roman to marry me. What can he do? Bill smirked, thinking maybe he's a little humiliated now. But Roman is going to marry him sooner or later. He may not like Roman, but this doesn't affect after marriage, he can ravage her to his heart's content. At that time, maybe Wang Xie will feel uncomfortable. Maybe this self-victory method feels a bit like AQ, but no matter what, thinking about it this way, his mood really improved a lot. White didn't understand what Bill was thinking, and looked at him worriedly. Go back and prepare the banquet, count the days, the day of my wedding with Roman is coming soon. In addition, this time Wang Xie has done a great job in protecting my fiancé. After returning to the West, we should thank him, by the way, invite him to my wedding. Bill smiled sinisterly. He was looking forward to what Wang Xie's expression would be when Roman married him, and when he and Roman were sent into the bridal chamber on the wedding night. Night is late. No, to be precise, it was early morning. Chiwei looked at the watch on her wrist, the delicate pointer pointed to 2:50. With the speed of the spaceship, it should have reached the holy city in the West long ago. Instead, she yawned and took a sip of the energy drink to refresh herself. Then continued to let the spaceship within 1,000 miles of Fangyuan draw hearts in the air in a very regular way. After all, Wang Xie and Roman are sleeping in the rest cabin. Roman, her good sister, it's rare for her to be so enlightened. Of course she couldn't fly to the West so soon. Of course she wants to help the sisters and Wang Xie create opportunities. In the rest cabin, Roman finally got his wish, dedicating Own to Wang Xie for the first time. She nestled quietly in Wang Xie's arms, her face was blushing after pleasure, her expression was calm and quiet, she looked a little happy like that. The slightly cool Yi Feng blows gently through the air circulation window of the spaceship, and brushes over her waterfall-like long hair, bringing a little bit of comfort. At the same time, it blows the light blanket on her body and dances in a graceful and beautiful way. The body appears and disappears under the cover of the blanket. She has a well-proportioned and graceful figure, fair and delicate skin, and a first-class beauty. All this makes her happy. She has never been more satisfied with her own looks and her own body than she is now. She didn't care about these before. But after today, she discovered that these seemingly unimportant exteriors all had new meanings. Because Wang Xie would love it. Since Wang Xie will like it, her beauty has meaning. Because in this way she can make Wang Xie more happy, make Wang Xie happier. So, after this night of indulgence, not only did she not have the broken pot after the indulgence, but she cherished and cherished her own body even more. Because she belongs to Wang Xie now. Her body also belongs only to Wang Xie, and she will not allow anyone other than Wang Xie to touch her anymore. Brother Wang Xie, I don't want to marry Bill anymore, she said suddenly. Oh, Wang Xie put his arms around her waist, stroked her back, and said with a playful smile, but didn't you say before that it was a family marriage, and it was hard for you to disobey? I don't care, now I'm going to disobey. She pouted her lips and began to act coquettishly again, because I belong to you. I just want to be with you until the moment I die. Wang Xie smiled, he knew this chick Roman can't escape his grasp. But there's nothing wrong with that. After all, that's what he planned to do. Roman was his prey, and his prey would never allow others to touch him. As for Bill, if you really don't want to marry Bill, there's nothing you can do. Wang Xie began to make suggestions. How? Roman asked. How about letting him be ruined? Wang Xie squinted his eyes were a little deep. The core personnel of the temple colluded with foreign enemies to harm you. Of course, I'm not trying to convict him, but to do anything, you need a reason, so that you can be famous, and you can let go to make trouble in Dali, and even after the trouble is over, you can still get the support of many people. If you don't want to marry, you must first have a reasonable reason. Roman knew what he meant. Bill colluded with foreign enemies and almost put her to death. She couldn't accept marrying such a person. Of course, this was an excellent reason. When Bill's crimes are made public, perhaps her father will also be outraged by Bill's behavior and support her not to marry Bill. However, in this way, it seems that it may cause conflicts between the Elisa family and the Austen family, which is not conducive to the stability of the temple. But this idea just passed in her mind, and soon disappeared. Is it not conducive to the reunion and stability inside the temple? She forbears. Is the temple united? Bill can even do things like colluding with foreign enemies. What else is he afraid to do? She just wants to expose his crimes. Isn't that wrong? Thinking of this, Roman quickly made up his mind to break up with Bill completely. But how exactly? She asked Wang Xie. Even the wicked know to sue first. We already have a reason, so of course we're going to make a big fuss. Wang Xie showed a sneer, and he already had an idea in his mind. At least, let's smash the door of Austen's house first. Smashed the door of the Austen family, Roman thought. This is to slap the entire Austen family in the face, embarrassing the entire Austen family. That's right, Wang Xie is trying to embarrass the Austen family. If this kind of thing gets bigger, the young master of Austen colludes with the wanted criminal, and the whole family will be ashamed. If the other party calms down, then he will smash the other party's door first, and by the way, he can blackmail the family severely, and then take the opportunity to break into its interior and investigate the fragments of heavenly Tao. Anyway, no matter what, he won't suffer. Besides, you can think of it with your toes, Bill will definitely not let it go. If he doesn't take the initiative to attack, is he going to sit still and watch his own woman marry Bill? Roman is already his man. Since he dared to accept her, dared to take off other people's clothes, he dared to protect her and not allow anyone but him to bully her. Therefore, Wang Xie must make a big deal out of it. He must stir up troubles in the city and ruin the marriage between the Austen family and the Elisa family. Roman understands what Wang Xie is thinking. More clearly, how crazy it would be to smash the door of the Austen family and openly be an enemy of the entire Austen family. After all, the Austen family represents almost 1/3 of the power of the temple. In destroying the predetermined marriage of the temple is an enemy of the entire Western world. Wang Xie was willing to pay such a high price for her. As soon as she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a little touched. There are many people in this world who pay attention to profit, are greedy for power and fear power. There are many so-called good men in this world who don't bother. There are millions of people in the world, all different. But, among the hundreds of millions, who would be crazy about her, who is willing to make enemies of the Austen family for her happiness even against the whole world? She wasn't even sure if her father, the bishop, would wrong her for the sake of the overall situation of the temple. However, Wang Xie is willing to defy the whole world to protect her. So she really didn't like Wang Xie for nothing. Therefore, no matter whether Wang Xie is fickle or not, no matter how many women Wang Xie has, even if she is a concubine, even if she doesn't want any title, she is willing to follow Wang Xie. However, she couldn't express these thoughts in words. At the height of her love, facing Wang Xie, she has nothing to say. So she gently leaned into his arms, using her body to tell him how much she loves him now. She may be dying soon. But if possible, she would like to give Wang Xie a baby before she dies. Inside the spaceship is full of affection and tenderness. Love is like a beautiful little flower. The ones that can open up just after entering the spring are the winter jasmines. Those who endure the cold winter and bloom in the severe cold are wintersweet. Roman is like a short-lived epiphyllum. The flower of love that belonged to her bloomed to the brightest degree in just one night. After this night, even death would be without regret. What's ridiculous is that when Wang Xie and Roman were in love in the spaceship, when Wang Xie conquered Roman's body and mind together, and when Roman wanted to help Wang Xie give birth to a child, Bill was still foolishly preparing for his own wedding room. In another week, his and Roman's wedding will be coming. The wedding ceremony is about to take place. As the future bridegroom officer, he naturally has many things to do by himself. The layout of the wedding room, the list of banquet guests, various gifts to be prepared in advance, etc. Roman is the daughter of the bishop, the eldest lady of the Elisa family, and of course he will marry her back in the most solemn way. And after getting married, although that woman doesn't like me very much, but her bright and holy body, and her pure soul breath like an angel, if you can hold this angel-like person in your arms. Bill was a little drunk. It must be admitted that Roman is still very attractive to him. Besides, a holy woman like her who knows the general idea, even if she is a bit entangled with Wang Xie, she probably won't mess around before she officially gets married, she must still be perfect. It's ridiculous that Wang Xie is interested in my fiancé, but in the end everything is destined to be me. Who made me the young master of Austin? Who made me have a marriage contract with Roman? Oh, there's no way sometimes birth is really more important than talent. Even if Wang Xie might be 100 times better than me, so what? After 7 days, that angel-like woman will surely lie under my bed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to the wedding, especially the night of the bridal chamber. Bill is definitely not the only one who is looking forward to this wedding. After all, the Austin family and the Elisa family are two important families in the Western world. The marriage of the two families belongs to Roman and Bill's wedding, and it is destined to be a grand wedding of the century. Managers at all levels of the Western Union, priests in the temple, and nobles of some status all take pride in being able to participate in this kind of wedding. Even the guards of the common city, the knights of the temple, etc., who had no chance to attend the wedding, were excited by the arrival of this wedding. In their eyes, this wedding not only means the unity and prosperity of the temple, but also they can get 5 times their salary on the wedding day. Due to the existence of this wedding, the entire holy city has an extra day of holiday. But when everyone in the holy city was waiting, a shocking change happened that no one expected. A spaceship rushed towards the holy city at high speed with a rampant and brutal attitude. Seeing that airship, the people from the city guard division and the temple knights were dumbfounded at the same time. Because that's not a common ship. Rather a wanted ship. The most wanted criminal in the temple, the spaceship of the Evil Eye Lord. There is a deep hatred between the leader of Heroine and the temple. At this time, his spaceship flies to the holy city. What is this want to attack the holy city? The people of the city guard division activated their combat readiness almost instantly, and even aimed at the spaceship with dozens of extremely powerful laser cannons. Everyone was sweating from behind, but no one dared to open fire casually. This is not only because the maximum power of the laser cannon is only king grade, which is more than enough to destroy beasts or shoot down spaceships, but it is impossible to threaten the suspected emperor-level Evil Eye leader. More because, at this time, everyone sensed a bright aura of sacred from the spaceship of the Heroine Lord. That sacred aura is like a ray of light, shining in everyone's heart. It's Miss Roman. Miss Roman is in that spaceship. Don't fire. Don't fire. But, why did Miss Roman appear in the spaceship of the leader of Heroine? The city guards and the temple knights panicked and didn't know how to deal with it. They could only use radio waves to keep shouting to the spaceship driven by Wang Xie. This is the holy city of light. Your Excellency, please slow down and land. Don't move forward. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Repeat. This is the holy city of light. Please reduce. Wang Xie didn't bother to pay attention at all. Before he could finish speaking, his spaceship had crossed the city's cordon, flew into the sky above the holy city, and then headed straight for the Austin family's castle. No one knows what this spaceship is going to do in the castle of the Austin family. Follow. City guards and temple knights can only choose to follow. At this time, Bill, who didn't know it, was still ordering people to decorate the castle. He attached great importance to this wedding, even the decorations on the city walls and gates, and every detail he personally checked. Soon the roar of the spaceship caught his attention. He raised his head and looked at the rapidly approaching spaceship, full of doubts. Unlike other cities, this is a holy city. It is the base camp of the temple. The whole city is banned from flying. But that airship was actually flying above the holy city, even he dare not be so arrogant. Then, a scene that shocked Bill even more happened. The guns of the spaceship gradually lit up. The person who piloted the spaceship actually planned to fire in the holy city. And the direction the muzzle is aimed at is the Austin family. Is it his castle? At this moment, Bill felt ridiculous. Austin family. One of the 3 giants of the temple. Does anyone dare to drive a spaceship straight into the headquarters of the temple and bomb the Austin family again? This is almost like a fantasy. But, rumble. The cannons continued to fall without mercy. Amidst the roar and explosion, smoke, dust and flames were everywhere, submerging the entire Austin family. At this moment, the whole city is stupid. They have witnessed history. The powerful Austin family. The helm of the ruling division of the temple, representing the punishment and majesty of the god. Today, I was punished by others and bombed by others. Regardless of whether things are good or bad, what this spaceship has done today is probably enough to be recorded in the annals of history. After 15 seconds, the artillery finally stopped. Under the protection of a powerful barrier, there were no obvious casualties in the Austen family. However, under the impact of the strong shock, the gates and walls of the castle collapsed to varying degrees. That cannonball didn't do much damage, but it was quite insulting. After all, no matter what, the Austen family was bombed. Bill looked at the broken walls and ruins in front of him, his face was already ashen. In the own base camp, the house was bombed. This is simply a great shame. Moreover, at this time, he had already recognized that the spaceship belonged to the Evil Eye Alliance, and combined with the information he had already obtained, he immediately guessed that Wang Xie should have done all of this. Wang Xie didn't hide it either. After giving the Austen family a meeting gift, he stepped out of the spaceship and said bluntly, "Bill, get out of here. Bombed my castle and told me to get out." Bill's face was turning green with anger. Arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant guy. Such a bold guy. But I don't believe it. In the holy city in the west. Could it be that he can turn the world upside down? Bill couldn't believe it. In the western base camp. How could he still be bullied by Wang Xie at his own doorstep? He didn't believe that Wang Xie could turn the world upside down, so he walked out with a man in a manly and high spirits. But, before that, someone had already approached Wang Xie first. The man flew out from a single courtyard of the Austen family. Like a god, without the help of any external objects, he hovered over the family, confronting Wang Xie in front of the spaceship. Emperor level. Being able to suspend in the air so freely and fly in the air as one likes, this is an emperor-level privilege bestowed by heaven and earth. It is also the most distinctive feature of a powerhouse above the emperor level. It's Al-Slan, the #1 genius in the Holy City 15 years ago, now the guardian of the Holy City, the guest of the Austen family. A powerful emperor-level powerhouse. Oh my god, the imperial class of the Austen family is about to make a move. Countless city residents stared wide-eyed, their faces full of excited expressions. After all, the Holy City is different from other small cities. Most of the people who are qualified to live in the Holy City have good cultivation talents and are extremely martial arts. In their eyes, a powerful holy man is like a great god. It's so rare to see a strong player of this level make a move. When Bill saw that Master Al-Slan had appeared, he couldn't help but feel relieved. In his opinion, a powerful Emperor realm expert is enough to kill Wang Xie's arrogance. However, Wang Xie looked at Al-Slan, the so-called guardian of the Holy City, with an extremely indifferent expression. He hadn't even heard of the guardian of the Holy City, and he looked quite ordinary, probably not as strong as the leader of Cheyenne, so he didn't care at all. The only thing worthy of his attention is that this place is not a desolate place like the Wild Land, but a holy city where fish and dragons are mixed together. There are many ancient families hidden in the Holy City, and there may be some kind of ancient existence hidden in those families. Faintly, he felt a little sense of oppression from the city. As mentioned in the system last time, apart from the heaven realm, human realm, the netherworld and the three realms, there are far more than one minor world like Shenlong realm, and there are far more than one realm masters in the world. Most of the world masters of the minor world will perish with the exhaustion of spiritual chi in the life of the blue star, samsara. But it is not ruled out that some old immortals have avoided samsara with some special skills and have lived until now. Such characters are terrifying and eager to steal the power of the world from others. If the strength is not enough, and you meet such a difficult guy, things will be very troublesome. So the system's advice to Wang Xie is, before reaching the 6th level realm, it's best to be careful, don't use the power of the world lightly, and don't let others notice his realm at the 6th level realm. When dealing with the Cheyenne Lord, Fang Yuan is hundreds of miles away in the desert, so he can be bolder. Using a bit of the power of the world to change the world, he easily manipulated the leader of Cheyenne in the palm of his hand. At this time in the Holy City, it is not suitable to use the power of the world. However, even without using the power of the world, his strength is enough to deal with most emperor-level powerhouses. What's more, this time he came to make trouble, and he did it with reasonable reasons. Bill colluded with the leader of the Evil Eye and wanted to kill him and Roman, so he came to ask for an explanation in a rage. Whoever dares to stop him will just lie down. There is no need to use the power of the world to catch alive like last time. Just thinking about this, Al-Slan's voice sounded. He looked at Wang Xie suspiciously, and asked vigilantly, I thought it was the old thief Cheyenne who came, but I didn't expect it to be a young man. Among the many emperors, I have never seen someone like you, the same young man. May I ask who is your excellency, and why did you come to the Austin family to make trouble? Wang Xie didn't bother to explain to him, and his tone was very blunt. These have nothing to do with you, just get out and let Austin's patriarch or young master come out to see me. What an arrogant guy. Arslan was furious, and the light on his body bloomed. He saw that Wang Xie was so young and had already stepped into the imperial realm. He was a genius, so he couldn't help feeling a little appreciation for Wang Xie, but he didn't expect Wang Xie to be so ignorant. That being the case, then he should teach this arrogant person a lesson. Seeing that Arslan was about to make a move, Wang Xie was not surprised, but smiled. He was here to make trouble. Are you still afraid that Arslan will do it? Wang Xie didn't hesitate at all. As soon as Arslan wanted to do something, Wang Xie rushed over. Arslan was startled, as if he hadn't expected Wang Xie to be so courageous. He immediately stopped being polite and shot with all his strength. Countless scarlet and dazzling rays of light emanated from his body, completely covering Wang Xie. The destructive power of these rays is extremely strong, containing the divine power of light. This is the great sun art. If others are afraid of being affected even a little bit, they may be burned by the high temperature energy contained in the light immediately. However, Wang Xie didn't pay any attention to it. His body was against the light, and he rushed all the way, smashing countless lights and shadows. Even if he doesn't use the power of the world, he still has the body of the world master. The body of the world master possesses the power of a world. What sun magic! That bit of power fell on the body of the world lord, at most it made him feel a little warm. That's like common people basking in the sun. However, in order not to attract too much attention, he purposely made some dragon scales appear on his body, which looked like the tough dragon scales resisted the light. Even so, Arslan was still quite frightened. Can you ignore my attack and go on a rampage? And that scale, is he a member of the dragon clan? Arslan's face was ugly. After all, even his opponent can directly ignore his unique move, how can he fight? Through some ancient books, he has long heard that the Shenlong clan is extremely powerful, but now the Shenlong clan has declined, and even among the Dongfang families descended from the Shenlong clan, there is no existence above the emperor level, on that kind of opponent. Just thinking about this, Wang Xie has arrived in front of him. The domineering iron fist smashed down brazenly. The thousands of rays of light around Arslan converged into a shield, and he raised the shield with his left hand, trying to resist the fist. Boom! The light shield was crushed and shattered by a huge force. Arslan only felt like he was hit by a planet. That daunting perverted power is simply not something he can resist. A generation of emperor-level masters, the guardian of the holy city, Arslan, only received one move from Wang Xie, and he was killed without knowing his life. Bill's face turned blue with anger. Wang Xie had already knocked on the door, but he could only hide like a turtle, which made him very humiliated. At this time, he can only beg the master of the temple, and his father can come quickly. There was another bang, the city wall below collapsed and shattered, and a big hole was smashed into the ground. Wang Xie is too perverted. It seemed his prayers had worked. Inside Austin Castle, Bill young master, who was about to show up in a high-spirited manner, died down in an instant, and became a little timid again. Your Excellency, you dare to come to our Austin family to make trouble, you are so brave. Came a voice that was not angry but mighty. If he comes out at this time, who knows how Wang Xie can handle him. Thousands of people saw the blonde god and invincible hero in their minds being punched into the pit by a mysterious young man from the east. They were all stunned and speechless for a long time. Wang Xie was as arrogant as before, even more imposing. Bill Austin. Get out of here. This is his doorstep, it's his territory, that's right. As the voice fell, many masters in the temple, Bishop of Light Taiwan Alyssa, and tribunal seat Rager Austin finally arrived. His family's emperor-level guest minister was defeated in one move. Then, like a meteorite, his body hit the ground at an angle of 45 degrees. But make no mistake, Bill gritted his teeth, the hatred in his heart was overwhelming, but he was helpless. Your Excellency, you dare to come to my Austin family to make trouble, and even destroy my castle, how brave you are. Came a voice that was not angry but mighty. At the same time, the 6 great Emperor Realm Masters in the temple, the Bishop of Light Taiwan Alyssa, and the Judgment Lord Rager Austin all came. The 6 masters together with the Bishop of Guangming and the Master of Judgment. What a terrifying battle! It is not an exaggeration to say that the masters of the Temple of Guangming are all out. If others saw this kind of battle, they would probably faint from fright. Wang Xie smiled secretly, because he was waiting for this kind of battle. Waiting for someone who can speak in the temple to come out. I came to the Austin family to cause trouble. Is it really courageous to destroy a few of your broken city walls? He sneered and said mercilessly. In my opinion, you don't ask me why I caused the trouble, and you don't ask whether it was the Austin family who caused the trouble, and you accuse me of making trouble first. That's how bold you are. The Lord of the Adjudication Department was stunned for a moment, obviously stunned by Wang Xie. As one of the three major gods in the temple, he has always been the only one to teach others. This is the first time that the owner's house was bombed like today, and he was actually taught a lesson by other people's words. He was wondering why this young man was so frivolous. At this time, the seriously injured Alslan crawled out of the deep pit on the ground, and managed to barely fly into the air with his body. Earlier, he received a punch from Wang Xie. Although he saved his life, but his left arm was severely deformed and obviously broken. Lord Judgment Division's eyes narrowed, and he immediately realized that Alslan was injured by Wang Xie. My lord, please be careful. This person is not weak. He should be a master of the Dragon Clan. His defense is extremely strong, and physical attacks are almost useless against him. Moreover, his strength is so great that it is far beyond what normal humans can contend with. Oh, the judge's expression became a little more dignified. The Shenlong tribe is born with rough skin and thick flesh, and it is difficult to hurt them with swords and swords. Even the high temperature damage of light and flames and the biting cold, it is difficult to effectively kill them. And the dragon-like body naturally endows this strong man with the power of a dragon. Under normal circumstances, in competitions at the same level, very few people can take advantage of the strong dragon clan, so it is not surprising that Alslan lost. Since he has thick skin and thick flesh, he is not afraid of physical attacks. Why not let me try with soul attacks? The old man in a red robe volunteered. This person is a chief trainee bishop in the temple. There are 3 divisions in the Temple of Light. The 3rd division controls the overall situation, and the status of the leader of the 3rd division is the most honorable. In addition to the 3rd division, there are many trainee bishops in charge of various matters. The chief trainee bishop is the leader of many trainee bishops, and his status is only weaker than the leader of the 3rd division. In terms of comprehensive combat ability, maybe his strength is not too outstanding, but his attainment in soul is a good hand. In the temple, very few people can surpass him in soul attainment. As the words fell, the old man's eyes lit up with a bright radiance, and the invisible and intangible soul power swept towards Wang Xie like a storm. Since this storm has no form and no quality, it can't see any destructive power from the surface, and it can't avoid it, and has nowhere to hide. Those soul forces passed through a space distance of nearly 100 meters, passed through Wang Xie's body surface defenses without any hindrance, and invaded his sea of consciousness. A faint smile appeared on the old man's face. Although the defense of the Shenlong clan is powerful, it is destined to be useless in the face of the strange soul attack. Therefore, this time he must win. However, Wang Xie sneered. And use soul attack to deal with him. When the Sheyan Lord was alive, he thought the same way. The so-called powerful soul power pouring into Wang Xie's sea of consciousness is like a stream pouring into the sea, and there are no waves at all. With just a thought, Wang Xie's soul power, which was several times stronger than before, returned along the original path, rushing towards the old man in red. Ah! The old man screamed in pain, and then fell straight from the sky as if lost in thought. A strong man in the temple had quick eyesight and quick hands, and quickly caught him, but saw that the trainee bishop, who was still in good spirits before, was as pale as paper, and his soul breath was as weak as a candle in the cold wind, as if it would be extinguished at any time, obviously suffered a severe blow. Seeing this strong man known for his strong soul, his soul was severely injured just by meeting him. This time, even the Lord God of the Judgment Division was shocked. The rest of the powerhouses also frowned, deeply feeling Wang Xie's difficulty. For a while, no one dared to fight again. After all, possessing the bloodline of the Shenlong family, Wang Xie's body is abnormal in terms of physical defense, and its strength is infinite, which is very difficult to deal with. They originally thought that this kind of guy who is extremely strong in physics should be weak in soul, but according to the previous temptations, Wang Xie's attainments in soul are not weak either. The physical defense is too strong, and the furious bombing can't hurt his fur. The soul is also perverted. Wang Xie has almost no weaknesses, how can he fight this? Is it really necessary to fight in groups, or even use the means that will be used when the temple is alive or dead? The Lord of the Judgment Division felt a little bit stuck, so he looked at Bishop Guangming beside him, wanting to hear his opinion. However, Taiwan Alyssa's attention was not on Wang Xie. His attention has been on Roman. Unlike others who are attracted by Wang Xie, he is Roman's biological father after all, so of course he will care more about his own daughter. At first he thought that his daughter had been kidnapped by this mysterious young strongman, and was very worried. But soon he discovered that his daughter was obviously not in a state of being kidnapped, but more likely to bring Wang Xie to make trouble together. "What's going on?" he voiced to Roman. Roman briefly explained Bill's collusion with the leader of Sheyan. If Wang Xie hadn't been stronger and defeated the leader of Sheyan, Chiwei and I might have died even if we were captured by the leader of Sheyan, suffered endless humiliation and torture. It's all about Bill, we must seek justice. Hearing these words, Taiwan was in a state of shock, never expecting that behind Wang Xie's rage, there was such a deep reason behind it. What's more, I didn't expect that the young master of the Austin family would do such a reckless thing. Then he turned to look at his old friend in the Judgment Division. "Riga, let's get your son here first." Rhaegar Austin nodded slightly. Wang Xie's strength was unexpectedly strong. When he encountered such a difficult guy, he didn't want to die unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, he began to wonder why Wang Xie came to the Austin family to make trouble, and also wanted to find out whether the members of the Austin family, especially his son, had really caused trouble. Not yet. He locked his eyes on Bill. Suddenly, a divine power enveloped Bill's body. Bill couldn't resist at all, no matter whether he was willing or not. The divine power restrained him and forcibly brought him in front of Wang Xie and Roman. This made him feel very bad and very unwilling. After all, Wang Xie FC King smashed his castle. He also injured several temple powerhouses one after another, obviously being too arrogant to the extreme. But now, looking at what his father meant, he had to be questioned first. Humiliation, grievance, unwillingness, anger. He is very upset now. A smile gradually appeared on Wang Xie's face. Sure enough, no matter when, strength is the most important. As long as he shows enough strength, even the arrogant Austin family will give in and bow their heads. This is a good start. For now, his plans are going well. The man has already been brought. Why are you making a fuss about my Austin family, and what my son did to offend you? Now you can tell. Rhaegar Austin said to Wang Xie. At the same time as the words fell, Bill had already been detained by a divine force, and he was forcibly brought in front of everyone like a prisoner. Wang Xie looked at Bill, his eyes were light, but like a winner. Bill felt humiliated. He never dreamed that one day he would be bullied in front of his own house. Even being interrogated like a prisoner. But Wang Xie is too powerful. Even the Austin family doesn't want to easily offend such a powerful person. Therefore, while being humiliated and unwilling, he was also a little scared. Not only fear of Wang Xie's strength, but also fear that something might be exposed. After all, Wang Xie came here in the spaceship of the Sheyan Alliance. You don't need to guess, you can know that what Wang Xie is going to say must have something to do with the Evil Eye Alliance. If someone finds out, he will leak Roman's whereabouts to the leader of Sheyan, and he won't have to mess around in the future. However, Wang Xie will not be soft because of his fear. After all, he came here for this matter. He was going to expose the truth, ruin Bill's reputation, and ruin the marriage between Roman and Bill. Bill secretly colluded with the people of the Evil Eye Alliance, deliberately revealed the traces of me and Roman, and let the Evil Eye leader intercept us if my cultivation base has not improved recently, barely better than that old monster. I am afraid that at this time has been murdered. Being persecuted like this, shouldn't I come to seek justice? Wang Xie's voice was righteous, and he exposed Bill's crimes in front of everyone in the temple. Hearing these words, everyone in the temple was shocked. I was shocked that Wang Xie killed the old monster, the leader of the Evil Eye, and I was also shocked that the young master of the Austin family actually did such a stupid thing. Lord Judgment God's face turned livid in an instant. The so-called verdict originally meant to eradicate evil and eradicate heresy. What's ridiculous is that the young master of the family who represents the ruling now colludes with the evil. How ironic is this? No, that's not the case. I didn't. Bill also knew the seriousness of the matter, and quickly denied it. He thought very clearly that there is no basis for such a thing. As long as he does not admit it, Wang Xie will have nothing to do with him. Besides, what he did was very covert. He just passed the news to Sheyan leader through some channels. He himself, even his cronies, have never personally contacted the Sheyan leader. It is impossible for Wang Xie to catch him, let alone produce evidence. No, Wang Xie sneered. Then you mean, I have nothing to do, risking my life and the risk of becoming an enemy of the temple, just to frame you. After all, the Blue Star world is a world based on the three great temples. No one would be crazy enough to become an enemy of the temple for no reason. What's more, Wang Xie is an emperor-level powerhouse. Judging from the situation of the fight just now, Wang Xie is a very strong existence even at the emperor level. Such a magnificent person, would he have nothing to do to slander Bill? Therefore, people just think about it for a while, and they feel that Wang Xie's words are more credible. Your Excellency's words do have some truth. Riga, the god of judgment, said, however, this is still unfounded. I hope that Your Excellency can come up with something more convincing. I have already killed the leader of the Sheyan alliance. Bill told the Sheyan alliance that Sheyan told me before he died. Is this convincing enough? What did Sheyan say before he died? The adjudicator's brows frowned even tighter. Everyone in the temple was even more surprised. As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, his words are also good. Most of the words of the dying person have some credibility. What's more, the leader of Sheyan is not an ordinary person, but a strong man whose strength has reached the emperor level. Who can reach the emperor-level powerhouse without own pride? This kind of person would lie before dying, just to frame a junior. This is unlikely. If what Wang Xie said is true, the degree of credibility is indeed quite high. Bill retorted again, but he is dead, and there is no proof of death. Don't you say what you want, it's not fair. Unless you can resurrect him and confront me face to face. Resurrect him and confront you face to face. This condition is undoubtedly very unreasonable, but Wang Xie smiled. It is impossible to revive him, but let him appear again, so that everyone can hear what he said. If so, it's easy. After all, he winked at Chiwei. Chiwei understood what Wang Xie meant. Each spaceship is equipped with an image recording function. When their airship was shot down by the Sheyan alliance, the video recording function was always on, and it happened to record the scene when the Sheyan leader was killed. At this time, this video can undoubtedly be regarded as a supporting evidence. Under Qi Wei's operation, the recorded scenes began to emerge. In the jungle, Wang Xie was pressing Sheyan leader something, so Roman's spaceship will pass by the vicinity. Bill revealed it to you. That's right, that news was indeed revealed to me by Bill. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless in order to achieve his goal. He even used his own fiancée as a bait, and didn't even care about his fiancée's life or death. Middle. Immediately, the people in the temple are all stupid. There are even video recordings, which is undoubtedly a real hammer. Bill's face became extremely pale in an instant. He thought that what he was doing was very secretive, and it was impossible for Wang Xie to catch a clue. However, he didn't expect that after he released the news, Sheyan leader would soon find out that he had released the news. He didn't expect that after Wang Xie was intercepted by the leader of Sheyan, the person who died would be the leader of Sheyan. At the same time, he did not expect that before the death of Sheyan leader, Wang Xie would say those unfavorable words to him. What's more, he didn't expect that Wang Xie not only took the words of the leader of Sheyan, but also recorded the video. Perhaps the things he did were really thorough and perfect, but after this series of unexpected events, that so-called thoroughness has become riddled with holes. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to him. But after a brief panic, Bill chose to deny it again. This video can at most prove that the evil eye monster wants to frame me. Perhaps, before he died, he just wanted to use Wang Xie to deal with the temple. Do you also believe what the enemy said? Is this considered evidence? His current strategy is simple. I just can't bear to die. This so-called evidence is obviously not sufficient. It is impossible for Wang Xie to come up with more sufficient evidence. After all, he is the young master of the Austin family. As long as he doesn't admit it, no one can do anything to him. At this time, the people in the temple already knew what the truth was. It is very unlikely that an emperor-level powerhouse will frame a junior before his death. What's more, even though they don't believe in the leader of the evil eye, or even Wang Xie, they can trust Roman. Roman, this girl, is like the incarnation of light, with the most pure and kind-hearted temperament, and she has been very sensible since she was a child. She has been sensible for 18 years in a row, and she knows the general. Even a person like Roman, who knows the general situation, wanted to find trouble with Bill together with Wang Xie, which shows how much Bill's matter has gone too far this time. The truth has long been revealed, but Bill is the core member of the temple after all, but colluded with foreign enemies. This scandal is really too big. Too much damage to the reputation of the temple. Therefore, they don't want to tell the truth when they see it through, they just want to leave it to solve it internally. Bill refused to admit it, and Wang Xie didn't have sufficient evidence, so everyone in the temple wanted to make peace. It stands to reason that things are mostly going to end like this. Wang Xie sneered. This situation is not beyond his expectations. Want to play with Mui in front of him? The doors are gone. I don't have direct evidence, but everyone is already at the emperor level, and you have to find evidence outside to investigate things. This is too much trouble, and it's too ridiculous. He looked at Bill with a sneer. It's not easy to get evidence. He knows best what he does. As long as an emperor-level master of mastery soul means uses methods such as soul search or fascination on him to extract the memory, isn't the matter clear? I have presented enough evidence just now. Even if it can't prove that Bill did it, it is enough to prove that he has serious suspicions. In this case, it shouldn't be too much to cast a spell on him, right? Don't say that this will hurt Bill's soul. I believe that there must be a master in this area in the temple, who can extract his memory fragments without harming him. For example, the trainee in red before the bishop is fine. This, everyone in the temple pondered, seemingly unwilling. Wang Xie's smile was even crazier and bolder. Or, let's take a gamble, and I will forcibly enchant him, but I don't guarantee whether this will cause his soul to be seriously injured or die. After finding out the result, if it is proved that he was wronged, I owe everyone an explanation. If it is proved that he did it, then his death will be in vain, so you dare to bet? Silence. Everyone in the temple was silent and their faces were pale. Bill broke out in a cold sweat. Because it really does what Wang Xie said. This time he is finished. Wang Xie is gearing up and ready to do it. The atmosphere became unprecedentedly tense. Wang Xie was gearing up and aggressive. Bill was terrified, so he could only hide by his father's side, seeking his father's protection. Rhaegar frowned, feeling deeply troubled. He doesn't really want to be an enemy of Wang Xie. But to enchant Bill, even refining Bill's memory, Wang Xie's request this time is really too much. After all, for anyone, memory is precious and important, and no one would like to let their memory be snooped by others. Even the prisoners in the prison may not be willing to be prying into their memories at will. After all, Bill was his son, a member of the Austen family, and it was too shameful to be treated like this. It stands to reason that he would not accept such a request anyway. But at this moment, Riga, if I check his memory, you should be able to accept it, right? The bright Bishop Taiwan, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth. You also want to see his memory? Rhaegar was a little displeased. Taiwan glanced at Roman. Not only Wang Xie, but my daughter definitely needs an explanation. Rhaegar thought for a while, and finally nodded. Even Bishop Guangming spoke up. He had to give this face. What's more, the Austen family and the Elisa family were supposed to be married, but now his son is suspected of framing Roman and almost killing Roman. If you don't understand the matter, I am afraid that Luo Manning will not be willing to remarry even if he dies, and Taiwan may go back on his word. Bill saw that Bishop Guangming supported Wang Xie's approach, and saw his father nodding, but he was completely stupid. This time he is completely out of play. Wang Xie laughed. The Guangming bishop will help him speak and help Roman stand out, which is actually beyond his expectations. He thought that the bishop would deliberately cover up for Bill in order to maintain the reputation of the temple. But now it seems that this bishop is not as bad as he imagined. With such a sensible bishop, perhaps the temple can still be saved. Bill looked at the smile on Wang Xie's face, and saw Bishop Guangming walking step by step, but he felt infinite jealousy in his heart. Roman favored Wang Xie, which already made him jealous. Now it seems that even Roman's father is helping Wang Xie. This made him even more angry. Anyway, after being searched for memory, he couldn't hide anything anymore, so he simply stopped pretending and went all out. No need to search my memory anymore. Yes, you are all right. In order to deal with Wang Xie, I did provide some intelligence support to the Evil Eye Alliance. But the reason why I did this, I own the reason. He was furious, and he also had endless grievances and endless bitterness. Who will understand his difficulties if everything was fine? Could he do something crazy like that? Wang Xie. Wang Xie. His relationship with Roman is not normal. When I went to Shenlong Island to pick up Roman, he behaved intimately with Roman, and even occupied my fiancé, humiliating me in every possible way. Wang Xie. He damn it. That's right. Everything he did was just to make Wang Xie die. He is an imposing 7-foot man. He is the young master of the dignified Austin family, but he watched other men get intimate with his fiancée. He watched a colored hat about to be put on his forehead, but he didn't do anything. He must kill Wang Xie. He must be desperate. At this moment, he revealed everything completely. People were stunned. Only then did I know that there was such a story behind the incident. Moreover, they soon discovered that what Bill said had some truth. For example, they noticed that Roman did not take the same spaceship as Bill when he returned to the west from Shenlong Island this time, but was sent by Wang Xie. Another example, they noticed this time Wang Xie kept saying that he was seeking justice for himself. But in fact, it's more like a red-faced beauty, seeking justice for Roman. What a rage for a confidant, what a riot in the Holy City and the Austin family. So, what Wang Xie did was all for Roman. These two really have a relationship that is not normal. If so, Bill would look a little pitiful. In the silence, Bishop Guangming spoke again. If you are wrong, you are wrong. You can't attribute the cause of your mistakes to what others have done. After all, no matter what others have done, you can have different choices. Don't say that you just suspect that Wang Xie and the little girl are ambiguous. Even if they really have something, you don't have to collude with foreign enemies and put people to death. Quote. Speaking of this, Tywin fell silent, seemed a little disappointed, and seemed to feel that Bill was quite pitiful, so he stopped talking. Poor Bill, of course. But this kind of pity is just childish and ridiculous in Wang Xie's eyes. Pitiful. What a pity. Who in the world is not pitiful? The poor people in the world are gone. And if you don't want to be pitiful, you must know all the good things in the world. Wealth or women depend on tricks. Rely on resourcefulness. Rely on strength. It came by calculation. How much is it worth to sell poor? Therefore, he has no sympathy for Bill at all. And after Bishop Guangming spoke, he instantly noticed that the bishop had revealed some interesting tendencies. Bishop Guangming actually said even if he and Roman really had something, Bill shouldn't collude with foreign enemies. On the surface, this sentence seems to be not a big problem. Bishop Guangming is just making an assumption. But just imagine, if Bishop Guangming was extremely disgusted with what was going on between him and Roman, would he still make such an assumption? That is to say, is it possible that Bishop Guangming supports making Roman his person? Thinking back in the secret technique, I had a life-threatening friendship with her, and she was the one who could give her back. I have a better relationship with her, isn't it normal because of this, he colluded with foreign enemies to harm me? Bill is totally dumb. Wang Xie smiled without showing any trace, and said following the words of the bishop, even if my relationship with Roman is better, so what? Roman's words are also wonderful, and there is nothing wrong with them. Roman also said, I don't know how much better Wang Xie is than Bill, and he is also more likable. On behalf of the temple, I make friends with such a strong man and get closer to him. What's wrong with that? Don't I deserve a more excellent friends? I just like to stay with friends like Wang Xie, can't I? When will it be his turn to manage? Then he looked at Riga. Let's leave things like this first. In my opinion, let's put aside the marriage first. At least wait until Bill's matter is dealt with and how to punish him will be decided. And the so-called marriage is shelved. In fact, most of the success is yellow. These words are wonderful, they seem to be explanations, but they are more like a public confession in support of the bishop's previous point of view. Tywin looked at Wang Xie and then at Roman, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. What's more, Roman isn't married yet. Don't say I'm just getting closer to her. She is so innocent, kind and lovable. Even if I really say that I like her openly and want to be with her, can it be heinous crimes? Should he be punished for his crimes? But saying these words in front of Bill, there seems to be something wrong. Roman is very fond of emperor-level powerhouses, and it's really normal to want to make friends with emperor-level powerhouses. After all, Wang Xie is an emperor. It must be that the bishop can accept this assumption deep in his heart, so he said this sentence. Asking the judgment division to handle Bill's matter is doing Riga a face. Everyone is speechless again. He just said that Wang Xie intends to rob his fiancée. Look at the current situation, I'm afraid his fiancée will really be robbed. The people gradually dispersed, leaving Austin Castle desolate amidst the ruins. What is more desolate than the ruins is Bill's mood. This time, he was completely depressed. Wang Xie made a big fuss in front of his house, bombing most of the castle. Afterwards, not only was he safe and sound, but he even snatched his fiancée away. At first he just felt inexplicably angry, but when he calmed down slowly, he realized that all of this seemed premeditated. From the time Wang Xie drove the airship into the holy city, he may have planned everything in advance. First show off your super strength and show off your muscles, so that the temple will not want to offend. Then he produced a series of various evidences prepared in advance, forcing the temple to investigate the truth, uncovering the fact that he had colluded with the Evil Eye Alliance, and making the Bishop of Guangming disappointed in him, thus disrupting his marriage. In order to get what he wants, Wang Xie is so despicable, so shameless, so cunning, so good at calculating, he simply does everything he can. It's not hard to guess if nothing unexpected happens, Wang Xie will sneak in next time and snatch his fiancée away. Wang Xie. This shameless B***starred. Bill was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Riga looked at Bill's angry and resentful expression, and said calmly, "Now do you know that you made a mistake?" Bill lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "I know." He did know he was wrong. Like he's too careless, too arrogant. From the first time he met Wang Xie, even though Wang Xie showed a cultivation base that was suspected to be emperor level, he did not treat Wang Xie as a real emperor level, but instead made a series of self-righteous temptations. For another example, he found that sometimes he was easily emotional, and once his mind was carried away by emotions, he would easily suffer losses in doing things. Even though Wang Xie is very powerful, he is still good at calculating every step of the way, methodical. These are his shortcomings. You know what? Riga said in a deep voice, your biggest mistake was lying to Daddy. You didn't tell me about such a big thing, so I was unprepared. Bill bowed his head in silence, and was so trained that he didn't dare to speak. After this incident, Taiwan may have to go back on his word. From the very beginning, he didn't want to agree to this marriage. He said that the temple is now in full swing, and there is no need for marriage to consolidate internal stability. He also said that supporting young people has their own choice. He already loved his own daughter very much, and he was reluctant to let the only remaining daughter be bound by marriage. It was I who joined the oracle, other patriarchs, and bishops to lobby together, so he reluctantly agreed. Now there is Wang Xie, who has reached the emperor level at such a young age and has extraordinary potential. Roman seems to really have a crush on Wang Xie. Rhaegar narrowed his eyes knowingly. No one in this world is an idiot. A better choice is in front of Taiwan, which can not only make his daughter happy, but also win over an emperor-level master with great potential. With such the best of both worlds, would Taiwan not be tempted at all? So what? Bill asked. From today onwards, you are not allowed to mess around anymore, everything is under my arrangement. Lei Jia's face was very gloomy, and he thought silently, the marriage between the two families is only secondary to consolidating power together. The really important thing is that in this generation Roman is the only orthodox descendant of Elisa's Holy Light clan, but she only has 2 years left to live. If she has a child within 2 years, that child will undoubtedly be Elisa, the most orthodox heir of the Lisa family. So, the child in her womb must have Austin's bloodline. It must have a blood relationship with Austin. Yes, it is impossible for him to allow Taiwan to go back on his marriage. At the same time, Wang Xie and Roman returned to the Elisa family under the leadership of Bishop Guangming. Wang Xie, you can sit wherever you want, you're welcome. After returning to the private occasion, Taiwan behaved very mildly, without the majesty of one of the 3 giants of the temple. Treating Wang Xie is more like treating a guest of honor, or even a friend. As early as 15 years ago, I had some old grievances with the old monster Sheyan. I didn't expect him to die in your hands. This can be regarded as a long-cherished wish for me. Taiwan enthusiastically said. It's a fluke that I can beat him. Wang Xie is very humble. A fluke? Taiwan couldn't help laughing. Could it be that your emperor-level strength is also a fluke? Wang Xie, don't be too humble at your age. You have the current cultivation base level, I call you as the first genius of Blue Star, no one should dare to object, right? When I was young, I never had your cultivation base. Your future achievements will most likely be higher than mine. When he said this, Bishop Guangming's eyes were a little fiery, and he did not hide his appreciation and optimism for Wang Xie at all. After all, no matter in any age, no matter where, people with ability are always favored by others. Roman watched with a smile on his face. For so many years he has never seen his father take such good care of a young man like today. She is smart. In front of the Austin family, Taiwan helped her and Wang Xie, and at this time he clearly expressed his optimism towards Wang Xie. That being the case, actually, not only your father is optimistic about Wang Xie, but I am also very optimistic about Wang Xie. I like Wang Xie very much. Roman said with a smile, but boldly grabbed Wang Xie's hand. That's right. She's going all out. She's going to have a showdown. Taiwan was obviously a little overwhelmed by his daughter's actions. To be honest, he is really optimistic about Wang Xie, and even he does have a little bit of that. But the reason why he was so enthusiastic was because he was waiting for Wang Xie to speak to him. Unexpectedly, before Wang Xie opened his mouth, it was his daughter who started posting. This seems to indicate his daughter really likes Wang Xie, and even clings to Wang Xie very much. Being posted upside down like this, Wang Xie is quite innocent. At most, he had only just begun to consider the possibility of Wang Xie and Roman. Unexpectedly, Roman had already insisted that Wang Xie not marry. What's more, Wang Xie's strength and talent are also worthy of Roman. Taiwan left and handed over the room to the gluey young man. Roman was settled so quickly, and even Bishop Guangming was settled together. Even he was a little surprised that things went so smoothly. Perhaps, he could start investigating the heavenly Tao fragments next. Her fate is doomed to be so rough and pitiful, how could he not have the heart to fulfill her? He didn't expect that, since that now Roman is so active and bold, and dares to hold his hand in front of his father. Taiwan smiled wryly for 2 seconds. In this situation, what else can he do? This is his only daughter, and it is impossible to say that she does not feel distressed. Roman smiled. Bishop Guangming said that, in fact, he agreed. Wang Xie embraced the beauty of the temple in the Elisa family openly, and couldn't help laughing. I knew Daddy was a reasonable person. She praised her father verbally, but put her body close to Wang Xie's arms. Taiwan's complexion changed one after another. His daughter was not only very bold, but also so determined to marry Wang Xie. These changes were a bit too fast for him. 20 years ago, he lost his most beloved wife forever, and his eldest daughter also left him, leaving only Roman. What can he do with this? Roman continued, I won't marry Bill again. I'm absolutely sure now the person I like is Wang Xie, and I won't marry anyone else except Wang Xie. It is not unprecedented for the children of the Elisa family to marry people outside the temple. Taiwan said, but this matter still needs to be considered in the long run, and there is no rush, at least until the Austin family's marriage. After the turmoil has completely subsided. However, there is a curse on Roman's body, and he is doomed to have a short time. After Taiwan left, Roman immediately became more enthusiastic and bolder. She is so happy. She really doesn't have to marry Bill. After Wang Xie made a big fuss about the Austin family, even Bishop Guangming stopped forcing her. Originally, the trip to the secret realm of Shenlong Island was already her last trip to freedom. But now she has more freedom and can be with Wang Xie openly and above board. Do a lot of things you want to do with Wang Xie openly and above board. Of course there is his father's love for him, but the strength and influence Wang Xie has shown is also crucial. If it wasn't for Wang Xie's strength that even the temple was a little afraid of, if it wasn't for Wang Xie's strength enough to make his father appreciate and be tempted, I'm afraid she wouldn't have such a happy ending. Therefore, she naturally wanted to reward Wang Xie well. Wang Xie, dear husband, do you still want to check my body today? She leaned in his arms and sat on his lap, her soft tone obviously hinting mean. Ever since Wang Xie checked her body once on the spaceship, and something happened. Checking the body has become a special signal for Roman. Of course Wang Xie knows what the code means. But having said that, Roman's body is also evil. All the people in the temple believed that there was a curse on Roman's body, and it was impossible for him to live beyond the age of 20. But he has already checked Roman's body twice. He has touched her body up and down, every acupuncture point, and even every inch of skin, but he still didn't find any abnormalities. This is simply evil. System, what do you think about this matter? So Wang Xie asked the system. The system replied solemnly, the host is already the master of the world, and his vision is extraordinary. There is no problem with the host inspection, so naturally there is no problem. So, she's not sick, and she doesn't bear any evil curse. Wang Xie found it inconceivable. Yes, the system replied with great certainty. After scanning by this system, Roman's aptitude is excellent, his bones are extraordinary, and he has an extremely powerful holy light bloodline, and an extremely pure soul. This kind of aptitude is very rare, if bloodline is officially awakened, not to mention living for 2 years, even if living for another 200 years, 2000 years, it will not be a big problem. This is not right. Wang Xie remembered very clearly that Qi said last time that the matter of the bloodline curse was judged by the oracle. And the judgment of the oracle is very accurate. Similar things happened before. 2 people who had the same fate as Roman died on the day they were 20 years old. If Roman's body is fine, the problem can only be the oracle, or the temple itself. Maybe there are some other secrets hidden in it. Wang Xie was thinking to himself. Then, his thoughts were interrupted by Roman's fiery enthusiasm. She hooked Wang Xie's neck, moved closer to him actively, and whispered softly in his ear. "Husband, I want to help you have a baby. She will die soon, if possible. Of course she will help Wang Xie have a baby. Moreover, this kind of thing must be paid close attention to, and a lot of effort must be made. 2 years is too tight, if you don't work hard. I'm afraid it will be too late." So when the words fell, she had already climbed onto Wang Xie's body, the body of Ben Guangming sacred, but at this time, there was no debauchery. "Look at what you're doing now, like a greedy cat," Wang Xie teased her. Roman's face was blushing, but he didn't care about being teased by him. He pouted his lips and said, "Anyway, I'm only doing this in front of you. I shouldn't treat my husband like this." Should. Wang Xie's thoughts were completely blown away by her, so Wuxia could think about other things. Solve the mystery of the curse on Roman and find the whereabouts of the heavenly Tao fragments. This will be the main goal of Wang Xie's next stay in the West. But these are not in a hurry. He pinned Roman down on the bright couch of sacred. "I plan to clean up the descendants of the angels in this legendary first." The next day, Roman didn't get up until the sun was shining. This day was relatively leisurely, and Wang Xie was not in a hurry to make too many arrangements. Counting the time, he has been away from Shenlong Island for several days, and it is almost time to visit Minor World. With a thought, the door of Minor World opened, and he entered his own Minor World. In the snowy valley, young dragons are growing. Bai Ji often appeared here, but most of the time, she was in Zhongyu. Many new buildings and palaces have been built in Minor World's central domain. According to Beizi Wang Xie, Dongfang Qinger has left the customs after refining Longyuan, and she asked the family members to repair those buildings. It is said that there are more palaces. When everyone comes to play, it is better to live. After a while, Xu Shi got the news that Wang Xie had come to Minor World. Dongfang Qinger, Lin Ruochu, and Lin Miaoke all came to Minor World from Shenlong Island. Among the clusters of flowers, the voices of Yingying and Yanyan are all around. In this world, Wang Xie is like an emperor, even a god. This is like his private paradise. After playing with the girls for a while, his phone rang a moment later. That phone call was actually from GNG. But the person who appeared in the video call was Lu Yi. Since leaving the Lu family, this little girl has been doing research in the Science and Technology City of the Research Institute. It just so happened that GNG was relatively free recently, so Wang Xie asked her to help take care of Lu Yi. After all, this girl is pure in heart, and besides being obsessed with research, she lacks social experience. If he wasn't there, wouldn't it be wrong for his people to be bullied or cheated by others? With GNG here, he can rest assured. All is well on the phone. Lu Yi said that she has achieved good results recently, and she wants to surprise boss Wang Xie. Wang Xie was on the phone with her, looking at the desolate surroundings of Minor World. I feel that his world is really almost decorated with technology now. Maybe after he settles the Western affairs, he can find time to pick up Lu Yi. Time passed slowly, and when Wang Xie took the time to visit Minor World, many things were secretly brewing and developing. He believed in his father's ability, and even more in Austin. Then, various articles and reports began to appear all over the city to help Bill clean up his crimes. The announcement claimed that after repeated investigations by the Judgment Division, it was determined that it was Bill's cronies who framed Bill because of his personal anger. Now the subordinate of the traitor has been severely punished and killed on the spot. Rhaegar had a smirk on his face. In the Holy City, there's nothing Austin can't do. However, this is absolutely impossible. Clearly aware of these changes, Bill also cheered up. So after a frenzied effort to launder money, at least in terms of public opinion, Bill's image has been restored. As long as he handles this well, Tywin will definitely submit. Roman is the cursed one, and that's Tywin's greatest weakness and the temple's greatest secret. First, the tribunal announced Bill's punishment. Rhaegar Austin once again took the oracle's lord, the patriarchs in the temple, and the trainees gradually to court Tywin again and talk about marriage. He knew that Tywin might want to go back on his word. At the same time, on the day when public opinion fermented. Now everyone believes that the marriage between the Austin family and the Elisa family will be unshakable in the end, and it will take place as usual 5 days later. Because he knows Tywin, he knows Tywin's weakness. Most of it is how Bill was wrong this time, how he was framed by his subordinates, and how he and Roman fell in love. The wedding will continue unaffected and so on. After all, the Holy City is the Holy City of the Temple. As the three giants, the Austin family naturally has unparalleled prestige in this city. Wang Xie was having fun at Minor World when he suddenly received a notification from the subsystem. The notice was sent by Qi Wei, and the content on it was very simple and urgent. Roman has an accident, and Bishop Guangming has changed his mind. It was fine yesterday, but today it suddenly changed. Wang Xie sneered to himself, knowing that Austin must be playing tricks on this matter without guessing. Then, he left Minor World and decided to go back and have a look. After seeing Qi Wei immediately told what she learned. Riga invited the oracle priest and many patriarchs of the temple, and went to the bishop together. They didn't know what they said to the bishop, and then the bishop changed his mind. This situation is similar to what Wang Xie expected. The marriage between the Austin family and the Elisa family is a symbol of the internal stability of the temple. It touches the interests of the entire temple. Austin will definitely not let it go. The oracle might get involved too. But Tywin changed his mind so easily, which surprised Wang Xie. Judging from yesterday's situation, Tywin seems to love his own daughter since he has decided to fulfill Roman. It stands to reason that he should not change his mind easily. There must be some deeper reason. Or, in addition to joint pressure from the Judgment Division and the Oracle Division, maybe they promised Tywin enough to let him sell his daughter's sky-high benefits. Wang Xie sneered secretly. The world of adults is indeed full of dirty deceptions everywhere. How is Roman now? He asked Qi Wei. Hiding in the room and not seeing anyone. Qi Wei said. The bishop suddenly changed his mind, forcing her to marry into the Austin family. It may be a big blow to her. Having said that, she looked at Wang Xie expectantly. Because she knew that Roman said that no one was seen, and Wang Xie was definitely not included. I know better at this juncture. Even her most beloved father has turned against her, and Wang Xie may be the only pillar left in her heart. At this time, Roman definitely needs Wang Xie's comfort. Only Wang Xie can help Roman. So, you are looking for help now, hoping that I, a villain, can comfort others. Wang Xie found her eyes a little funny. No, in my eyes you are not a villain, but my most respected and beloved master. Qi Wei's tone was very sincere, and her posture was full of surrender. Human nature is mostly selfish, and those selfishnesses are buried in the deepest part of the human heart. Farmers in the countryside can always remain relatively kind, because in their ordinary life, their hearts have never been tempted by power and interests. The higher you are, the more powerful you are, and the more you are on the cusp, the more selfish and dirty you are. It has not been uncommon for emperors to kill their sons and fathers since ancient times. It is not surprising that the bishop suddenly changed his mind and wanted to marry his daughter by force. Qi Wei has long understood these things and has seen through them, so she doesn't have much nostalgia for the world. However, Wang Xie is very different. Although Wang Xie is sometimes bad, in order to achieve his own goal, he will do everything he can, but at least, he has real love for the people around him. Because of that touch of truth, her surrender to him also became real. Sometimes she even felt that it was a blessing to be able to surrender to Wang Xie. It was a blessing to have Wang Xie as her master. Wang Xie looked at her coldly. Could it be that if you beg, I will agree? Are you the master or am I the master? If I don't plan to do things according to your ideas this time, I don't plan to help Roman. If the master refuses, Qi Wei lowered her head. It must be that Qi Wei and Roman did not do well enough to displease the master. Wang Xie smiled and squeezed her chin, forcing her to look up. I have to say that this woman is becoming more and more obedient and sensible, so much so that he really likes her a little bit. Qi Wei looked at her obediently, no matter whether Wang Xie was gentle or rough, no matter whether Wang Xie's expression was indifferent or smiling, she always remained obedient to him and would never disobey him. Those delicate and beautiful eyebrows and eyes are full of admiration and trust for him, and those plump and delicate red lips are slightly opened and closed because of him. Wang Xie felt that she was a little seductive at this time, and kissed her lips recklessly. Well, master. Qi Wei was very enthusiastic, as if she had received a gift. Wang Xie stopped at the right time. After all, there are still many business matters to be done now. With me, obedient women, luck will never be too bad. This seemed to be a guarantee, more like an encouragement and reward for her. After speaking, he walked towards Roman. After being rewarded, Qi Wei became more radiant, and even her mood became better. Because she believes her obedience and obedience will not be let down. I also believe that as long as Wang Xie is around, everything will be fine. Soon, Wang Xie came to Roman's residence. At this time, there were many people in front of her room, including people from the temple, people from the Elisa family, and even Bishop Taiwan. But the door of Roman's room was tightly closed, and no one dared to break in, not even the bishop. Because Roman has already said, whoever dares to come in, she will die for anyone to see. So the current Bishop Taiwan seems a little helpless. In fact, he didn't expect Roman's attitude to be so firm and fierce. He originally thought that Roman had promised this marriage before, and as long as he understood it with emotion and reason, and let Roman know the importance of the matter, Roman, who has always been very general, would put the overall situation first and choose to be obedient. But he didn't expect that Roman would die for him this time. He, the father, was locked out of the door. At this time, he saw Wang Xie coming, and instinctively wanted to say hello, and asked Wang Xie to go and see Roman. Even, he wanted to explain the reason for his change of mind. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. After all, a change of mind is a change of mind, why bother to explain it? That curse involves the biggest secret of the temple, and it also involves the biggest scandal of the temple. He admitted yesterday that under his daughter's coquettishness, he easily agreed to her and Wang Xie's affairs, which was indeed ill-considered. Wang Xie took a deep look at him, knowing that the bishop made this decision, there must be a reason he didn't know. When two of the three divisions of the temple strongly supported the marriage, he was under a lot of pressure. So, even if you really want Roman to marry an outsider, that person must not be such a difficult person as Wang Xie. Of course, this is not the main reason. Roman will definitely die from the curse in 2 years. Wang Xie at that time may be stronger and more difficult than now. If he finds out, what killed Roman is not the curse at all, but has something to do with the temple. At that time, the biggest scandal of the temple will be made public. This will cause unimaginable disasters to the temple and the entire West. Thinking of this, his expression gradually became indifferent. Even if he explained, who could understand his difficulties? The temple is not his temple alone, even if it is the Elisa family, it is not his family alone. You still have the last 3 days. 3 days later, whether she is dead or alive, she will become a member of the Austin family. He said to Wang Xie. Only the leader of the 3rd division of the temple knows that secret. No matter what your reasons are, or the Austin family gave you more benefits, you will regret today's decision. When Lei Jia talked to him, there was a very correct saying. Wang Xie is an outsider after all, and he is not an ordinary outsider, but a very powerful, very bold, and very troublesome outsider. The real main reason is Roman has a curse on him. But fortunately it's not too late to regret it now. After all, he opened the door and went to find Roman. But he doesn't care about it. Will I regret today's decision? Taiwan glanced at Wang Xie, and a sneer of disdain appeared in his heart. Actually, is not that he looks down on Wang Xie, but that what Wang Xie said is really too big. He felt that although Wang Xie was good, he was still too young after all. I'm afraid he can't understand what I'm facing. After all, he doesn't understand the temple at all, let alone the seemingly prosperous world after the recovery of spiritual qi. Maybe Taiwan is right, Wang Xie really doesn't know the temple, nor the secrets of the temple, let alone the secrets of this world. But when he thought this way, but he didn't think about it. In fact, the temple didn't know Wang Xie, and didn't know what secret Wang Xie had. Wang Xie entered Roman's door. A faint holy light lit up. It was the edge of the sword formed by the condensed light, and Roman held the sword. The lights in the room were not turned on, and the bleak light reflected her and his face as white. If the face she sees at this time is someone else's, the temples, the sword will pierce that person's heart. If the face she saw at this time was her father's, she was destined to be unable to resist, and this sword would pierce her own heart. But what she saw was Wang Xie. So she dropped the sword and threw herself into his arms. Wang Xie, I've been waiting for you for a long time. My father didn't know what happened, but suddenly changed his mind and insisted that I marry Bill. I don't want to die. Before she could say 3 words, tears fell. Actually is not that she is not strong, but that she feels too wronged, too lonely. Even her father has changed his mind, and even his father doesn't love her anymore. She only has Wang Xie. At this time, she finally saw Wang Xie again, and she seemed to have an outlet to vent her grievances, so she couldn't hold back her emotions. If there is no other way, Wang Xie, kill me. Rather than letting me marry someone from the Austin family, I'd rather die in your arms now. She continued to talk. That should be a terrible thing, but at this time her tone was gentle as if she was talking about love. Wang Xie smiled and stroked her head. How can you be so useless to be my woman? Why do you have to die? Because my lifespan is already very short. Anyway, if I live for another 2 years I'm still going to die. What's more, I think it's enough to have you with me during the last period. Roman said. The best way to die that I can think of is to be in your arms at the moment of dying. Her tone was surprisingly gentle, and her eyes were full of dependence on Wang Xie. Wang Xie knows that this woman is not far from surrendering physically and mentally. He will not let her die. After all, instead of letting her life be worthless like this, why not let her die for him, and then let him be popular? Perhaps. It's time for him to surrender her body and soul together, and it's time for her to completely belong to him. What if I tell you that you can live not only for 2 more years, but also for another 20 or 200 years, Wang Xie said meaningfully. How is this possible? I was told by the oracle since I was a child I won't live to be 20 years old. My father also said the same, and my aunt, great aunt, were also cursed by bloodline, none of them the exceptions, all died at 20. Roman felt that Wang Xie must be trying to make her happy, it must be a joke. But Wang Xie looked very serious. Although he didn't know what secrets the temple held. But he knew that there must be something wrong with the temple. After all, if Roman's body is fine, the only problem is the temple itself. Actually, all your misfortunes are thanks to the temple. Wang Xie said to her very definitely. As long as you are willing to stay away from the temple and betray the temple, everything will change. You don't have to die in 2 years, and you don't have to marry Bill. You can have a long life and the freedom to roam the whole world. All my misfortunes are related to the temple. I don't have to die after 2 years. Roman couldn't believe such words. After all, she grew up in the temple since she was a child. Growing up, everyone she knew told her that she was cursed, that she wouldn't live past 20. If someone told her this, she would not accept it no matter what, and it would be hard to believe it no matter what. But she trusts Wang Xie, especially at this moment. The temple is going to persecute her. Even her father is going to persecute her, only Wang Xie is still with her. She doesn't trust Wang Xie, who else can she trust? So she tried to believe it. Are you saying the curse is a conspiracy? She asked. Yes. Wang Xie nodded, and then looked at her seriously. So, are you willing to fight against all this with me? Resist the temple, but the temple is so powerful. You just need to say whether you want or not. Wang Xie interrupted her. Yes, Roman said. For Wang Xie, she is willing to die. Besides, if what Wang Xie said is true, from the moment she was born, she was shrouded in a huge conspiracy. Of course she was going to rebel against it all. Very good. This is just like me. Wang Xie smiled evilly, with a dark evil light gently touching her smooth forehead. Don't resist, obey the power in the contract, then you will be completely my people or gone. The power of the contract surrounded Roman. This power is very fragile, any struggle and resistance will invalidate the contract. But Roman is obedient. She is willing to trust Wang Xie unconditionally, she is willing to believe everything Wang Xie says, and is willing to dedicate everything to her. Evil slowly stains holiness. Her holy soul was finally imprinted with the brand of Wang Xie. A faint divine pattern appeared on her smooth forehead, and then disappeared into the bloodline. From this moment on, her pure and flawless soul, her bright and holy body, belonged to Wang Xie. A pleasant notification sound came from the system. Congratulations to the host for signing the second favored daughter of God. Because the God's beloved has a very high light talent, the host gains the power of the light attribute, and the control over the light increases, and the power of the world master also increases. Wang Xie couldn't help laughing, although after gaining a favored daughter again, he couldn't directly raise the level of the world lord. But it is also good for him to be able to add some strength on the original basis. Hey, first call out to the master and I will listen. The key point is if the villain Wang Xie really wanted to bully her, she would rather be bullied by him. She even felt that that kind of intimacy was beyond this world. So, the villain Wang Xie started to bully her again. It feels reassuring, but she knew that the contract was mainly based on Wang Xie. Roman blushed a little. After all, it was the first time for the eldest lady of the bishop's family to call someone else's master like a little servant. Because she felt closer to Wang Xie. Well, master, she shouted obediently. What's more, after becoming a favorite girl, Roman has completely become her side. Wang Xie's smile grew wider. Wang Xie took another first time from her. But, master, what should I do about the wedding with Austin in 3 days? Roman asked. After completing the signing of the contract, Roman also smiled. Although he may not bully her all the time in the future, but when he just signed the contract, he still has to bully her a little bit. Now she is no longer the Roman of the temple, no longer the Roman of the West, or even the Roman of the Blue Star, but his Roman alone. But, master, what should I do about the wedding with Austin in 3 days? Roman asked. In her view, this is undoubtedly a very difficult problem. After all, this matter involves the interests of the entire temple. If she doesn't want to marry, there are only 2 outcomes: either she dies, or she challenges the entire temple head-on and escapes from the holy city. Then, she and Wang Xie may have been wanted by the temple all along. Wang Xie naturally thought of the questions that Roman could think of. With his strength, he would naturally have no difficulty in taking Roman away. But the question is, why did he escape? Do not forget, the purpose of his coming to the West, besides collecting Roman, was to conquer the entire temple and find fragments of heavenly Tao. How could he choose to escape at this time? Since the whole of the West wants you to marry into the Austin family, then you should marry. Wang Xie said with a sneer. Marry? Roman was startled by Wang Xie's words. Don't worry, you'll be fine, and I won't allow anyone to touch you. Wang Xie stroked her clean cheek. After all, you belong to me alone. As for letting you marry, Wang Xie narrowed his eyes, his expression a little gloomy and terrifying. This is just to cover up people's eyes and ears, and to numb the sight of outsiders. After you get married, you will find that the Austin family no longer exists. It is not difficult for Wang Xie to deal with the Austin family, or even destroy the entire Austin family. He can even do it 10 different ways. However, there are many secrets in the temple that he does not know. After all, it is a force known as one of the 3 pillars of Blue Star, so it must have some powerful cards. Although his current strength is very strong, Wang Xie will not arrogantly think that he is invincible. If it's not necessary, he doesn't want to startle the snake. Therefore, among the 10 different methods, he chose the safest, most convenient, and most secure method. At this time, Roman didn't understand what Wang Xie was going to do, let alone what the original Austin family will cease to exist meant. However, she doesn't need to understand this. Because she believed in Wang Xie. She believes she belongs to Wang Xie. Especially after binding the contract, she knew this very clearly. Since she belongs to Wang Xie will definitely not allow anyone to snatch her away. So, she said very obediently, Roman obeys the master in everything. Well, so cute. Wang Xie smiled and stroked her head. He likes this kind of obedient woman and plans to reward her. A faint divine power overflowed from his palm and poured into Roman's head. Roman is already his favorite daughter, who belongs to the minor world. Minor world's original energy can naturally nourish her and bless her. Under the nourishment of that very faint power of the world, Roman only felt that the blood in his whole body was about to boil. The countless powers hidden in the bloodline are awakened and activated at an unprecedented speed. The power of light is unprecedentedly powerful in her body. It was like a miracle. She has believed in the God of light for 18 years, and has never seen any miracles, nor received any gifts or blessings from the gods, but at this moment she really feels that she is being cared for and blessed by the gods. These are gifts from Wang Xie. Wang Xie is not only her lover, her master, but also her god. Well, Master, Celestial Master. She knelt devoutly, accepting his gift and enjoying his blessing. Your talent is pretty good, and your bloodline is pretty strong, as expected of a descendant of an angel. Wang Xie said lightly. In the next 3 days, try to understand the power of your own, and try to control the power of those awakened angels. If you can successfully control it, it should be enough to deal with ordinary emperors. In this way, even if you meet in the Austin family in some emergencies, you can also protect yourself. Yeah, Roman nodded. She knew that Wang Xie cared about her, so she helped her activate more bloodline power. Stronger strength gave her a great sense of security, and Wang Xie's care also made her feel sweet. Therefore, even if she wanted to marry into the Austin family, she was no longer afraid. Even she is a little inexplicably looking forward to it now. She is looking forward to what will happen to the Austin family 3 days later. Looking forward to the day when Wang Xie appeared in front of her. After Wang Xie explained this, he left. The marriage between the Austin family and the Elisa family will begin in 3 days. Originally, he just wanted to stop this marriage, and then slowly investigate the fragments of heavenly Tao, making a fortune in silence, not wanting to make trouble everywhere. But the Austin family insisted on playing dirty with him, and wanted to touch his woman. That being the case, then he will attack the Austin family first. He will make the entire Austin family pay a price that they will regret forever. At the same time, the system issued a notification sound. Congratulations to the host for triggering the branch task, conquer the Austin family. The Austin family is one of the most important families in the Western Temple. The plan to conquer the temple can start with conquering the Austin family. After completing the task, the host will receive a generous reward. After dealing with the Austin family, can you still get rewards by the way? Wang Xie smiled and started to arrange this matter. After Wang Xie left, Roman called the subordinate servant who was waiting in front of the door, and ordered, "Go and tell the bishop, just say that I agree to the marriage. However, I'm not interested in participating in the rehearsal of the wedding, or any other activities related to the wedding, and I don't want to be disturbed by anyone during these 3 days. When the wedding starts 3 days later, I will appear at the scene." The servant did not dare to delay, and hastily notified the bishop of the matter. The bishop naturally would not have any opinion on Roman's request. The Austin family suddenly felt like they had won a battle, and they couldn't wait to celebrate and cheer collectively. After all, he can't afford to be angry about the guy who is about to suffer. 3 days later, the wedding day was approaching, and as soon as he left the customs, Chiwei handed him an invitation card. "Since he invited me to go, I'll go and have a look. Hey, is he provoking me?" The invitation was sent by Bill, and it was an invitation to him to attend the wedding. At this time, Bill was a little arrogant. He felt that this was Wang Xie's compromise. "Wang Xie, you fight with me, and I won't win in the end." Then, he happily started to arrange own wedding, and did not forget to give Wang Xie a gift. He who had been silent for a long time, suppressed for a long time, suffered humiliation and humiliation, finally let out a fierce breath of anger at this moment. This is the West after all. How could you possibly beat the West? In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Wang Xie was not angry, but sneered secretly in his heart. After all, in this situation, it's good that Roman is willing to marry, who cares about those little details. Wang Xie did closed-door training in a small courtyard for 3 days. Soon, the news that Roman agreed to marry Bill spread to the Austin family and spread to every corner of the holy city. The most excited person among them is undoubtedly Bill. Weddings are grand. The lights are bright, reflecting the bright red carpet. The house was full of guests, and celebrities from all walks of life exchanged cups. Like a common guest, Wang Xie came here very casually, not wanting to alert anyone's attention. But, as he entered the living room, everyone noticed him in an instant. After all, people will never forget that just a few days ago, it was this seemingly insignificant young man who bombarded the castle of the Austin family first. Then he punched Al Slan, the guardian of the holy city, half to death, and almost caused the marriage between the Austin family and the Elisa family to be shelved. At this time, Wang Xie appeared at the wedding, which naturally aroused the vigilance of many people. They were worried that Wang Xie was here to find fault. Some people have even cautiously informed the head of the Austin family and other important figures. But, after Wang Xie came in, he didn't make any dangerous moves, it seemed harmless to humans and animals. Soon, Bill noticed Wang Xie. He sent the invitation to Wang Xie, with the intention of threatening Wang Xie, deliberately making Wang Xie watch Roman marry him. He thought Wang Xie wouldn't come, but he didn't expect Wang Xie to come. He wasn't worried at all that Wang Xie was here to make trouble. After all, the news that Roman was going to marry him had spread everywhere in the streets and alleys as early as 3 days ago. If Wang Xie was really going to do something, he should have done it 3 days ago. Wang Xie didn't do anything, so naturally he compromised and confessed. Thinking about it, facing the oppression of the entire West, personal strength is too insignificant. No matter how powerful he is, would he be so stupid as to be an enemy of half of the Blue Star world? Compromise is the only way he can choose. He shouldn't be against me from the beginning, Bill thought arrogantly. Then he took the initiative to walk towards Wang Xie very proudly. After all, Wang Xie finally came. As the winner, how could he not taunt the poor loser? Wang Xie, I'm so happy that you can come here, he said with a smile while holding a wine glass. I accepted the invitation, and I will come naturally. Wang Xie looked as usual. Then you were really generous. Oh. By the way, Bill asked more presumptuously, look, my bride, is she beautiful? Wang Xie looked at Roman. Roman is wearing a wedding dress today. The white wedding dress adds a lot of grandeur and sacred taste, it is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Roman looked at him and blushed a little. After all, it was the first time she was seen by Wang Xie in a wedding dress. Wang Xie smiled. Seeing him smile, Roman knew he was satisfied, so he laughed too. Wang Xie picked up an empty wine glass. Roman used the wine container to help him refill the wine. Until now, she still doesn't know what Wang Xie's plan is. But it doesn't matter, as long as she sees Wang Xie, she feels at ease. Bill had been staring blankly from the sidelines. I don't know if it's an illusion. He felt that Roman treated Wang Xie much more intimately than when he treated him. Seeing the two people looking at each other and smiling, seeing Roman's expression and movements so natural when he helped Wang Xie refill the wine. He even suspected that he was attending Wang Xie's wedding. Certainly. He also wanted to get closer to Roman, he even wanted to grab Roman's hand and hug Roman's waist. But at the beginning of the wedding, Roman had already shown him. She doesn't like him at all, and she's only marrying him for the sake of the shrine, so he'd better not mess with her. Especially at weddings, if he dared to touch her, don't blame her for flipping the table and leaving. However, his wife didn't allow him to touch it, but she was so enthusiastic about Wang Xie. Bill originally wanted to make Wang Xie sour, but now he is inexplicably sour. At this time, Wang Xie drank a glass of wine, and the smile on his face became wider. Then he remembered Bill's words before, and replied lightly, your bride is not only beautiful, but also very obedient. I have always liked it. The corner of Bill's mouth twitched, he always felt that this sentence meant something else. But Wang Xie raised his glass again generously. Come, I respect you with this glass. As the groom, Bill certainly couldn't refuse, and drank the wine Wang Xie handed over. After the toast, Wang Xie walked away in style. Today he is extraordinarily graceful, extraordinarily generous, extraordinarily elegant. He shuttled through the crowd like a real guest, toasted and clinked glasses with many people with a smile on his face. People were nervous at first, then slowly relaxed, and it was very honorable to have a drink with Wang Xie. After all, being able to make friends with someone like Wang Xie, and having the opportunity to have a drink with an emperor-level powerhouse like Wang Xie, is definitely a very honorable thing. Old White and Alslan, who had the honor of witnessing Wang Xie's fight and even fought against Wang Xie, raised their glasses to Wang Xie very enthusiastically. If they are not enemies in the future, they also hope to make friends with a powerful person like Wang Xie. Just like that, the wedding went on smoothly without any mistakes in any link. This level of smoothness is simply surprising. After sunset, Bill and the Austin family began to see off guests. Many young people are drunk on this day. Miss Roman, this woman known as the Pearl of the West, the goddess in their hearts, got married today. It belongs to someone else. They never have another chance. Some people even shouted Roman's name after being drunk. There are also people who dare to call Roman's name only when they are drunk. Bill was naturally a little proud. Because Roman is now his. While he was busy seeing off the guests, he couldn't wait. Roman said he wasn't allowed to touch her at the wedding. But what about after the wedding? Roman is already married to him, so it's impossible not to let him touch him all the time, right? What's more, at the wedding, he was concerned about saving face, worried that Roman would turn his back on him, which would make him unable to step down. After all the guests left, only he and her were left in the house, so why should he worry about this? Tonight, Roman must be his. Finally, after dark, all the guests were sent away. Bill walks to own new house. He looked at the beautiful figure in the room through the window, and walked with anticipation as if he was walking into the long-awaited paradise. He enters. Roman sat quietly by the bed. Wearing a pure white wedding dress, matched with her holy temperament, at this moment she is as beautiful as an angel. Bill couldn't help getting closer to her. "Are you looking for death?" Roman coldly warned him. Bill didn't say a word, instead he locked the door and approached him more fiercely. This is his woman, isn't he allowed to get close? Even if the overlord fights hard, she must be his tonight. However, Roman gently stretched out a finger, the holy light flickered slightly. Boom! Bill vomited blood, his body flew upside down, and hit the wall fiercely. Bill was shocked. Why are you so much stronger than before? He was very clear that Roman's previous cultivation base was between emperor grade and honorary grade. If you are in a desperate state, with the help of bloodline's power, you may be able to reach the level of a noble. This level seems to be different from his, relying on some methods and formations he arranged in the room. He is not afraid of her at all, he should even win her for sure. However, the strength that Roman casually showed with a single finger before surpassed the Zun class. And he clearly felt that at the moment Roman shot, her aura was clearer and brighter than before. At this time, she is like a real angel, and like the Emperor of the Kingdom of God. Emperor level. Roman has reached the Emperor level. This is incredible. Bill couldn't believe it was real. Then he discovered that the incredible things are far more than these. Before he could figure out why Roman became stronger, he suddenly felt a little headache, dizzy, and weak. In the deepest part of the soul, a mysterious and evil force is tearing him, devouring him, and even trying to control him. His consciousness soon became a little blurred. Same moment. Countless people in the entire Austen family began to have headaches, dizziness, and weakness, and even became confused and blurred. A great change unknown to everyone happened within the Austen family in the middle of the night. In the darkness, Wang Xie showed an evil smile and walked towards the family undergoing great changes. Headache, weak, confusion. Bill didn't know what was wrong with him. This feeling seemed a bit like being too drunk and about to be broken. But he knew that he was definitely not as simple as drinking. By the way, wine, the picture in his memory flashed quickly, and he quickly thought of a clue. At the wedding, Wang Xie treated him to a glass of wine. There must be something wrong with that glass of wine. His guess was not bad at all, but it was a pity that he found out a little too late. At the wedding, Wang Xie was extraordinarily personable. He not only invited him to drink a glass of wine, but also invited many people to drink, including many people from Austen. At this time, those who had drunk began to have a headache. Some kind of bug hidden in the wine is waking up. What kind of trick are you trying to play? I won't sympathize with you if you pretend to be dead or sick. At this time, Roman didn't know what happened, and thought that Bill was playing tricks with her. Bill couldn't talk to her, or to be precise, he couldn't talk at all right now. His body is gradually losing control, as if being controlled by something. Then, he seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly knelt in the direction outside the door. It seems that there is some great existence coming from outside the door. As he knelt, many people outside the room felt and thought the same, knelt at the same time. Old White knelt down, and even Alcelin, a powerful family guest, knelt uncontrollably in his own courtyard. In their bowing welcome, Wang Xie came. He came to the Austen family in the middle of the night, as if he had come to the own house, from the gate to Bill's room, all the way unimpeded. Squeak! The door opened slightly, and Wang Xie came. Bill raised his head and looked at Wang Xie. His face was extremely pale. He doesn't know what's wrong with him now. He didn't know why he was kneeling. But he can't control his own body at all. Can't stand up. I can't speak according to my own idea. It felt like his body was taken over by another evil consciousness. That's the awakened soul leech. The soul leech created by Wang Xie controlled his body and said instead of him, Soul Leech 002 pays homage to the master, and thanks for the body and life bestowed by the master. He buried his head under Wang Xie's feet devoutly. His attitude was even lower than the humblest servant, more obedient than a raised dog. Wang Xie didn't bother to pay attention to him at all, and didn't care about his kneeling, and walked towards Roman. Roman was stunned a long time ago. She looked at Bill kneeling on the ground and the Austin people kneeling outside, and thought this scene was really amazing. At the same time, she finally understood why Wang Xie said 3 days ago the original Austin family will no longer exist. Now the Austin family really doesn't exist anymore. All that exists is a group of Wang Xie's lackeys. The whole family knelt at Wang Xie's feet. Wang Xie, how did you do this? Roman couldn't help asking. What do I need to explain it to you again? Wang Xie looked at her with a smile. Of course not. Even if you explain it, I might not understand it. In Luomen's view, Wang Xie is too vast in supernatural power. Even helping her to activate the power hidden in bloodline is very easy. If Wang Xie wanted to, it would be no problem to control the entire Austin family overnight. Besides, these things are not important to her. The important thing is she finally met Wang Xie again. She can finally be with Wang Xie again. The Austin family can no longer stop her. She couldn't help but threw herself into Wang Xie's arms. At the daytime wedding, when Wang Xie said that she was very beautiful in her wedding dress today, she wanted to throw herself into Wang Xie's arms. Because her wedding dress was originally meant for him. Her beauty was originally for him to appreciate. Wang Xie hugged her recklessly, ravaged the holy wedding dress, and even tore it to pieces. The two embrace each other passionately, dancing like butterflies. Bill knelt at the feet of the two, watching with his own eyes. In his eyes, Roman is so holy, so noble, so beautiful, so powerful. But she belonged to Wang Xie. Pieces of the torn wedding dress fell from Wang Xie's hands and landed on top of Bill's head. Bill only felt that his heart was torn to pieces just like the wedding dress. This moment, he is in great pain. He desperately wanted to stand up and resist. He desperately wanted to stop everything in front of him. But there is nothing he can do. I can only kneel like a fool like this. If the body is regarded as the body where the soul resides at this time, his soul has been driven to an irrelevant corner, and he cannot continue to control the body at all. To put it more vividly, controlling his body is like driving a car. Now he has been kicked out of the cab and kicked into a useless corner. Apart from being able to see what is going on through the window, there is nothing he can do. Doing what? And the power of the soul leech was still eating away at his soul, making his soul weaker and weaker, suppressing him tightly, and not giving him any possibility of turning over. His body no longer belonged to him. This feeling of powerlessness and helplessness is too helpless and too painful. Wang Xie was about to enjoy the fruits of victory, and carried Roman to the bed, when he suddenly realized that Bill was still there, and looked at him with interest. What did you ask me during the day? Is your bride pretty? Well, now I can answer you again. She's beautiful, delicious. At this time, she is the real goddess descended from heaven. A villain like him has never bullied an angel. Bill heard these words, but couldn't help crying. Husband, do you want to have something special? Roman looked at him obsessively. How special? Wang Xie wondered. With the help of Wang Xie, her angel bloodline has officially completed her awakening. But, even though he was being abused with tears, the muscles on his face were still under the control of the soul leech, and he maintained a respectful expression. Immediately, the aura on her body became more holy and richer, and the family pattern on her forehead also slowly lit up. An angel belonging to Wang Xie alone. He respectfully helped Wang Xie close the door, respectfully bowed down to Wang Xie again, and respectfully stood outside the door like a door dog. Remember to close the door for me. But you can go now. The strong holy breath enveloped her completely, and the angel wings slowly unfolded. Haha, I don't see that you have a lot of tricks now. Wang Xie smiled wickedly. He ordered lightly. With Bill gone, the two in the room grew bolder and happier. She became a true sacred angel. Roman gave a mysterious smile, then closed his eyes, and calmed down. The holy light in the room, Wang Xie bathed in the holy light embraced by the angel, very happy. But the cold wind outside the door was chilly. Bill stood outside the door, blowing the cold wind like a fool. Of course he's not stupid at all. Of course he knew what was going on in the room. That was obviously his wife who just visited the church, but now she is hugged by Wang Xie in the room. But there is nothing he can do. Bill's heart was bleeding at this moment. Some movements in the room came to his ears without hesitation. "Ah, my husband, I belong to you. You may not know from the moment I put on my wedding dress, I've been waiting for you. Wait for you come and snatch me, get me. I'm not going to marry Bill." Different from the usual aloofness, when talking to Wang Xie, Roman's voice is not to mention how joyful and enthusiastic it is. That kind of enthusiasm even brought a bit of profligacy. It was especially harsh to Bill's ears. He was very jealous, but also somewhat regretful. He regretted being an enemy of Wang Xie, and regretted marrying Roman. After all, if he doesn't marry Roman, no matter how bad it is, he won't suffer such humiliation, let alone lose control of his body and fall into this situation. However, everything was a foregone conclusion, and it was too late for him to regret it. After an unknown amount of time, the movement in the room finally became much smaller until it completely disappeared. The night is completely quiet. Then in the long silence, the sun rose in the east as usual. Sure enough, no matter what happens, the sun will always rise again. But Bill's nightmare seemed like it would never pass. Wang Xie woke up lazily in the morning, and then he realized that last night he only cared about playing and had no real business to do. With a thought, he signaled Bill outside the door to come in. At this time, Bill really didn't want to enter the room again, really didn't want to see Wang Xie and Roman again. However, he couldn't restrain Soul Leech's will at all, and he couldn't disobey Wang Xie's summons. With a creak, the door opened. "Meet the master and mistress." He knelt down respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. But his voice couldn't help trembling. Because the moment he entered the door, he clearly saw his bride was in Wang Xie's bed. The shameful thing is not only can't he be angry, but he also kneels like a loyal dog and calls for master and mistress. Bill really wants to kill himself now. Even letting him die at this time is a kind of kindness. But Wang Xie won't let him die after all. Bill still has a lot to offer. Calling him over at this time was not to humiliate him boringly, but for the whereabouts of the fragments. When he saw Bill for the first time on Shenlong Island, the system felt the breath of heavenly Tao fragments from Bill. "Do you know where the heavenly Tao fragment is?" Wang Xie asked directly. "Heavenly Tao fragments, the subordinates don't understand what the master means." Bill replied respectfully. He had never heard of heavenly Tao fragments before. Forget it. Wang Xie didn't bother to explain to him, and decided to search his memory directly. "Come here." Bill didn't have any room to resist. He crawled towards the bed like a dog, and then put his head close to Wang Xie. To be precise, he is not even as good as a dog now. He is like Wang Xie's tool, like a tool that stores memory, can be viewed and used at any time, and has no privacy at all. Even he is as worthless as a memory stick now. Wang Xie's palm landed on his head, crushing his soul, easily searching for all the memories about him. Soon Wang Xie discovered some clues from his memory. In the forbidden area of the Austin family, there is a town treasure called the Judgment Sword. It is a symbol of the ruling power of the temple, and it is also the most precious treasure of the Austin family. According to Wang Xie's perception, the treasure of the town may be one of the fragments of heavenly Tao. However, this treasure is sealed in the deepest part of the family's forbidden area, and no one can enter except Lei Jia, the patriarch of the Austin family. Even Bill, who is the young master, only occasionally accompanied his father in a few times. It seems that this matter needs Lei Jia's help. Wang Xie smiled evilly and decided to go to Lei Jia. In the 3 days before the wedding, he refined nearly 100 soul leeches. During the wedding, at least 30 people drank with him, and he secretly planted soul leeches. Rager was among the 30 people. Those soul leeches are all high-quality products, coupled with his current world master level methods. Even if he is recruited by an emperor-level powerhouse, he can only bow his head and surrender. It stands to reason that Rager should have been controlled by Soul Leech now. But to Wang Xie's surprise, in his induction, the soul leech planted in Lei Jia's body at this time actually fell into a weak state. It seems that it was suppressed by some kind of force, so the soul leech did not attack for the time being. "I didn't expect him to slip through the net." Wang Xie smiled evilly, "But it's useless. He can't escape. After catching him, not only get the fragments. As one of the 3 leaders of the temple, he should know a lot of secrets, right? The mystery of the curse on Roman may also be solved. At this time, Rhaegar Austin didn't know that the own family had fallen. He just felt that he didn't sleep well last night, so he looked a little tired. Not just tiredness it seems, but also some headaches. Could it be that you drank too much last night? As the leader of the judgment division among the 3 divisions of the temple, his son got married, and the woman he married was the daughter of Bishop Guangming. Naturally, countless people congratulated him and toasted him. Even Wang Xie, that rebellious guy, came to the wedding venue yesterday for an unprecedented time, and toasted him very politely. That guy is quite capable, and quite proud. But under the oppression of the temple, in front of the powerful Austin family, he finally bowed his head. Rhaegar was a little proud. Then he felt his head hurting again. Damn, purchasing must be greedy for cheap and bought fake wine. This kind of person is really damn. I will investigate thoroughly later. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Speak to the patriarch, the young master and the young madam are asking to see you. Old White's voice sounded. Oh, let them in. Rhaegar didn't think too much, just sneered secretly. Roman, this woman, I heard that she didn't marry in various ways before. After passing through the door, didn't you still abide by the rules and come to say hello obediently and offer tea to honor him on the first day? So, he endured the headache and wanted to see each other. But to his surprise, after the door was pushed open, not only Bill and Roman came, but even Alcelin, the guest of his castle. Alcelin, why are you here? He was still wondering. Suddenly Alcelin grinned ferociously, and stamped a palm on his lower abdomen. The old White standing behind the head of the family is also doing something at the same time. Although he only has the cultivation base of the half-emperor, the victory lies in surprise. This full-strength sneak attack, the damage cannot be underestimated. The glory of the angel sacred seemed indifferent at this time. Facing the patriarch who single-handedly planned to force her to marry into the Austin family, Roman did not hesitate to make a move. Rhaegar was seriously injured. Although his strength was strong, he still suffered a great loss in the face of the sudden attack of 2 emperors and a half-emperor. At this time, Wang Xie came from the door. Rhaegar was shocked. He doesn't know what's wrong. It's just that when he woke up, his housekeeper, his guest, his daughter-in-law, and even his son all dealt with him at the same time. And, at this time, he clearly felt that there was an extremely terrifying and evil existence in the sea of consciousness, greedily gnawing at his soul. These changes seemed to be related to Wang Xie. Wang Xie didn't explain, and didn't bother to explain. Anyway, this so-called temple giant will soon kneel at his feet and be squeezed by him forever. Why should he explain? A total of 10 soul leeches appeared in his hands, forcibly penetrated into his brain through Lei Jia's eyes, ears, mouth and nose, into his sea of consciousness. Since the soul of this adjudicator is quite powerful, if a soul leech can't handle it, that's 10. In this way, this so-called patriarch can only become his dog. Including the owner, the entire Austin family has become his dog. This is the price of being his enemy. Ah! Rhaegar howled in pain. 11 soul leeches ruthlessly devoured his soul. While enduring unbearable pain, his dominance over his body was instantly suppressed. He is the owner of Austin. It's the Lord God of the Judgment Division of the Temple. He is one of the most powerful figures in the temple, and even in the entire world. But at this moment, he knelt down slowly in pain and humiliation. Rhaegar, greet the master. Wang Xie smiled. At the same time that the big man knelt down, the system's pleasant notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, conquer the Austin family, and get a reward, 300,000 house value. Mysterious Heavenly Dao Treasure Box X1. The value of 300,000 yuan. Wang Xie's smile became even wider, ever since he became the Lord and let the villain system integrate with the Heavenly Dao system. This system is obviously much more magnanimous than before. It used to be several thousand, but now it has started to give hundreds of thousands. And the mysterious Heavenly Dao treasure box is a good thing. I still remember that he opened the seeds of the world tree from the Heavenly Dao treasure box. What will you get from the treasure box this time? Wang Xie was a little curious. However, he was not in a hurry to open the treasure box. There is still a secret in front of him, waiting to be revealed by him. Rhaegar, you seem to be quite capable. Wang Xie chuckled and said, actually, I've always been curious about how you made Bishop Guangming change his mind and force Roman to marry your son. Not only Wang Xie was curious about this, but Roman was also very curious. She once asked her father very seriously, and even told Tywin with death, even if she is allowed to marry, she should be given a reason to marry. But Tywin didn't tell her anything. It's because of the curse on Roman. Rhaegar answered truthfully. Oh, what's the matter with the curse? Wang Xie asked. The curse? Rhaegar hesitated to speak, with an extremely painful expression on his face. Because that's one of the biggest secrets inside the temple, a huge scandal even. The temple dare not open it to the public at all. Under normal circumstances, even if he died, he would never dare to reveal that secret. But now he can't help himself, even if he desperately resists. Desperately trying to keep the secret is of no avail. Actually, that curse doesn't exist at all. Roman, including other members of Elisa's family, won't die from the curse at all. Am I right? Wang Xie directly revealed the known answer. Lei Jia was taken aback. He didn't expect Wang Xie to know this. His expression was even more bitter. It must be admitted that he underestimated Wang Xie. Wang Xie's supernatural power is much bigger than he thought. So his last line of psychological defense was also defeated. He no longer made any resistance, let the soul leech completely occupy his consciousness, and said obediently. You are right, the curse does not exist. In the past 200 years, no one from the Elisa family has ever died because of the curse. That is a lie. Then how did they die? Wang Xie continued to ask. They were secretly executed by the temple. Rhaegar replied in a trembling voice. Shock. Unbelievable, silent. At this time, even Rhaegar's own son, Alcelin and the others were shocked. For everyone, this is definitely a shocking big melon. The Elisa family, one of the top 3 families in the Western world, is known as the chosen people of God, the descendants of angels, and almost every bright bishop comes from this family. But every few generations, a tragedy happens in this powerful and sacred family. There will always be the bizarre death of young tribesmen who have just turned 20, which is regarded as the curse of Blood Devil by the outside world. But the truth turned out to be those people were secretly executed by the temple. This is really unbelievable. In other words, after hearing the news, almost everyone's minds were messed up. They couldn't figure out why the temple did this. I can't figure it out. Why did the Elisa family allow the temple to do this? Wang Xie was very calm, and didn't feel any surprise, even all this was within his expectation. After all, he already knew that the curse was fake. And that curse came from the oracle of the temple. The cursed people shouldn't have died, but they all died strangely in the end. Naturally, things can only be related to the oracle and the temple. He was even killed by the temple himself. Wang Xie expected this, but he didn't know the reason. Why kill them? He continued to ask. Roman remained calm and waited for Rhaegar's answer. Because this question is also what she wants to ask. Because the Elisa family has holy blood and is the chosen people of God, talent is very powerful and the soul is far purer than most people. It is rumored the Lord of Light, who is high above, loves pure souls. When the purity of a certain child's soul in the Elisa family meets the requirements, the heaven will send down an oracle, requiring this person's soul to belong to the heaven. So the temple will kill her as a sacrifice when she is between 18 and 20 years old, when she is the most youthful and beautiful, and send her soul to the heavens, and throw her into the embrace of light. It is said that this has been a tradition since ancient times, but in this day and age, this practice is too cruel to be accepted by people, and it will affect the reputation and development of the temple. In order to deceive the public, the higher-ups of the temple fabricated the legendary Cursed by Bloodline, and treated it as a top secret. Only the leaders of the 3rd Division can know. Because among the 3 major families, the Elisa family paid the most within almost 100 years, a member of the tribe must be sacrificed. In order to compensate for this sacrifice, the most respected bishop of the temple will always belong to the Elisa family. Rhaegar finished speaking. The truth is not complicated, just somewhat ironic. It turns out that the so-called chosen people of God are chosen and then killed. The aloof God seems to be like a shepherd, looking at the sheepfold for a while, then pointing to the fattest sheep and saying, "Eat this today. This meat is pure and looks delicious." What's ridiculous is that the fat sheep not only did not resist, but also prayed to the gods all day long before being killed, thanking Dade. Roman also finds it ironic. After all, she is that sheep. Once upon a time, she was dedicated to the temple, and she always put the overall situation of the temple first in her work. However, the temple had already decided to kill her. What is more ironic, more difficult for her to accept, and even more angry is. Among those who were about to be killed, her father was also included. Only the leader of the 3rd Division knows about this matter. In other words, my father also knows about it. From the moment I was born and recognized that my soul was pure enough, he decided to kill me when I was 20 years old. Quote. Hee. No wonder he forced me to marry into the Austen family. He can accept even killing me with his own hands. What else can't he accept? Riga sighed, and explained, actually, your father is quite helpless, he has no choice. The entire temple is nothing but a dog raised by the heavens. The heavens have taken a fancy to you, so what about the temple? Sacrificing one of you will not only please the gods of the heavens, but also make the entire Elisa family and even the entire temple feel better. As a bishop, he always has to consider more people. On your marriage, he suddenly changed his mind. It's also because I told him that Wang Xie is a difficult guy. If you die 2 years later, Wang Xie will not let you go, and track down the truth. The temple will have trouble. So he changed his mind. Anyway, you only have 2 years left to live, so why let you marry Wang Xie and cause trouble? It's better to let you marry into the Austen family and die in the Austen family. Quote. This result is the safest and most in everyone's interest. The atmosphere in the room was a bit dull. After listening to Riga Austen's words, everyone felt an extreme shock and chill. Even Old White and Alslan, who are controlled by soul leeches, are the same. They were shocked by the heavens mentioned by Rhaegar. Of course, they have heard of the heavens long ago, and there are many descriptions about the heavens in the scriptures of the temple. But before that, they always thought it was just a fairy tale. It's all made up to deceive believers. But judging from Riga's previous words, the heavens seems to exist for real. And the 3 leaders should have had contact with people from the heavens. So, how powerful should those gods in the heavens be? How terrible? Do people have the ability to resist in front of such a powerful God in the heavens? What really matters is, will God love the world and help the world as described in the records of the temple? I'm afraid the answer is no. Because Rhaegar just said that the temple is just a dog raised by the heavens. The sacrifice of the Elisa family also shows that the heavenly world should enjoy the contribution of pure souls. It's like a shepherd who will surely kill the sheep to eat. This seems to have a huge conflict with their original cognition. So at this moment, everyone's worldview and cognitive outlook are collapsing at the same time. Roman's whole body is surrounded by a kind of sadness. Although Riga said that her father was also helpless, saying that it was the responsibility of the bishop, and it was for the sake of the overall situation. Just because of these. So, did she deserve to be sacrificed? She can't take it. She can't forgive. Not long after she was born, the so-called father who loved her had already decided to let her die. How can she accept this? Wang Xie was the most calm and composed of all of them. After all, he has known for a long time that there is a celestial world, and he never expected how friendly the celestial world would be to the humans of Blue Star. God loves the world. God likes to help humans. The temple is so advertised that it is true. But why? If gods are far more powerful than humans, why must they love the world? What good does it do them? Or think about it from another angle, would people love ants, or a little white rabbit? Of course, people may like a little white rabbit, and even raise that little white rabbit very fat. But one day, assuming people are hungry, there is a high probability that the white rabbit will be eaten. The two are inherently unequal, and talking about love and help is nonsense. Only becoming stronger is the last word. As long as the fist is harder than the opponent, even if the opponent is not kind, he will force himself to learn kindness. What's more, according to the system, the Lord of the heavenly world is likely to be Heavenly Tao's eldest son, and sooner or later he will be his archenemy. Sooner or later, he will trample the entire heaven under his feet, and make all the so-called gods become slaves. However, it is too early to say these things at this time. The story is over. Now you can take me to marry the artifact in the forbidden area. Wang Xie ordered Lei Jia. If he was right, that artifact should contain the power of heavenly Tao fragments, which is the main purpose of his trip. Yes, Lei Jia couldn't disobey, and obediently led Wang Xie forward like a slave. Only then did everyone recover from the original shock, and followed Wang Xie forward. Roman also came back to his senses at the same time. When she heard Wang Xie's voice, she suddenly felt a great happiness. Although Wang Xie didn't coax her this time, he didn't even look at her more. But she still feels a little happy. Because for her, being able to hear Wang Xie's voice, see Wang Xie, and follow Wang Xie at this time is already a great happiness. After all, without Wang Xie, she will be executed at the age of 20 like the other two ancestors in the family. 20 years for the temple of Shin Shin Ken Ken, but at the most beautiful age, he was told that he had been recognized as a sacrifice since he was a child, and then he was ruthlessly killed. What kind of sadness should this be? Because of meeting Wang Xie, her fate is undoubtedly much better than the other two clansmen. At least, she is not nothing. At least she has Wang Xie. When the whole world abandoned her, Wang Xie was still by her side. Who can say that this is not a kind of happiness? So, she made a deal with Wang Xie. This life will never change. At the same time, she no longer has gods or family members in her heart. Wang Xie is the only god in her heart, the only family member, and everything she has. While thinking about this, at some point she took the initiative to hold Wang Xie's hand again. It seems that you are in a good mood now, Wang Xie asked her indifferently. If I have the opportunity to follow the master, if I still have a sad face, then Roman is too ignorant, and he is too unscrupulous. Roman hugged his whole arm more affectionately, as if embracing his greatest happiness. Wang Xie smiled. This young lady who was once known as the Pearl of the West has become much more sensible now. Cherishing blessings even if I'm not a good person and I'm a caring person, do you think so? The conversation between Wang Xie and Roman continued. As long as Roman can follow master, he will already feel very happy, and he dare not monopolize master, she said weakly, completely entrusting her heart to him. Among the crowd, Qi Wei watched quietly from the side, the smile on her face was also a touch of happiness. She felt that since her reincarnation, the most correct thing she did was to surrender to Wang Xie and let Roman follow Wang Xie. After all, if there is no Wang Xie this time, what a cruel fate Roman will suffer. It was Wang Xie who changed all that. And there is Wang Xie. Even if faced with the threat of the heavens in the future, maybe he will not be afraid. Wang Xie is simply the savior of their sisters. But these things are beyond his envy. Roman was also stunned, and she didn't expect that Wang Xie immediately pulled someone over just after she finished speaking. Because for them, everything Wang Xie did was right. The two chicks looked at each other in his arms, shocked, and then within a second became calm, harmonious, and even smiled again on their faces. As long as Wang Xie is happy, they are willing to do anything for Wang Xie. A divine sword originating from the heavens appeared in front of everyone. Suddenly, soon, the sword-sealed forbidden area of the Austin family arrived. They don't need Wang Xie to explain. However, when she was thinking about this, and Wang Xie pulled her into his arms very casually. The question is when Chiwi. There was a bit of unconcealable envy in Bill's eyes. Even if he was controlled by Soul Leech, he still couldn't hide his envy for Wang Xie at this moment. Riga opened and closed the stone gate, and an indescribable chill came from the grotto in the forbidden area. Wang Xie didn't bother to explain, so he just hugged the two. Qi Wei was stunned, she didn't expect Wang Xie to do this. The blood-colored Excalibur exudes a flame-like brilliance. The aura in that brilliance is majestic, powerful, sacred high above, as if it is not a human thing. It really does not belong to the world, but from the heavens. Rhaegar and Bill couldn't help showing a bit of pride on their faces. Being able to own such a treasure from the heavens alone is enough for the Austin family to be proud of. However, when they thought this family heirloom that had been passed down in the Austin family for 10 generations, but now it belonged to Wang Xie, they couldn't help feeling a little sad. Wang Xie didn't care how sad and uncomfortable they were. He walked straight forward, holding the hilt of the sword casually. Immediately, the sword struggled violently as if it had a spirituality. But in front of Wang Xie, this struggle was futile. As soon as his mind moved, he easily suppressed the spirituality in the sword, and then waved it in the air twice at will. The blade cut through the air, and the energy of destruction overflowed. Even if Wang Xie didn't use power at all, many guardian formations in the forbidden area were still fatally damaged, which shows the power of this sword. If an emperor-level powerhouse holds this sword, he will definitely be invincible among the emperor level, and even initially possess the ability to kill gods. Wang Xie's judgment was right. As the treasure of the Austin family, this sword will only be used when the family or the temple is in a major crisis. And every time it is used, the user will pay a huge price. Tianwei is difficult to control, and if you want to control this judgment caliber to fight, you need to burn 10 years of life every minute. In an extremely dangerous battle, it is not uncommon in the history of the temple for a strong man to sacrifice his divine sword, turn the tide and kill countless powerful enemies in a few minutes, and then grow old overnight or even die of old age. Therefore, when Lei Jia saw that Wang Xie was playing with the judgment caliber, it was so relaxed and comfortable, and there was no sign of loss of vitality at all, he couldn't help being very shocked. Then, a scene that shocked him even more happened. The sword is a good sword, but it's a good one. It's a pity that what I need is not a sword. An evil smile appeared on Wang Xie's face, holding the hilt of the sword in his right hand and the tip of the sword in his left hand. The power of the world master in his body was surging. Then, in plain sight, the sword that has been handed down for 10 generations in Austin is rotten inch by inch and broken inch by inch. This, everyone in the Austin family was shocked. Treasures of the heavens, known as the invincible sword. In Wang Xie's hands, it was broken into pieces like a toy. Wang Xie, what kind of strength is it? Rhaegar simply can't believe this is true. Wang Xie had no time to worry about people's shock. After the decayed Excalibur was shattered, a strange blood-red energy wanted to escape. He felt the power of the world contained in that energy, as if seeing a delicious dessert. That is part of the power of the world from the heavens. It is a small piece of the many fragments from heavenly Tao. Even if it is only a small piece, it is the essence of heaven and earth, and the energy contained in it is extremely touching. He grabbed those energies that wanted to escape, and greedily absorbed them. Refining. Rumble. Due to the infusion of this fresh world power, minor world has undergone many magical changes. Outside the 5 domains of the original world, in the vast and cold North Sea, a new continent is being formed. That continent is blood red, full of sacred chilling meaning. His minor world no longer only has the original 5 regions, but a 6th region, which represents the judgment of light. At the same time, the system sounded a pleasant reminder. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the heavenly Tao fragment, judgment. The level of the world master has been raised from the original level 2 to level 3. The host's strength is even stronger. Wang Xie laughed. The heavenly Tao fragment did not disappoint him. After the level of the world master was raised from level 2 to level 3, Wang Xie could feel that he could control the power of the world more easily. After merging the fragments belonging to the heavens, his perception of the heavens became clearer. And sensed that it was nearby. Besides the judgment fragment that he had just obtained, there were 2 other fragments. One of the 2 fragments is the light, and the other is the oracle. It turns out that not only the Austin family hides a fragment, but also the Elisa family and the oracle, which represent light, also have fragments. That's right. The entire temple is headed by the 3rd department, each of which performs its own duties, and the power is almost evenly divided. There is an artifact containing fragments in the ruling department. How can there be no light and oracle? In that case then it's all mine. Wang Xie sneered secretly. At the same time, within the Elisa family, Bishop Guangming felt a feeling of heart palpitations inexplicably. With the induction of the heart of light, he faintly sensed that something bad was about to happen. But what was that thing at this time he still has no way of knowing. And in the most confidential oracle division of the temple, the woman sitting cross-legged on the highest throne slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were bright, as if they contained the radiance of a god. Her expression is calm, not angry, but she has supreme majesty. Her vermilion lips parted slightly, her soft lips opened and closed slightly, and she whispered a word, "Come." Immediately, this word was like thunder, and at the same time, it exploded in the minds of the light Bishop Taiwan and the oracle priest. The 2 of them almost put down everything they were doing, rushed to this side hall in the deepest part of the temple, and knelt at her feet. That's right, the Bishop of Guangming and the great priest of the oracle, who are known as the 2 giants of the temple, only heard the word, "Come," from the woman, and like 2 obedient loyal dogs, they knelt down at her feet at the fastest speed. Because this woman is not someone else, but a goddess. He is the spokesperson of the heavens. As Rhaegar said earlier, the temple is nothing more than a dog raised by the heavens on the blue star. If the whole temple is like a kennel, she is of course the owner of these dogs. I will pay homage to the goddess, and I would like to listen carefully to the oracle. Bishop Guangming and the oracle priest respectfully said in unison. They know that every time the oracle goddess wakes up, it is often because the gods in the heavens have new instructions to hand over to the temple. The oracle goddess frowned and didn't pursue it. Dare to blow up the Austin family's castle in the Holy City. This is something that has never happened in the past 100 years. Is it special? It is said that this time the bishop's daughter returned from the east, bringing a bold guy named Wang Xie with her. That kid had some issues with the adjudicator's son. He blew up Austin Castle a few days ago. Let's kill first. That fluctuation seems to be related to the judgment Excalibur. Although she didn't know the reason for the uneasiness, whether it was related to this guy named Wang Xie. When she woke up this time, she was a little uneasy. This time she did not wake up to announce the oracle, but at a certain moment before, she suddenly noticed an abnormal fluctuation. A special thing, the oracle priest pondered for a while, but turned his gaze to Bishop Guangming aside. If it is special, there is one thing. And now she feels a little uneasy. However, after the oracle goddess woke up this time, she did not announce any oracle from the heavens. Why didn't the verdict come? She asked. Wang Xie, the oracle goddess said calmly, kill him. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, did anything special happen in the temple in the past few days? Seems like something bad has happened, or is happening. Anyway, it's just a human life. Anyway, the Holy City and Blue Star are full of people, so what if a few die? Wei Tianvi, yesterday the Elisa family and the Austin family got married, Rager may be busy. The oracle priest replied. Kill Wang Xie. The oracle priest was very obedient and said nothing, but Bishop Guangming frowned and explained. Maybe there's something wrong with this matter. Wang Xie was indeed a little frivolous at the beginning. He really blew up Austin's castle. However, he has already made peace with the Austin family. At yesterday's wedding, he drank and chatted with members of the Austin family. It is said that he was invited to Austin's house after the wedding. There are indications that he should not be an enemy. And in my opinion this talent is not weak. If he is willing to make friends with the temple, if the temple absorbs him, it will be a big help. Therefore, you might as well take it back, my lord. In fact, he is somewhat selfish. The marriage between her daughter and Wang Xie cannot be fulfilled, which is the helplessness of the reality. From a personal emotional point of view, he appreciates a capable person like Wang Xie. Yes, someone with skills. The point is, Wang Xie is a human. Not to mention the West, looking at the entire Blue Star world, it is extremely uncommon for someone like Wang Xie to appear in the entire human race. Being human, if possible, he didn't want someone like Wang Xie to die at such a young age. Born as a human being, he also hopes that the human race can have more strong people. However, he just tried to say a few words for Wang Xie. Immediately, a divine power swept over. Bishop Guangming's body flew upside down, spurting blood with a wow. The oracle goddess stood up from the throne, her face was extremely gloomy. When is it your turn to teach me how to do things? Have you forgotten who you are? No, dare not. The protagonist of Guangming quickly knelt down and bowed his head to admit his mistake. Then tell me, what kind of thing are you? The oracle goddess stepped on his head, not treating him as a human being at all. To be precise, it doesn't matter if you are a person or not. After all, people, dogs, cats, etc. are all lower animals. However, she still hoped that the bishop could give her a satisfactory answer. Dog. Bishop Guangming replied humiliatingly, and he knew that this was the answer that the goddess wanted. What dog? The oracle goddess continued to ask. Human beings are like the sheep on the Blue Star. We are the dogs that help God shepherd the sheep. We are border herds and shepherd dogs. Bishop Guangming replied again. Very good. The goddess laughed. Since you are a dog, you should understand. As a dog, you are never qualified to tell the master what to do. And you only have two responsibilities, guarding the flock, letting the West will always maintain yearning and belief in the light, and be ready to sacrifice at any time to help the master kill those who should be killed. Yes, this is my duty, Bishop Guangming said. Now do you understand how to do it? The goddess asked again. Kill Wang Xie. Kill Wang Xie recklessly. It doesn't matter whether he is right or wrong, good or evil. As long as the Lord gives the order, he will surely die. Bishop Guangming said. That's good. The goddess patted his cheek with the sole of her foot, but I still have to warn you. Similar to the mistake just now, you can never make it again. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind changing another obedient group to be a dog at that time. All members of the Elisa family can die. Even more people related to you will die. There was a smile on the face of the goddess, and that smile was breathtakingly beautiful. However, in the eyes of Bishop Guangming, that smile was like a devil. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will definitely live up to the expectations of Lady Tianu. The bishop loudly swore his loyalty. I don't know if this is the first time he has humbled on his knees to swear an oath. I don't know how many times he has been helpless. He didn't want to kill Wang Xie, but he was helpless. He didn't want his daughter to be sacrificed, and he didn't want her to marry someone he didn't like, but he was helpless. After all, he's just a human being. And the entire Blue Star world is just a sheepfold in the eyes of the gods. This is the truth of the temple. This is the truth of the world. Except obey. What else could he do but survive? Sometimes he even longs to be a common who knows nothing. If he had a choice, he would rather not have contact with the gods at all. After all, that would be enough to foolishly keep faith in God and die foolishly one day. At least, it won't be as helpless as it is now. They are also members of the Elisa family. When Taiwan was most uncomfortable and helpless, his daughter was immersed in great joy. The afternoon sun is lazy. Wang Xie was lying on the soft bed, hugging the two beauties in his arms, sometimes tasting the grapes sent by Roman, and sometimes tasting Chiwei's cherries, really uncomfortable. He secretly conquered the Austin family, refined a fragment, and successfully raised the level of the world lord. He is really in a good mood now. Therefore, I am extra generous to the chicks around me. Chiwei, come closer, he said lightly. Chiwei was puzzled, but she obediently stayed beside him. Wang Xie stretched out a finger, and lightly touched her forehead. A faint power of the world invaded her body. Recently, you have performed well, you are obedient enough, and you are serious in your work. Before you reincarnated from the netherworld, you reached the divine grade level, but after reincarnation, your potential has been limited a lot. In order to express your reward, this time I will help you break through limitations and stimulate your potential even more. After the words fell, the power of the world began to move in her body. Chiwei's face turned red, and she couldn't help but groan. Then, a more powerful aura was released from her body. With Wang Xie's help, in just a short moment, her strength skyrocketed a lot, and soon reached the emperor level. Thank you husband master. She was a little incoherent, and her face was extremely red. In fact, at this time she wanted to call her husband. But she fears she doesn't deserve it. Wang Xie is too strong, even though she was proud before, she is inevitably inferior now. In fact, even being a maid by Wang Xie's side is a blessing that no one else can get. She didn't dare to expect too much. Wang Xie knew what she was thinking, and said calmly, if you've always been so obedient, you can still be a concubine. Well, thank you, husband. She immediately became bolder and called her husband sweetly. Well, I want it too. Roman immediately protested from the side. I don't know if she wants to call her husband and husband, or if she wants to be like Chiwei and let Wang Xie help her improve her strength. Wang Xie poked hard on her smooth forehead. Didn't I give it to you last time? This seems like a double entendre. The last time Roman wore a wedding dress, the wedding dress was finally taken off for him, so naturally it was the same as marrying him. At the same time, before the wedding, Wang Xie had already used the power of the world to help Roman stimulate the potential of the angel bloodline once, raising her cultivation base to the emperor level. No matter what Roman wanted, Wang Xie had indeed given it to her last time. Maybe there is another desire, Roman said. Wang Xie seemed to realize something. In broad daylight, I want you to be a ghost. He pushed the naughty chick aside and turned on the own system. At this time, in his system warehouse, there is still a treasure box that has not been opened yet. Wang Xie wanted to see what he could come up with. Roman was left out for a while, very resentful. Chiwei laughed gloatingly at the side. The situation at this time is also interesting. But at this moment, Bill suddenly ran over and reported, I have seen the master, the mistress, the seat of light and the great priest of the oracle are here, and it seems that the visitors are not good. At the same time as Bill arrived, Wang Xie opened the mysterious treasure box in the system. The treasure box was opened, and there was something very familiar to him. That's a black collar. Wang Xie didn't know how many times he had used this prop, so he was naturally familiar with it. However, just when he thought it was just a common collar ornament, the text description on the system interface surprised him a bit. Mandatory level 1 black collar. an enhanced version of the subsystem collar. It can forcibly bind the opponent's soul without the opponent's willingness, and is a control system artifact that forces the opponent to surrender. Note: the cultivation base of the object to be bound must not exceed one level of the host, otherwise it will fail. There is an enhanced version of this thing. After seeing the introduction of the system, Wang Xie couldn't help but smile. After all, this enhanced version is indeed more usable than before. In the past, if he wanted to use the subsystem to control others, he generally needed the soul of the other party to be voluntary and not to resist. At least, like how we dealt with Chiwei back then, defeat the other party first, and when the other party is weak, forcefully wrap it around her neck. But this enhanced type seems to be directly enforced. Although there is a limit that cannot exceed one level. But as long as the opponent's cultivation base does not exceed my level by one level. Even if it is a cultivation base of a third-level world lord like me, or even a fourth-level world lord's cultivation base, they can easily be subdued by me. Wang Xie smiled. This mandatory collar is undoubtedly a good thing. With this circle in hand, he is invincible at the same level. Even if the opponent is one level higher than him, he is still invincible. After reading the introduction of the black collar, he put his mind on the matter of Bill T, and said indifferently, "You said just now that the Bishop of Guangming and the Oracle are not good people." "Yes," Bill replied respectfully. "Bishop Guangming and the great priest of the Oracle found my father. They just said you must die. My father temporarily held them back and asked me to sneak over to ask you, what are you going to do next?" Wang Xie understood. Bishop Guangming and the Oracle priest didn't know that Austin had been controlled, so they joined with Rager to discuss how to kill him. But he doesn't understand something: he has kept a low profile in recent days. He didn't even make a fuss at the wedding. For no reason. Why did Taiwan suddenly want to kill him? HMPH. No matter what the reason is, if they want to do something to me, they are courting their own death. Wang Xie sneered secretly. He would not be merciful in this matter. Since they are going to kill me, let Lei Jia bring them to kill me. Yes. Bill retreated respectfully. He knew that the Bishop of Guangming and the Oracle would be in trouble this time. After all, the entire Austin family belongs to Wang Xie, whether they do mental arithmetic or not. Bishop Guangming came here to discuss how to kill Wang Xie, but he was throwing himself into a trap. What Bill could think of, Roman naturally thought of it too. Her father is going to be an enemy of Wang Xie again, and, this time, he will definitely die. However, she didn't have any intention to stop Wang Xie. Instead she said, "If you do it later, please allow me to kill him myself." "Oh, you mean are you going to kill Owen's father yourself?" Wang Xie was a little surprised. Yes. Roman nodded seriously. If she had to choose between Wang Xie and her father, she would undoubtedly choose Wang Xie. Because she belongs to Wang Xie. There are no fathers and daughters on the battlefield, so if her father wants to kill Wang Xie, she must be an enemy of him, which is just as it should be. It is also her minimum position and loyalty. Besides, Taiwan has abandoned her and married her into the Austin family. Even shortly after she was born and was deemed pure in soul, Taiwan had already decided to let her die when she was 20. If Taiwan could kill her, why couldn't she kill Taiwan? If he wants to be your enemy, I will kill him. Roman's attitude is very firm, and she will never be soft when necessary. Wang Xie smiled, considering Taiwan is Roman's father. In fact, according to his original plan, he wanted Roman to avoid him. He personally dealt with Taiwan, and even killed Taiwan. He thought it would be easier for Roman to accept. Unexpectedly, Roman actually wanted to do it himself. Father and daughter are hostile to each other. This scene seems a bit cruel. But a woman would not hesitate to make her own father an enemy in order to help him. How could he live up to this loyalty and sincerity? Of course Wang Xie will not disappoint. So, instead of persuading her hypocritically, he even supported her more vigorously and gave her a sword. "Use this sword, and I guarantee you a sure victory," Wang Xie said. Meanwhile, the conversation in the study was over. Lei Jia knew Wang Xie's intention through the soul leech, and said calmly, "Since killing Wang Xie is the intention of the goddess, there is naturally no room for negotiation. He is currently staying in the east courtyard of my house, so why not? Let's do it now, so as not to have long nights and dreams." "That's great." Taiwan nodded solemnly. He was serious about killing Wang Xie. After all, Wang Xie is immortal, including himself. Tens of thousands of people will die. He has no choice. The oracle priest will not show any mercy in this matter. He and Wang Xie are not familiar. However, Lady Tian's request must be fulfilled. After all, without heaven, without goddesses, there would be no temple. Without the temple, he would not have the authority he has now. Killing Wang Xie is not only to obey the order of the goddess, but also to safeguard his own interests and authority. The three of them approached Wang Xie's small courtyard with their own thoughts. Soon the small courtyard will arrive. Riga narrowed his eyes, and cautiously suggested, Wang Xie cultivation base is not weak. If he escapes, it will be difficult to find opportunities in the future. So we might as well join hands to outflank it from 3 places, so that he can spread his wings. It's also hard to fly. Good. Just do it. Taiwan and the oracle priest did not doubt him, and both felt that Rhaegar's suggestion was reasonable. So unprepared, one person turned to the left and the other turned to the right, planning to divide into 3 lanes with Lei Jia to outflank them. However, when they were engrossed in observing Wang Xie's small courtyard and exposed their backs to Lei Jia. Suddenly, you want to kill my master? Go to hell. Lei Jia smirked and threw out 2 palms, hitting the 2 of them directly in the back. The violent force swept across, and the 2 of them received a slap each, bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and they were in a panic. But all this is just the beginning. Let's do it with Rhaegar. The strong members of the Austen family ambushing around also attacked at the same time. All kinds of powerful attacks overwhelmingly overwhelmed them. Rhaegar. Why? Taiwan and the oracle priest were angry at the same time. They didn't expect Rhaegar to do this, and they didn't understand why Rhaegar did it. But their rage was quickly drowned in a storm of energy. In just a moment, the oracle priest was defeated. First attacked by Lei Jia with all his strength, and then faced with the siege, he really couldn't stand it. Taiwan's body was bright and prosperous, he was injured first, and he resisted the attacks of Al-Ceylon and others, but he still did not lose the wind. Because he is the bright bishop of the temple. Because he is Taiwan, the patriarch of the Elisa family. The holder of the 3 major artifacts of the temple, the Heart of Light. With the help of that artifact, his attributes in all aspects soared, and he repelled the besieging people abruptly. Riga, you have to give me an explanation. Standing in the light, he shouted angrily. However, what he waited for was not an explanation, but a sword. The sword was blood red all over, and possessed supreme divine power. He drank the glass of red wine. The taste was sweet and slightly astringent, just like the taste of victory. The pure white wings spread out slowly, and the angel of sacred held the Excalibur, descending like a goddess from the sky. He lost. Roman's bloodline is so powerful. Taiwan stared at the angel, feeling her powerful and familiar aura, and murmured in a low voice, Roman. We meet again, Lord Bishop of the Temple. Remember what I said last time I said, you will regret it soon. Roman, his daughter, is actually stronger than him now. Taiwan didn't know whether he should laugh or be sad. Roman can turn into an angel. Then, he spurted blood violently. But the Excalibur of Judgment at this time is no longer the Excalibur of Judgment before. The person holding the sword naturally belongs to the minor world. The original ruling has been destroyed by Wang Xie. The current judgment is the sword recondensed by Wang Xie with the help of the divine power of the judgment fragments from the minor world. Under the superposition of the power of the angel's body and the divine sword, he only took 1 move and was defeated. This is the Excalibur of Judgment. Sword ray fell, and countless lights shattered. This is the sword that belongs to the minor world. At this time, Wang Xie came out of the room slowly with a glass of red wine. The breeze in the small courtyard is very pleasant. Just like Wang Xie's mood at this time. A few days ago, when the bishop turned his back on his word and insisted on marrying Roman into the Austen family, he said that he would definitely make the bishop regret it. At this time, not only Roman is his. The whole of Austen is him too. Even the bishop himself was captured alive by him. So, what should the bishop feel? Taiwan was shocked. He didn't expect the entire Austen family to be controlled by Wang Xie. What's more, I didn't expect that my own daughter had raised the power of bloodline to a new height and awakened the body of an angel after only a day or 2 of absence. In his eyes, all this is too miraculous. It seems that everything will become unbelievable as long as it has a relationship with Wang Xie. Wang Xie is far more powerful than he imagined. But, Taiwan was not lost because of this, but looked at Wang Xie and laughed. Wang Xie, I was right about you. Your means are indeed extraordinary. The first time I saw you, I knew that you would surpass me in the future, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. I must admit that even though I have been deliberately reminding myself not to underestimate you, I still underestimate you. So, losing to you I am very convinced. Wang Xie was surprised by Taiwan's attitude. Hey, you seem to be quite happy. Taiwan was really happy. Because he had hoped that Wang Xie would become stronger. I had hoped that the human race would have more strong men. Now Wang Xie is stronger than he expected. Of course he is happy. Even, because of the appearance of Wang Xie, an outlier, he was slightly excited. After all, just over 200 years after the recovery of spiritual qi, someone like Wang Xie appeared on Blue Star. So, 2,000 years, 10,000 years later. How many amazing and talented people should appear? Perhaps, the fate of mankind is not as pessimistic as he originally envisioned. Perhaps, human beings also deserve a grander future without having to succumb to the gods. However, he will not tell Wang Xie these thoughts. I'm just laughing, don't get complacent too early. Taiwan sneered and said, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, this time it's not that I want to kill you at all, but the oracle goddess wants to kill you. Goddess, Wang Xie raised her eyebrows. That's right, Taiwan said, the so-called goddess is the spokesperson of the heavens. To be precise, she is the real god. How do you think I'm talking about? The Arabian Nights can't believe it. There really is a heaven in this world. There really is a god. Don't say you don't believe it. I didn't want to believe it before. But what I'm saying is, that's the FC King reality, believe it or not, it's the reality. God wants people to die. What can people do? The entire temple is just a kennel in the eyes of the goddess. The goddess said she would kill you. How do you live? How is it? Are you a little scared? So, are you scaring me? Wang Xie laughed. If so, Taiwan might be disappointed. Because he already knew about the heavens. Haha, scared you? No, I'm not that boring. Taiwan shook his head. I just want to say, if you are not afraid, you even want to fight the heavens and the heavenly girls, then I will be very relieved, because it means that the human race has a warrior. However, I still advise you to run for your life as soon as possible before the goddess personally strikes at you. Run away as soon as possible. The farther you are from the west, the better. This way you may have more opportunities in the future. Of course, no matter what you do, it has nothing to do with me. I've had enough of being a dog for a long time. Now I'm finally going to let it go. Finished. He violently tore off a piece of pure white jade pendant from his body, and threw that jade pendant to Roman. That jade pendant is nothing ordinary, but it is the most noble treasure of the Elisa family, the heart of light. In fact, he still loves his own daughter. To blame is to blame, he is an incompetent father. From the beginning to the end, for 18 years, he has never been able to provide her with any protection. He is sorry for her, he is ashamed of her. Giving her the most precious jade pendant on his body was the only thing he could do before he died. The power of light began to bloom from his body. He will use this last light to completely purify himself. Roman watched quietly, without stopping, without speaking, with an indifferent expression. But when the jade pendant flew into her palm, under the cover of the light, a tear fell down. In the blooming light, maybe Taiwan will die in the next second, and he will get the final relief. But, at this moment, I haven't allowed you to die yet. Wang Xie looked at him coldly, suppressing the light. Haha, could it be that you want to be merciful and let me go? Taiwan crazily squeezed the energy in his body, crazily wanting to commit suicide. Because he must kill himself. He must die. It's not that he didn't think about surrendering. It's not that I haven't thought about the possibility of joining Wang Xie. Rather, if he's still alive. If he surrendered to Wang Xie. So, everyone related to the Elisa family, even many people in the entire holy city will die. Tianvi absolutely cannot tolerate his betrayal. When I'm angry, I don't mind killing many people. From the moment he stepped into the gate of the Austin family, the ending was already doomed. Either he dies, or Wang Xie dies, there is no third possibility at all. So, even if Wang Xie really wanted to let him go out of kindness, he would never appreciate it. However, just when he thought so merciful to let you go, Wang Xie's smile suddenly became a bit evil. I'm afraid you misunderstood me. What I mean is, if you are not afraid of death, You might as well be my chess piece, give full play to your value, and help me deal with the goddess. And, you don't have the right to choose. After all, he spread his palms, and 4 or 5 soul leeches jumped out, passing through Tai Wen's eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and into his brain. Ah, no, you can't do this. Tai Wen screamed in pain. At this moment, he finally tasted a little bit of regret. Wang Xie is like a devil. Well, a jerk like a goddess, a devil like a goddess. Wang Xie looked at him with a smile all over his face. I gave you the chance to live, shouldn't you thank me? After all, a person like you can only live when he can't help himself. Like now you can live without having to bear the original responsibilities. Isn't it great? This, Tai Wen was stunned. In a way, Wang Xie is right. After all, if he is controlled and in a state of involuntary control, it is naturally not considered a betrayal. If it is not betrayal, maybe the goddess will not be angry. In other words, whether the goddess is angry or not, it has nothing to do with him. After all, he has already been controlled, how can he control so much? So, he can indeed live for granted. Tai Wen looked at Wang Xie silently. It was hard to tell whether he was righteous or evil. Perhaps justice or evil has no meaning in Wang Xie. Wang Xie is just doing things according to his own ideas. The soul leech ate into Tai Wen's soul and controlled Tai Wen's consciousness. He surrendered. Wang Xie smiled wickedly, squinting at the temple in the distance. Goddess. Now the 2 fragments of judgment and brightness have been obtained. You don't need to guess, you know that the last fragment of the oracle in the temple of light must be on the body of the oracle goddess. How could he easily let the goddess go? In any case, he had to try first before speaking. At the same time that Bishop Guangming surrendered, the goddess in the temple opened her eyes. She felt uneasy again, and compared to the last time, the sense of uneasiness is clearer this time. She was sure that something bad must have happened. And, just now, she sensed the aura of the heart of light and the Excalibur of judgment at the same time. These 2 sacred objects belonging to the temple had a violent collision. How can light and judgment be enemies of each other? The goddess frowned tightly. Things have developed to this point, she has already determined that things are definitely not easy. Something happened beyond her imagination. And all of this seems to be related to that guy named Wang Xie. So, for the first time, she began to pay attention to this name, and even began to re-examine the entire human race. Wang Xie, maybe I underestimated him. If the successive changes in Ruo Guangming and judgment are all related to him. Even I have to be more careful when dealing with this person. However, it's more interesting this way. It's been a long time since no one dared to challenge me like this. She chuckled, the power of godhood poured into the oracle of the Tongtian realm. Just in case, she started to make some arrangements in advance. Sunset, nightfall. The Austin family was exceptionally calm. In the eyes of outsiders, this huge family is still in full swing, and Bill has just married the bishop's daughter, which can be described as infinite glory. But I'm afraid no one would have thought that the beautiful bride at the wedding was on Wang Xie's bed right now. In the eyes of outsiders, the 2 patriarchs, the 2 giants of the temple, are nothing but servants and puppets under his feet. My husband, thank you. The sheets were messed up, and Roman was as enthusiastic as ever towards Wang Xie. No, to be precise, she is more enthusiastic than ever. She was in Wang Xie's arms, riding on his lap, embracing him tightly face to face, so tight that the distance was 0. She can't wait to stick her own heart and his heart together, can't wait to give her own heart to him. So, she really did this, and while hugging Wang Xie, she reached out and took out the jade pendant called the Heart of Light from the closest part of her body, and gave it to Wang Xie. Master husband, please accept it, my heart. This is the most important artifact of the Elisa family. This is the treasure left to her by her father Tai Wen when he was about to commit suicide. Tai Wen gave her everything, but she wanted to give everything to Wang Xie. Wang Xie would definitely not be polite to her, so he held the jade pendant in his hand to play with, and said with a smirk, your father gave it to you, are you willing? Of course Roman is willing. After all, her father is not dead, he is still alive and well. Wang Xie seems to be very bad, even her father was forcibly controlled into a slave. But, doesn't she understand that it's better to live than to die? If Wang Xie didn't do this, her father would definitely die. After all, it was her father, who had raised her for 18 years. If you say you don't have any feelings, you're not sad at all, it's definitely a lie. Therefore, Wang Xie prevented Tai Wen from committing suicide and forced Tai Wen to surrender. She felt sorry for her and did not want her to become an orphan even more pitifully. What's more, the soul leech originally belonged to Wang Xie. Even if Tai Wen was controlled, it might be temporary. If Wang Xie is willing, if Tai Wen is no longer an enemy of Wang Xie one day, Wang Xie can set her father free at any time. Although Wang Xie didn't say anything when he did all this. But how could she not understand that these are all Wang Xie's love for her? With Wang Xie's ability, he doesn't need to care about Tai Wen at all. He wants Tai Wen to live just to keep her from being sad. A woman who can become Wang Xie is fortunate to be so doted on by Wang Xie. What is it if she gives Wang Xie a small jade pendant? "Mine originally belonged to your husband," she said very obediently. What's more, this time he is the enemy was captured, and the spoils on his body should have belonged to the victor. It is not my credit that the jade pendant can fall into my hands, but the Lord husband allowed me to get it. I am qualified to get it. Wang Xie's smile grew wider. Roman is really getting more and more sensible, he likes this kind of sensible woman. Therefore, he was too lazy to talk nonsense, and even less lazy to be polite to her. When he took the jade pendant, he pushed her down. After a long time, rumble. Underground magma erupts deep in the North Sea. The magma solidified quickly, forming a milky white land, which bordered the bloody land formed by the judgment fragments, and pieced together a brand new continent. This continent is like a microcosm of the heavens, and at the same time contains the power of the judgment of the heavens and the heart of light. 2 of the 3 major artifacts in the temple were refined by Wang Xie. Therefore, his realm master power has increased a lot again, from the original level 3 realm master primary to middle stage realm. The improvement in strength gave Wang Xie greater confidence. However, he will not take it lightly. After all, his opponent this time is a celestial maiden from the celestial world, a real god. This is the first time he has fought against a real god. By the way, what kind of existence is divine grade? He asked the system. Above the emperor level is the divine grade. The system replied, this is a commonly used grade in the heavens, divided into 3 grades, lower, middle, upper, and upper. Gods from level 1 to level 3 are collectively referred to as lower gods, levels 4 to 6 are middle gods, and levels 7 to 9 are upper gods. Wang Xie nodded, and asked again, how about comparing it with the World Lord? The divine grade is close to the World Lord, and most of the time the grade can be compared with the World Lord. The system replied. He is not careful about his chances of winning, and he has a perfect plan to retreat. Wang Xie really has no reason not to do it. Oh, Wang Xie's eyes lit up. That is to say, even if I am only level 3, I will meet mid-level gods above level 4, or even high gods above level 7. As long as I hide in my own minor world here, they have nothing to do with me. Ruling and Guangming have accidents one after another, maybe the goddess is already alert. That's good. Wang Xie smiled. If this is the case, he will have no worries about dealing with the goddess. Wang Xie immediately started arranging this matter. Like, Wang Xie asked. The world is more special than the gods, and the number is much rarer. The difference between the 2 is actually quite big. For example, the lords all have their own minor world, and another example the lords are theoretically invincible in the own minor world. The system said. But I don't understand, if the World Lord is similar to the divine grade, why not just call the World Lord a god, but separate the 2? What's more, in addition to retreating into the minor world, he also has magic treasures such as mandatory collars. After all, even if the girl's realm is taller than him and is a mid-level god or a high-level god, he can still hide in the minor world for refuge. That's right. The system replied with certainty. No god dares to chase into the World Lord's minor world to fight, unless he is completely crazy and doesn't want to live anymore. And he knew that if he wanted to do it, he had to do it early. Battle against the World Master, that is to say a level 3 World Master, is about equal to a level 3 god, and they all belong to the level of lower gods. Wang Xie frowned. Haha. The system laughed. You don't know about the host. The World Master can indeed be regarded as a divine grade, but the gods of the common cannot be regarded as a World Master. The longer he delays, the more variables there are in this matter. So, tonight now, he planned to attack the goddess. In the dead of night, the great priest of God's domain dragged his feet, left the Austin family, and headed towards the temple. Going to the temple, this is a common thing for him. In the past, he had to go to the temple every day, and the threshold of the oracle had already been stepped down by him. But at this moment, there were 1,000 unwillingnesses in his heart, and 1,000 unwillingnesses. Like Taiwan, he was also controlled by Wang Xie's soul leech. But he is obviously not as lucky as Taiwan. After Taiwan was brought under control, he was only placed under house arrest in the Austin family. But he was sent out by Wang Xie, with several exquisite soul leeches on his body to deal with the goddess. If he succeeds in getting the soul leech to control the goddess, everyone will be happy. If he fails, it will naturally be a dead end. Wang Xie's attitude on this matter is very casual anyway. It doesn't cost money to try, anyway, the oracle is not familiar with him, anyway, he has nothing to lose if he fails, and if he succeeds he won't win with little effort. So, the poor oracle priest, under the control of the soul leech, came to the temple almost as if he was dying. Soon, the hidden side hall deep in the temple arrived. He walked in as usual, and knelt down respectfully to the woman on the throne, "Meet the goddess." The heavenly girl opened her eyes and glanced at the great priest lightly. "Are you injured?" "Yes. But fortunately, under the cooperation of the three of us, Wang Xie is dead." He said, "The body is currently in the Austin family. We are not sure if you want to see the dirty corpse, so I didn't dare to bring it directly." "Oh, he's already dead." The goddess was a little surprised. She clearly noticed something abnormal before, and the feeling of uneasiness became stronger, and she even thought that something serious happened. But the oracle priest actually said that Wang Xie was dead. Did she feel wrong just now? Or, his anxiety has nothing to do with Wang Xie. Wang Xie is actually a very common guy. While in doubt, the oracle priest took out the dusty wine jar with a smile, poured a glass of wine and said, "Rieger's son and Taiwan's daughter got married, and when they came back, they specially asked me to bring a glass of wedding wine to you. He walked forward with the wine. "After all, both the Austin family and the Elisa family are eager to get your blessing, and I think the same is true for the new couple. Besides, Wang Xie is dead, so this matter can be regarded as a happy event. After drinking this cup, Lord Tianu can feel at ease in the future, and don't need to worry about Wang Xie anymore." After finishing speaking, the glass of wine has been handed to the oracle goddess. The oracle celestial maiden did not doubt that she had it, and it was normal for the two families to marry and want some blessings from her. The oracle priest is the one she trusts the most among the three dogs. So, she took the wine glass and planned to drink it. But the moment she picked up the wine glass, her expression changed. There is something hidden in the wine, even though it is so tiny that it is almost imperceptible to the naked eye. But in front of the holy light, that trace of evil is as obvious as a small black spot on a white cloth. "You're courting death," the celestial girl sneered, the bright aura on her body blooming. The moment, the wine glass, the wine, and the soul leech hidden in the wine were all purified. At the same time, the body of the oracle priest was also purified. His head and most of his body were directly vaporized under the bright flames, and he died without even a chance to struggle. Before he died, he must have been extremely envious of Taiwan. After all, he and Taiwan were captured by Wang Xie together. Together they were controlled by Wang Xie's soul leeches. Logically, under normal circumstances it should be him and Taiwan who came to die together. But now Taiwan is still alive and well. Wang Xie is obviously a bit biased in this matter. He really envies Taiwan. "I envy Taiwan for having a good daughter." The oracle priest died, but the goddess did not relax. She was sitting on a tall sacred throne, her sharp eyes were fixed on the door of the side hall. At the open door, an evil figure slowly walked. "It's Wang Xie. So you are a goddess. You don't have 3 heads, 6 arms, or 9 heads." His voice was a little frivolous, with strong confidence. Because he is sure that from this moment on, he has everything under control. He will definitely win. "You are Wang Xie." The voice of the celestial girl was a little annoyed. "The person who used the soul leech to control me first knew that most of them would fail, and let him deal with me. Is that interesting?" "Interesting? How can it be boring after all if I don't let him take a look first? How would I know if you have arranged traps, and you are actually a level 3 god?" Good. This is Wang Xie's real intention. He never expected the oracle to succeed. Let the oracle priest come here, it is entirely to find the way. He and the soul leech are connected with each other. When the oracle priest came to this temple, He could clearly perceive everything in the temple, clearly know whether there are formations and traps in the temple, and clearly know the cultivation base realm of the goddess. Know yourself and the enemy and you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. Sacrifice a useless puppet to know these key information in advance, so why not do it? The goddess frowned tightly. The enemy was more cautious and cunning than she imagined. A powerful light slowly released from her holy body. At this moment, the entire great hall is filled with the power of light. However, in front of Wang Xie, the terrifying holy light that can evaporate an emperor-level master in an instant is just ordinary. He is the third-level world master. The strength is not inferior to the oracle goddess. After fusing the two fragments of light and judgment, it has a certain immunity to attacks of light attributes. The power of this so-called holy light is too limited in front of him. Therefore, he turned a blind eye, bathed in the light, and approached the goddess step by step. The celestial girl frowned even tighter, feeling a great deal of uneasiness in her heart. Judging from the cultivation base on the bright side, Wang Xie is not weaker than her. The point is, Wang Xie obviously came prepared. Knowing that she is a third-level god, she appeared on purpose. If Wang Xie didn't have great confidence, he might not show up at all. In other words, Wang Xie who showed up almost certainly has a backup. This situation is extremely unfavorable to her. While thinking about this, Wang Xie was already very close to her. Tianvi's aura is much weaker. But Wang Xie was still approaching her, and kept approaching. Soon, the distance between the two was only 10 steps away. If there is a fight, perhaps starting from the next step, Wang Xie may make a move. But at the moment when Wang Xie was about to make a move, the powerful aura of Tianyu subsided in an instant. Even the blinding light was gone. Wang Xie was a little puzzled. But I heard the goddess say, I admit defeat. At this time, she was still sitting on the tall divine throne, but her expression was no longer as fierce as before. She looked like a princess who had lost her country. Like a captive who can be bullied at will. Haha, I'm giving up now. I thought you would fight me desperately. Wang Xie laughed. Why should I work so hard? The goddess shook her head. I don't have much hope of defeating you. A sword has no eyes. If you use some ruthless moves during the battle and kill me directly, wouldn't I have no chance to admit defeat? It would be too unjust to die like that. After all, God's destiny is very precious. Really, then you are quite smart. Wang Xie reached out and pinched her chin presumptuously. But have you thought about what will happen after you surrender to me, a human being? The skin is as smooth as jade, without a trace of impurities. It is very moist and smooth. That is indeed the skin of a goddess, the body of a god. She is so sacred and inviolable, even if a mortal touches a corner of her clothes, it should be a great sin. But Wang Xie's evil big hand pinched her chin roughly, forcing her to look up at him. The goddess is very upset, very humiliated. Wang Xie hurt her a little. 200 years come, no mortal has ever dared to do this to him. In the past, if someone even slightly offended her, she would not hesitate to tear that person into pieces, even destroy the offender's family. But at this moment, facing Wang Xie, she could only swallow her own annoyance. What will happen to me? She forcibly put away her disgust for Wang Xie, and said calmly, at least you won't kill me, will you? After all, you are a smart person, you should be able to understand I represent the heaven on earth. If I die, at least tens of millions of people in the entire holy city will be buried with me. You will also face the pursuit of countless masters from the heavens. I don't think this is the result you want, is it? Wang Xie smiled, looking at her bright eyes. So you're trying to threaten me now? No, I'm just stating a fact. The goddess said, I want to give you a chance, and at the same time, I want to fight for my own chance to live. It is better to cooperate with each other than to fight against each other. She looked at Wang Xie sincerely, and continued, if you kill me and offend the heavens, you won't get any benefits. If you cooperate with me, you will get a lot of benefits. First of all, the heavens in the west only need faith. As long as you don't stop the temple from spreading the faith of light, the whole west is free for you. Secondly, your ability is enough to be honored in the heavenly realm. If you are tired of staying in the human world, I can recommend you to enter the heavenly realm. There is a wider world there, enough for you to display your own talents. Few people can resist the temptation to enter the kingdom of heaven. After all, that is the true fruit in the eyes of mortals. And allowing Wang Xie to roam freely in the West and do whatever he wants is undoubtedly a big price tag. Intimidation comes first, temptation comes later. Under such coercion and temptation, as long as they are not stupid, most of them will choose to cooperate. Wang Xie was obviously not stupid, so she felt that Wang Xie would probably cooperate. Of course, what really matters is that she's actually stalling for time. Long before Wang Xie's arrival, long before the power of the Heart of Light collided with the Excalibur of Judgment, she had already sensed something was wrong, and used the power of the Oracle to communicate with the Tongtian realm in advance. It won't be long before the heavenly helpers are coming. At that time, she joined forces with the Masters of the Heavens and could kill Wang Xie without any effort. So, no matter whether it's surrender, or coercion to seek cooperation, her goal is to temporarily stabilize Wang Xie. Temporarily stabilize Wang Xie, wait for the best opportunity to kill again. This is her plan. Of course, if you have other requirements, you can add them at any time. I am sincere enough to talk to you. The goddess continued to look at Wang Xie with sincere eyes. Wang Xie met her sincere gaze, but smiled evilly. I have to say, this celestial girl is pretty good at it. Threats and lures. He almost got really tempted. But it's a pity he doesn't like working with people he doesn't know well. The point is, why does he want to cooperate? Wouldn't it be more fragrant to use the contract to conquer and control directly, and take it as a slave? If the body and soul of the goddess belonged to him, would he still need to negotiate terms with the goddess? The condition I want is to let you, a proud god, be my dog. Wang Xie smiled evilly, and a black collar appeared in his hand. The goddess' face changed instantly, not only because Wang Xie's words were too harsh and arrogant. It's more because she felt a strong contract power from Black's collar. Absolutely cannot be bound by that contract. Otherwise it's all over. She wanted to resist without hesitation. Want to escape. However, it was too late. The evil dark light was released from the black collar, mercilessly covering her body. Under the shroud of that dark power, her strength was completely suppressed, unable to move, and unable to resist. You still want to run? Wang Xie's smile widened. Don't forget, this time the black collar in his hand is mandatory. As long as the opponent's cultivation base does not exceed one level of Wang Xie, he can easily suppress and subdue him. Now Wang Xie is a level 3 world lord, not to mention that the Oracle Goddess is only a level 3 god. Even if she is a 4th level world lord or a 4th level god, she can only be subdued by Wang Xie. Moreover, the contract power of the subsystems within the collar increases as Wang Xie's power increases. If Wang Xie reaches the 4th level and 5th level world masters in the future, the compulsory contract can directly subdue the gods above 5th level and 6th level. Using such a potential mandatory contract to subdue a mere 3rd level god seems a bit like killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. However, Wang Xie just likes to kill chickens with a sledgehammer. I like to use laser cannons to kill mosquitoes. Treasures are of course only valuable if they are used. You can use it now, so why wait until later? As he becomes stronger in the future, he may naturally get more and better treasures. Then, he took the collar to the goddess, and effortlessly put the dark collar around her sacred and white neck. No, she struggled and resisted, but it didn't help. The power of the dark subsystem, regardless of whether she agrees to the binding or not, forcibly invades her sea of consciousness, branding a slave in the depths of her soul. From this moment on, her body and soul belong to Wang Xie. Wang Xie looked at her with great interest, admiring Owen's new prey. First of all, you can now hand over the Oracle of the Heavens. Don't even think about it. Tianbi's attitude was very firm, and she no longer concealed her dislike for Wang Xie. After all, the Oracle is a bridge between heaven and earth. How could she allow such a god to fall into the hands of a lowly human like Wang Xie? I can't think about it. It seems that you lack a good education now. Wang Xie approached her with a wicked smile. What do you want to do? The Oracle Goddess felt extremely uneasy. In fact, she knew what Wang Xie would do. What else could Wang Xie do in this situation? Winners and losers. The winners will naturally enjoy everything, and it is not uncommon for the losers to suffer bullying and humiliation. Similar things happen every day in different corners of the world. Of course she knows how Wang Xie will treat her. But she couldn't accept that as a god, as the spokesperson of the heavens, she would be possessed and humiliated by humans. Wang Xie was too lazy to care if she could accept it or not. Arrogant sacred inviolability. He just wants to crush her arrogance so that she can understand who will be the slave and who will be the master in the future, and who will have to bow down and be obedient. So, the gorgeous fairy clothes were forcibly torn off by Wang Xie. Goddess can't be prouder anymore. The gorgeous fairy clothes were like the proud coat of a celestial girl, but Wang Xie forcibly peeled them off. The oracle's eyes were full of anger. It was the first time she was treated like this by a man, the first time she was treated so frivolously. At this moment, she and Wang Xie wanted to die together. She wants to kill Wang Xie at all costs. But what greeted her was Wang Xie, who treated her even more roughly. Wang Xie grabbed her gorgeous hair and pressed her on the throne. She was powerless to struggle at all. After being bound by the evil subsystem, her body and soul were controlled by Wang Xie. Wang Xie only needs one thought to suppress all her strength, making her weaker and helpless than the weakest human being. She is like a doll with no ability to resist. Wang Xie can treat her as he wants to treat her. Even if Wang Xie wanted to, she could be wiped out with just one thought. So, after a few minutes of struggling and testing, she was completely desperate. In desperation, a majestic and tall figure of a god emerged from the depths of her sea of consciousness. The god is tall and straight, and powerful at the same time. Simon, the middle god, angel and guard in the western heaven, is her childhood sweetheart. Not even Simon held her, not even he was close to her, not even he had her. Simon Shenwei never dared to touch her body. Because in the western heaven, there is no marriage and blessing from the bright celestial master, men and women are not allowed to have feelings. She and he are about to be blessed by the celestial master. But now she is about to be touched by Wang Xie. To be obtained by Wang Xie. And the hero in her heart has not appeared until now. Simon, how come? She chanted his name, feeling more and more desperate. At the same time, rumble. The sound of space shattering was loud like thunder. The intense holy light illuminated the night of the holy city as if it were day. At first, people in the middle of the night thought that there was a thunderstorm, that the night was illuminated by lightning. But they soon realized that the lightning shouldn't be so bright, let alone last so long. Someone came out of the door curiously to look around. Then, they saw an unforgettable scene in this life. In the night sky like day, the wings of the angel sacred spread. Angel. And gods. Much more than one angel descends. The scene that originally only existed in the temple tome, actually appeared in the real world. Moreover, they recognized it at a glance. The leading angel had 4 pairs of wings, and was the middle god angel recorded in the temple records. A lot of angels. A lot of gods. And there are middle gods. Excited people knelt down one after another, bowing down to those angels and gods. At this moment, their beliefs were unprecedentedly pious, and they no longer doubted the records in the temple books and the power of the gods. Simon looked down on the people kneeling in the city, as if looking at worthless garbage and ants. In fact, he was very puzzled by the distress message from the heavenly girl. After all, what ability does such a group of lowly human beings like ants have to make waves? What power is there to threaten the goddess? Or she wants to see me. Deliberately use this method to call me to see her. Simon smiled, felt the breath of the goddess, and went directly to the side hall deep in the temple. However, as soon as he reached the door, he was stunned. The door of the side hall was wide open, and the high throne was in a mess, symbolizing that the noble fairy clothes of the goddess sacred were thrown on the ground and trampled. He couldn't recognize it more clearly. It was indeed the exclusive clothes of the heavens, the clothes of the goddesses. There is no doubt about it. Because, soon, he saw not only clothes but also people. His celestial daughter is being hugged by a man. How dare a lowly human being embrace his celestial daughter, dare to treat his celestial daughter like that? Ah! Simon's eyes were on fire. Human. I will destroy you. Hearing the sudden shout of killing and feeling the mighty aura of this middle god, Wang Xie didn't rush but just sneered to himself. There was so much movement when the angel descended, of course he noticed it. And he immediately realized that the people from the heavens came so quickly. It must be the heavenly maid who moved the rescuers ahead of time. That is to say, even if he doesn't come to provoke the goddess tonight, even if the goddess is not in his arms at this time, the descending angel will still kill him. Perhaps, he should be glad that he took the initiative to attack tonight. If not, the mid-level god angel and celestial girl who came at this time will join hands and rush into the Austin family, killing him by surprise. At that time, if he was injured or captured alive, or if the people around him were injured or captured alive, who would have mercy on him? Therefore, seeing Simon Shenwei as righteous and awe-inspiring as a hero, Wang Xie played with the goddess who belonged to a hero. Not only did he not feel a trace of guilt in his heart, but he became even more evil. At this moment, the system gave a new prompt. Congratulations to the host, the newly discovered son of Heavenly Tao, Simon Shenwei. This son of Heavenly Tao is a middle-level deity in the heavens. He is rich in resources. It must be a good stepping stone. If you dig deeper, you will definitely get a lot of benefits. Hearing the prompt from the system, Wang Xie smiled. No wonder the script of the hero saving the beauty is so familiar to people, so he is the son of Heavenly Tao. And he is also rich in resources. Wang Xie smiled even more wickedly, thinking, this guy is really good. Know how to cooperate so quickly. Wang Xie knew how powerful he was, so he didn't confront him head-on. He coldly grabbed the goddess by her hair and forced her to kneel at his feet. He said coldly, if you want her to die, just rush over here. This is your attitude when you talk to me. Wang Xie was not satisfied with his attitude. He especially found the black collar on Tianvi's neck is very abnormal, and it gives him an extremely evil and depressing feeling. Simon Shenwei was about to rush towards the figure, but stopped immediately. So, he can only listen to Wang Xie first. Simon gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress his own anger. What do I need to do so that you can let her go? He thought clearly. Anyway, the hostage is in his hands now. Because he found that the state of the goddess is very wrong, Wang Xie asked her to kneel, and she knelt. He is a level 6 god. It is also a leader among the middle gods. It should have been easy to kill Wang Xie, who is only a 3rd level god. Let this god guard kneel first, think how the lion will open his mouth, or how to handle it, it will be much easier. What do you need to do? It's really simple. I was having fun just now, but you suddenly came here and interrupted my interest. Wang Xie said lightly, you first kneel down and apologize. This guy is actually the son of Heavenly Tao, then he would be even less merciful. He couldn't be sure about the current situation of Tian Nu, and he couldn't be sure if Tian Nu would really die in an instant if he rushed over. He didn't have a good impression of the heavens, so he wouldn't show mercy to this so-called divine guard. But he dare not now. What do you want? He stared at Wang Xie and asked in a cold voice. At this time, the angry Simon guard is about to charge. Let me kneel down and apologize. Simon Shenwei trembled with anger. Wang Xie, occupy his goddess. Want him to kneel down and apologize. And the reason for apologizing is he interrupted Wang Xie's interest. Be a god. He has never suffered such humiliation in 1,000 years. I promise, if you don't kneel down within 3 seconds, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Wang Xie continued to threaten him with an indifferent expression like a devil. What happened to making the gods kneel down? What's the big deal? Could it be that the Shu gods despise human beings and regard the human race as lackeys, sheep, and ants? Can't people despise the gods in turn and make the gods kneel down? He just wants to make that arrogant god kneel down. What can the god do to him? Okay, I kneel. Simon was silent for 1/3 of a second, and finally gave in. No way. Wang Xie asked him to kneel, he had to kneel. Even if he is a middle god angel with 4 pairs of wings. Even if he has reached the terrifying level of a level 6 god. The goddess remained silent, watching the hero in her heart bow and kneel slowly, with an extremely sad expression. Eventually Simon fell to his knees. However, the moment he knelt down, a fierce and cunning look quietly appeared on his face. Suddenly, with a bang, the dome of the side hall was suddenly lifted by a huge force. The radiant light power descended from top to bottom, like a beam of destruction, covering Wang Xie. This time the attack was carried out from outside the temple. The cunning look on Simon's face became even more obvious. How could he be so stupid to kneel down obediently and let Wang Xie slaughter him? Don't forget, there are far more than 1 angels and gods going from heaven to earth this time. After realizing that the situation is not good, he looks angry. In fact, he has been using divine thoughts to communicate with his own companions. Tell them exactly where Wang Xie is. The attack this time was made by an angel whose cultivation base reached level 4 god, from the top floor of the side hall. The level of a level 4 god is not too strong in his eyes. But to deal with Wang Xie, who only has a level 3 god level, it is obviously enough. Even if Wang Xie doesn't die. It must be seriously injured. His chance has come. At this bright moment, the eyes of the goddess also lit up. Brightness represents hope, and she also feels that this is hope. However, they didn't notice that at the moment when the bright light fell, the surrounding space was distorted. Then, the divine light of destruction fell, smashing out a deep hole where Wang Xie was originally standing. But Wang Xie and Tianvi herself disappeared at the same time. Simon was stunned, a little confused about what was going on. It stands to reason that it is impossible for Wang Xie to escape under his nose. Impossible to disappear, unless World Lord. Only the World Lord can freely shuttle between worlds and worlds effortlessly. Wang Xie is most likely not a level 3 common deity. It's a level 3 World Lord. Thinking of a possibility, Simon's face suddenly became extremely ugly. After all, the World Master is different from the gods. The World Lord has many methods that are extremely heaven-defying. If Wang Xie is the master of the realm, there will be big troubles. He didn't want to believe that On's conjecture was true, but Wang Xie ruthlessly proved it to him. Under the action of the power of the world, the barriers of the world are slowly opened, and the space channel is slowly opened. Through the opened space channel, he can clearly see Wang Xie. Wang Xie stood in front of the world tree, holding the goddess in his arms, and looked at him with an unfriendly expression. You dare to play a sneak attack with me, you are not small. Simon was silent, his face ashen. Wang Xie continued, sneak attack is nothing. Aren't you a level 6 god, a mid-level god angel, quite powerful? Come in if you have the ability, let's fight head on. Simon was silent again, his strength is indeed not weak. But even the most ignorant gods in the heavens understand that world masters are far more perverted than gods. Especially in own minor world, the world master is almost invincible. Don't say that he is just a mid-level angel with 4 pairs of wings. Even if he has 6 pairs of wings in the future. Become a senior holy angel with 12 wings. Reaching the realm of the high god may not be sure to beat the realm master in a minor world. Therefore, as long as Wang Xie is in his own minor world, he absolutely cannot chase him in. But Wang Xie continued, your childhood sweetheart is in my arms, so you dare not come to rescue me. Simon was almost driven mad by this sentence. He clenched his fist and squeezed it loudly. After all, the oracle goddess is his goddess. She is his favorite goddess. Ding! It is detected that the son of heavenly Tao is extremely emotionally unstable, and he is very prone to impulsive and dangerous actions. The host will be rewarded with an additional 50,000 value, please continue to work hard. The system beeped. Oh, very easy to act impulsively, Wang Xie sneered, if this Simon is really impulsive, everything will be easy to handle. What kind of median god angel is still a level 6 god, entering his minor world as a dish? He caught one piece and made them all slaves. Or just kill it. In case the son of heavenly Tao becomes even more powerful in the future, he will deal with him again. So he hugged the oracle goddess in his arms, and continued to say viciously, what's the use of making a fist if you dare not come in and fight with me? She will be mine tonight. Oh, by the way, I searched her memory just now. Since you have not yet obtained the permission and blessing of the Lord of Light, you have never touched her, never kissed her, and not even her hand. Take it seriously, right? That's great. Then I'll try something new for you tonight. Hearing these words, don't talk about Simon himself. At this time, even Simon's subordinates and friends were furious, wishing to die with Wang Xie. After all, they are gods. It's an angel. It is a great existence above the blue star world. But at this moment, a small human race who was once regarded as a lackey or even an ant by them dared to treat the goddess like this. Such a shame on them. Dage, or let's fight him. I don't believe that the world master really has such an evil sect. That's right, let's fight. It is rumored that no god can win in the minor world of the Lord. But if there are far more than one gods entering the minor world, who wins the game? I'm afraid it's still unknown. This despicable human can't be allowed to continue to be arrogant. The Western gods were excited, and then 3 or 4 gods came rushing in groups. Wang Xie sneered, and the world tree behind him fluttered in the wind. Then, the violent power of the world crushed down. Moment. The 4 gods turned into the nourishment of the world tree, and they all died without even turning over the waves. This, 3rd brother, 4th brother, the rest of the gods were more chaotic and their eyes were red. The scene seems to be at risk of getting out of control, maybe more jealous people will rush over. Wang Xie's smile is even bigger. This is what he wanted. Just kill them all. But, retreat. The Simon God guard yelled at everyone, leave the temple immediately. This is an order. Anyone who violates the order will be severely punished. He thought very clearly. Wang Xie is invincible in minor world. At this time, deliberately opened the space channel and provoked them to go in, just to send them to death. Therefore, instead of staying here and waiting helplessly to be angered by Wang Xie, it is better to retreat directly, lest more people lose their minds and lose their lives in vain. This is the only choice he can make. Even if his beloved goddess is still in Wang Xie's arms, he has to leave. Before leaving, he looked at the goddess for the last time. Her expression was extremely helpless, and also extremely sad and indignant. Wang Xie raised his brows slightly as he watched him leave, and thought to himself, it's all like this, how can this guy retreat calmly among all the sons of heavenly Tao I have met, he is the most forbearing. It seems that if you want to kill him, it will not be as easy as before. Then, his eyes fell on the goddess again, and he said with a smile, Beauty, your hero was beaten away by the wicked, how do you feel now? The oracle goddess bowed her head in silence and did not speak. The system beeps a new beep. Ding! It is detected that the son of heavenly Tao has a deep resentment towards the host, so he will continue to be an enemy of the host, and go on the wrong path of fate, and his luck will be greatly reduced. Reward the host with 100,000 value. Ding! Because the hero in my heart was beaten away, and because the world master's ability was too heaven-defying, the oracle goddess knew that there was no possibility of escape, so she began to accept all this in her heart, and initially surrendered. The host 200,000 won a worthwhile reward. Wang Xie smiled, and sighed secretly in his heart, it's so easy to get 200,000 or 300,000 rewards for the property, how easy is it to earn the property value of the gods? It's right to think about it, the value of seizing the house in the past was less, it was because the son of heavenly Tao was too weak to deal with. Now the son of heavenly Tao he is dealing with is a level 6 god, and the goddess he has subdued is also a god-level existence. The rewards for winning the house are naturally much richer than before. Other than that, what really makes Wang Xie interesting is the heavenly girl, who was still stubborn before, started to surrender so soon. Wang Xie walked towards her. The celestial girl lowered her head, she looked a little cute, her previous arrogance was gone. As in the temple, Wang Xie once again reached out and raised her chin, touching her delicate and beautiful cheeks. But unlike last time, this time the celestial girl raised her head, there was no disgust in her eyes, only awe and obedience. Winner and loser. Not only did she lose to Wang Xie this time, even the hero in her heart, Simon Godguard who has reached level 6 God realm, can't do anything to Wang Xie. In this minor world, Wang Xie is the absolute master, almost invincible. How could she but be in awe and obedience? Wang Xie's smile is even worse. Very badly, I took off the fairy clothes that I just wore. The goddess felt a little bit bitter in her heart, but she didn't resist, didn't struggle, and let Wang Xie do anything to her. Why are you still bitter? Don't tell me at this time, do you still want to defend yourself like a jade for that coward? Wang Xie's voice sounded in her ears like a devil. After all, he didn't dare to come to save you after all. Abandoned you. This sentence is tantamount to punishing the goddess. The goddess's heart trembled violently. Of course she understood why Simon didn't dare to come to her rescue. Because Wang Xie is too strong. Simon came to die. Of course, she also understood why Simon left her alone and led people back. Because if Simon doesn't leave, more and more people will be irritated and lose their minds, which will only kill Simon's men in vain. Of course she can understand all these. However, no matter how lofty these reasons are, how necessary, and how easy they are to be forgiven, they cannot change a cruel result. Simon dumped her. Regardless of whether Simon made the choice to save his own life or to save the lives of his subordinates, he abandoned her after all. She could understand Simon, but who would understand her? Simon Shenwei led the people back and didn't care about her life. Isn't it equivalent to telling Wang Xie that he can treat her whatever he wants, sleep her, or even kill her? Simon doesn't care if she lives or dies, and he doesn't care if Wang Xie will sleep with her in his arms, but she wants to pretend to be affectionate for Simon's guard, for Simon to suffer so much here at Wang Xie. Isn't that silly? Why would she be such a fool? So, for the first time, she made herself submissive, obediently hugged Wang Xie's waist, stood on tiptoe, and offered his first kiss to him. Wang Xie smiled. The kiss was very light and clumsy, but it was a symbol of the goddess' submission to him. To be honest, my original plan was to kill you directly. Tianvi's body was slightly stiff, a little frightened. But you have learned to behave so quickly, which makes me feel a little good. Wang Xie continued, try to be more obedient. Although you won't get any vows from me, at least you can save your life and, every time you learn to be more obedient, life by my side it will be more comfortable and enjoyable. Slave understands. The celestial girl understood his words, called herself a slave, and treated him more obediently and diligently. Wang Xie will never be polite to her, enjoy her to the fullest. The celestial girl resigned herself to lying on the grass, formally embracing this new world. Now she belongs to this new world, belongs to Wang Xie. At dawn, the sky was dark without a trace of light. This is the 3rd hour after Simon led the people out of the temple. After 3 hours of calm, the mood of the group of gods has stabilized a lot, and they no longer think about continuing to work hard with Wang Xie. But everyone is obviously a little silent, or dull, even heavy. The goddess is still in Wang Xie's hands. It's been 3 hours. 3 hours is enough for a lot to happen. Nothing weighed more heavily than Simon himself. He couldn't imagine what was happening in Wang Xie's minor world at this time. Perhaps, the goddess in his heart who has been waiting for 100 years is already Wang Xie's person. Maybe Wang Xie will ravage her to his heart's content. It is even possible that Wang Xie has already killed his goddess. No matter what the result was, it was enough for him to hate Wang Xie to penetrate the bone. Boss, what shall we do next? Someone couldn't help asking. What to do? Of course it is revenge. Simon said coldly, no one can put such a shameful hat on the head of the heaven. This matter will never be left alone. Yes, if the goddess is dead, the only thing he can do is to avenge her. A wise man responded, the realm of a mere 3rd-level god, if he is outside the minor world, he is not to be feared. Among us, 1 or 2 of us can beat him. The problem is he is world master. What should I do if I can't come out after hiding in minor world? Naturally, there is a way. Simon Shenwei said, I heard from the celestial master when I was in the heaven world. Although the celestial master is powerful in his own minor world, he is not without weaknesses. At least, the celestial master at the lower god level must have weaknesses. The power of their world is too weak, and the minor world they hold is too small. They must be attached to the big world to exist. Wang Xie is a person on the blue star, that is to say, his minor world must have a very close connection with a certain place on the blue star. And that key world connection point is the minor world's life gate. If we can find the gate of life and cut off this connection, the necessary communication between the minor world and the great world will not be realized, and the spiritual chi in the minor world will be exhausted soon, and the vitality will gradually be cut off. So, we just need to find that key connection point. When the gate of life is cut off, Wang Xie will leave his own minor world no matter what. Simon sneered, at that time, he will definitely die. Without further delay, we're going to find that junction right away. After hearing what Simon said, the angels immediately started to move. Moreover, they all know very well that most of such important connection points will be located near the base camp where Wang Xie often appears. As long as Wang Xie's information is clarified, it will not be too difficult to delineate the area where he used to be mainly active, and find the connection point between the minor world and the great world. If the development goes well, I believe it will be very soon, 2 or 3 days at most, and the results will come out. Seeing the people around him so actively looking for connection points, Simon couldn't help being a little relieved. However, when all his subordinates retreated and he was the only one left, Simon's face, which was calm, quickly turned into sadness and loneliness. After all, no matter what, even if he really has the ability to kill Wang Xie in the future, he can't make up for this moment. Now, his celestial daughter may have been possessed by Wang Xie. The rules of the heavens are extremely strict. He has waited for 200 years to be with the oracle goddess. The waiting of these 200 years has come to naught. My goddess, are you okay? I couldn't save you at that time, will you forgive me? Simon thought sadly. Tianvi is fine now. The wind in the Qingfeng plain has a unique sweetness. She slept soundly all night in Wang Xie's arms. In the early morning, a trace of fish ma white light up from the east. The sun climbed slowly from the end of the grassland, and the light fell from the sky. This is a brand new day, the first morning she spent in this minor world. All kinds of feelings are not as unacceptable as she originally thought. Then, she looked at Wang Xie, who was shrouded in the morning light. He was still her archenemy yesterday, and she hated him so much. But after just one night, when she looked at him again, her eyes changed a lot. Not only is it far more obedient than before, but also has many special emotions. Bright Heaven takes chastity very seriously. Counting 100 years, she guarded herself like a jade, but in the end Wang Xie got it. Whether she wants to admit it or not, Wang Xie is the only one who has ever touched her. Wang Xie is her one and only, she already belongs to Wang Xie. Therefore, after this night, Wang Xie's position in her heart will naturally become much more special. At this moment, Wang Xie suddenly opened his eyes, wondering, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Tianvi hurriedly withdrew her gaze, but her face turned red inexplicably. Naturally, Wang Xie didn't know what she was thinking, and she didn't care too much, so she casually began to put on her clothes. The heavenly girl kept her face and came over to help him get dressed. Wang Xie smiled. The speed at which this woman transformed into an obedient woman was simply astonishing. There is a sentence that I don't know if I should say it or not. The celestial girl thought of other things and looked a little hesitant. Let's talk. Wang Xie was very casual. Although you are a world master, you are only level 3 at the moment. She watched Wang Xie's expression very carefully, for fear that the words, only level 3 feet, would anger Wang Xie. After all, the more powerful a person is like Wang Xie, the more violent and weird his temper may be, and the most forbidding others to underestimate him. Even if he is telling the truth, he may be offended. And then, Wang Xie looked at her encouragingly, motioning for her to continue. Simon may not let it go. The world power of the third-level world lord is still relatively weak. If your minor world wants to run smoothly and grow, you cannot leave the Blue Star world. The goddess continued to say seriously, if I expected it right, Simon will definitely look for the key connection point between your world and the Blue Star world, try to cut off the connection point, and force you to go out and fight him. Oh, is that so? Wang Xie smiled, squinting at her. What's the situation? Did the goddess take the initiative to help him make suggestions? Tell him in advance, what will Simon do next? I have to say, this chick's transformation is really fast. Tianvi was a little embarrassed to be stared at by Wang Xie, and she also knew that telling Wang Xie this would definitely be bad for Simon. It even made her feel a little guilty. But, now that's what she wants to do. Because she is Wang Xie's now. Because after losing her virginity, she was actually not sure what Simon would think of her. Although it's only been one night, many things have changed. Compared with Simon, now she follows Wang Xie, but she feels more secure. As Wang Xie said, as long as she is obedient enough, the end will not be too bad. Even if it's just out of safety considerations, she has enough reasons to contribute to Wang Xie as much as possible, so that Wang Xie can love her a little. You are really becoming more and more like my obedient maid. Wang Xie smiled and continued, keep it up, and I will reward you in the future. These are what slaves should do. Hearing Wang Xie's award, Tianvi was inexplicably happy, a little bit elated. After all, this is the first time Wang Xie officially recognized her. It was also the first time to admit that she belonged to him. Even if she is a maid, at least she belongs to him. Anyway, Lord World Master needs to make a plan for that matter early. She continued with concern. Don't worry, I have planned for that. Wang Xie smiled. As a world lord, wouldn't he know his own weakness? Of course, he had already thought of the things that Tianvi could think about. However, if Simon wants to find the key connection point between his minor world and Blue Star and cut it off, this is probably wishful thinking, and Wang Xie is not too worried. For no other reason. Because that connection point is not in the west at all, but on Shenlong Island in the east. Notice, there is a temple in the east as well as in the west. Behind the western temple, there are the gods of the western heaven as the backer. The eastern temple and the western temple are on the same level, so there is no backer behind it. It can also be counted with your toes. The foundation of the east must not be weaker than that of the west, otherwise there would be no need for it to exist, and it would have been annexed by the west long ago. It can be seen from this that the east, west, and even the northern temples must be a kind of mutual restraint, although it is not to say that they are hostile, at least it should be a relationship where well water does not violate river water. If a few Western gods pop up at random, they dare to go to the East to play wild. Do the gods hidden in the Eastern temple still get mixed up? Therefore, this matter is definitely not as simple as it seems. If the Western god wants to go to the Eastern continent to do business, he must discuss, negotiate with the Eastern, give benefits, and then continue to grind his mouth and so on. And a world lord has appeared in the Eastern continent. Is Dongfang willing to win over such a world lord, or is he willing to push the world lord out? There is a lot of room for mediation here, and it is estimated that the East and the West will go back and forth. This period is enough for Wang Xie to do many things, so he doesn't need to worry too much for the time being. Of course, the most important thing is that you need to be hard to forge. You can't rely on others. His own strength is strong enough, this will work more than anything. So, Wang Xie took a look at the winning value in the system. Since the system was upgraded, the opponents he has encountered have become stronger and stronger, and he has accumulated more and more sequester points, which have already exceeded 1 million at this time. Moreover, some new products appeared in the system store. Wang Xie felt that it was almost time to upgrade himself. For example, he is now the master of the world, and the cultivation technique he used was bought at a cost of several thousand. It's time to learn some new skills, a new cultivation technique. On the way, Wang Xie opened the system mall. A wide variety of products are available. Many of them are familiar to Wang Xie. Such as godhood, such as various sacred body bloodline. Most of these items are of high value, starting at hundreds of thousands. Now Wang Xie can afford it, the problem is he doesn't need it anymore. After all, he is the world lord now. The power of the world is superior to the power of the common godhood. At the same time, he now possesses the body of the world master, and other divine bodies, such as sacred body bloodline, do not help him much. So, this time he mainly wants to choose cultivation technique or secret technique. And it has to be expensive. Must be good. All kinds of powerful cultivation techniques were swept away by Wang Xie one by one, and I still remember once upon a time, he only had a few thousand wins, and he was so greedy for so many divine-grade cultivation techniques that he couldn't ask for them. At this time, Wang Xie swept through those cultivation techniques one by one, but he didn't care much about them anymore. I still remember that once upon a time, when he chose cultivation technique, he did not read the introduction of cultivation technique at all, but looked at the price first. As long as the price exceeds 4 figures, he dare not look at it. At this moment, the price must be at least 6 figures to enter Wang Xie's eye. Shocking god art shaking the heavens and earth, weeping ghosts and gods, with great power. Wang Xie glanced at it, but shook his head slightly, it's too rigid to only pursue power. No matter how powerful the power is, if it is invincible, you can only do it at level 1 and surpass level 2. Seems to have a good force increase, but when you encounter some real big troubles, you can only wait to die. The phantom is 1,000 illusions, and it can transform into thousands of clone projections, making it difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Wang Xie still shook his head. This kind of supernatural power can be used when encountering a strong enemy and wants to escape, and maybe it can also be used to play tricks occasionally. But, it's just average. Being sneaky is not suitable for me. Besides, I already have a minor world. If you are really in danger, you can just enter the minor world. After choosing for a long time, Wang Xie was not too satisfied. Intuitively, he doesn't have much interest in these serious cultivation techniques. However, just when he felt that it might be difficult to find the cultivation technique he wanted, and planned to make a living casually, a set of extremely evil cultivation techniques suddenly attracted his attention. The sorcery of controlling a mortal's destiny level cultivation technique controlling thousands of gods for my use, you must be a world lord to practice. If you are a world lord, please practice carefully, otherwise you may become evil and even change the direction of fate. Controlling thousands of gods, the kind of gods and goddesses controlling thousands of goddesses. This cultivation technique is really evil and exciting. But, a cultivation technique actually claims to be able to change the fate of the world lord. Is it so dragging? System, what's going on with this cultivation technique? Wang Xie asked. This set of cultivation technique is indeed a bit special. The system replied. After cultivation, it will indeed have some impact on fate, however, it should not have much impact on the host. Oh, what is the effect? Wang Xie continued to ask. The system said. When the world master grows up, he needs to conquer some amazing and brilliant people for his own use. He even conquers and refines other people's worlds to gain more world power. There are two ways to conquer. One is influence, being kind to others, magnanimity, justice and courage, conforming to the heavenly Tao, and attracting people with lofty ideals from all over the world to follow with a grand heart. This is the way of the saint. The second is to control, or coercion, or forceful suppression, or grab people's handles, do everything possible, through various means, to grasp the most longed-for desire in people's hearts, to play their hearts in the applause, to make it can't stop, and it is willing to be used by you. This is the path of evil. One good and one evil, these are the two directions when the world master grows up. After practicing the sorcery of controlling immortals, the body of the world lord will transform into the evil body of the world lord, and acquire the attribute of evil charm. This attribute will affect the minds of the people the host contacts invisibly, making the already those who submit are more loyal, making it easier for those who do not submit to be controlled or moved by the host. With the influence of the evil spirit attribute of the evil body of the world master, if coupled with the host's deliberate control, after practicing this cultivation technique, the host's evil path will definitely go smoother and smoother, with twice the result with half the effort. In the future, he will control thousands of goddesses. No, even the gods are easy. Of course, this is only the most basic attribute of the magic of controlling immortals. All kinds of magical effects can only be realized after the host has cultivated to great completion. The system is finished. Wang Xie laughed. Evil attribute, can it affect people's mind invisibly? He thinks this attribute is very interesting. At the same time, he finally understood why the system said this cultivation technique has little effect on him. Justice or evil, this may be a choice for others. But as a villain, he chose the right path of wool. He who represents evil, and heavenly Tao can only live one. In the end he conforms to a woolen heavenly Tao. Influence others like saint, that's too much trouble. This is really not what Wang Xie can do. What's more, since the purpose is to make others surrender. Since it's all the same result. Obviously, a simpler and more direct method can be used. Why does he want to make a big circle, and go to great lengths to influence others? Wang Xie is decisive and evil. This cultivation technique is tailor-made for him. Just choose it. I want it. Wang Xie made a decision. Then, he looked at the price column and was taken aback. 999,999 to win the house value. Wang Xie looked at the series of nines, very painful, it's so expensive in the system. You must not increase the price temporarily. I have saved for so long, and finally let the value of the houses over 1 million. You only charge me 999,999 for a copy of cultivation technique. This is to make me go back to before liberation overnight. No, I really didn't ask for the price randomly. The system is very innocent. Seeing that you like it, I even made a special trip to give you a discount, otherwise it will be more expensive. Forget it. Let it go. Wang Xie didn't care about the system carefully, and bought cultivation technique for 1 million. Suddenly, a wave of evil energy appeared in Wang Xie's body together with divine thoughts. Without spending time on special training, with the help of that divine mind, Wang Xie's mastery of evil skills reached the initiation level in an instant. The cultivation technique operates the universe by itself, and the evil dark energy is continuously generated in Wang Xie's body. Wang Xie squinted his eyes, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, thinking that this felt a little good. His energy, his body, and even his soul seemed to have become more evil. After coming to this world, he not only blackens others but also keeps blackening himself. Originally, in fact, in his heart, he still hopes to be a good person. Those thoughts have faded and even disappeared. But Wang Xie didn't care, didn't regret it, and was open-minded in his heart. After all, if he could live a new life, why must he still live according to the old pattern, the old thinking? In this life, the system chose him to be a villain, so he will seriously be a big villain. Make some achievements and own the evil dominance. Even if one day he is really killed by the protagonist, or by heavenly Tao, it is not in vain for him to live a serious and evil life. At this moment, Wang Xie's heart was extremely evil, but also extremely open-minded. Very free and easy. The goddess faintly noticed the change in Wang Xie, and looked at him quietly. I don't know if it's an illusion, but she thinks Wang Xie is more pleasing to the eye. She looked at Wang Xie and felt as if she was attracted by some inexplicable breath or temperament. That damned attraction is so deadly it's impossible to extricate yourself from. At this moment, she looked at him, as if staring at a deep black hole in the vast universe's starry sky. And she is just a small grain of sand in the planet that is constantly declaring war around the black hole. Wang Xie cultivated evil skills, left the Qingfeng grassland, and came to the central region. As soon as he arrived at the border between the central territory and the grassland, he immediately ran into an acquaintance. Chick Roman and Qi Wei are obediently guarding the border, waiting for his return. Last night, before Wang Xie officially attacked Tianvi, he transferred Roman and others from the Austin family to his own minor world and asked them to wait for his return. Even before leaving, he had already said that he was very sure and told them to rest at ease. But obviously, the two chicks were still not at ease, so they foolishly waited for him at the boundary line for a long time. Wang Xie stepped forward, and Roman and Qi Wei immediately threw themselves into his arms, obviously very worried about him. After all, when he set off last night, Wang Xie said that he was going to deal with the goddess and the gods. How could they not be worried? What a silly girl, when have I ever done something I'm not sure about? Wang Xie chuckled. Yes, I know my husband's supernatural power is vast. Roman pouted his lips and looked at him, but I still can't help but worry. Because everything I have belongs to you, without you, I don't know what to do alive. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the evil body's unique evil spirit. It may also be that after experiencing a loss and recovery, she just worried all night. Seeing Wang Xie again, Roman felt unable to leave Wang Xie even more. She can't imagine how she should live without Wang Xie. Her life was bound to him. Seeing Roman's obsessed expression, Wang Xie smiled. He thought the chick was in great shape, with her pouty lips. So, he kissed her recklessly. Well, Roman responded as if no one else was there. He didn't feel that Wang Xie was bullying her at all. Instead, he was very happy and honored. Because in her opinion, this is Wang Xie's recognition of her obsession and a reward for her. At this time, Taiwan and Rhaegar came from a distance. Seeing the scene at this time, they looked at each other, and then their hearts were shocked. The reason for their shock was not how close Wang Xie and Roman were but because they saw the goddess. As the bishop of the Temple of Light and the leader of the Judgment Division, of course they all know the Celestial Maiden, and they also know the horror of the Celestial Maiden. After all, they used to be at best, they were dogs who listened to the oracle and acted for the goddess. In their eyes, the goddess is the representative of the heaven, the real God, and the sacred is inviolable. But at this moment, the Celestial Maiden in their eyes was standing beside Wang Xie with her head bowed like a humble maid. This incident shocked them a lot. Taiwan has always felt that gods are higher-level beings, born to be much nobler than humans. It's like humans are inherently more advanced than ants. Therefore, in order to allow himself to survive, and to allow more people to survive, he has been helpless had to obey the orders of the gods. Even if the gods asked him to sacrifice his own daughter, he would not hesitate. He thinks that is the posture that people should have before God, and people can only obey the gods and be disciplined and even exploited by the gods. But Wang Xie used facts to prove to him at this time humans don't need to obey gods at all. Even human beings can subdue the superior gods. Wang Xie did something he couldn't even imagine. Ha ha. Thinking of this, Taiwan suddenly laughed. The emotions contained in that laughter are extremely complicated. It seemed that he was happy for Wang Xie, but also seemed to be laughing at his own uselessness in the past. Then, amidst laughter, he knelt down to Wang Xie as a token of his own submission. In the past, his surrender was controlled by the soul leech, and he was helpless at this moment. He is willing. Even the goddess surrendered to Wang Xie, let alone him. Almost at the same time Taiwan knelt down, Rhaegar also knelt down. To be honest, after being controlled by Soul Leech, deep down in his heart he hated Wang Xie extremely. When Wang Xie set off to deal with Tianvi last night, he even prayed silently, hoping that Wang Xie would fail. After all, if Wang Xie died, he might be free. But at this moment, seeing with his own eyes that even the high heavenly girl was subdued by Wang Xie, he never dared to have any other thoughts in his heart. Regardless of whether there is Soul Leech's control or not, at this moment he is willing to surrender to Wang Xie, and life is under Wang Xie's control. As Rhaegar knelt down, the rest of the Austin family also knelt down, and even Bill also knelt down in admiration. Even when he knelt down, the woman who should belong to him, the bride he just married back home, was in Wang Xie's arms, hugged and kissed wantonly by Wang Xie. But the strange thing is it was such a humiliating scene, but at this moment he didn't feel any humiliation. As if it should be like this, as if it should be justified, as if Wang Xie should take his woman away. Or rather, he's gotten used to it. It's like having a blinding sun overhead. The sun is so dazzling, so high above, but no one whose life is under the sun will feel uncomfortable. You can even get used to such a dazzling sun, let alone just get used to a hat. Not only did Bill get used to it, he accepted it, and he also knew whether he can live well in the second half of his life depends on what Wang Xie means, and it all depends on whether he can be a good dog and learn to please his owner. Wang Xie hugged the beauty and looked at the crowd, accepting their loyalty calmly. After all, it's not a bad thing to have a few more running dogs to do things for him. Then, he remembered that he had activated a mission when he was in the West, when the system asked him to conquer the Temple of the West. At this time, the giants of the temple, even the goddesses, are nothing but lackeys at his feet. Under normal circumstances, he should have completed this task. But people are not as good as heaven, and people from the western heaven suddenly descended to earth and took over the western temple, which disrupted Wang Xie's plan a little. But Wang Xie didn't care too much, after all the 3 pieces he wanted the most had already been obtained. It doesn't hurt to be unable to conquer the temple for the time being. Thinking of the fragments, Wang Xie naturally looked towards the goddess. After all, the first 2 fragments have already been refined by him, and the 3rd fragment is still on Tianvi, and he hasn't taken it yet. The goddess of the oracle is a smart person, there is no need for Wang Xie to speak, she immediately understood, and quickly explained, I am not a slave who is ignorant, and I hide the oracle and refuse to dedicate it to the master of the world. But I am the god oracle. As early as 200 years ago, when I descended from the heavens to sit in the temple, the celestial master of light integrated the power of the oracle into my bloodline and godhood 200 years imperceptibly. The oracle and my bloodline godhood are closely connected and cannot be separated. If they are separated by force, they will be destroyed by death. Actually, this is also a method used by the bright celestial master to prevent the oracle from falling into the hands of others. The oracle is a bridge between the blue star world and the heavens are also worried that this key treasure will fall into the hands of others. Quote, oh, is it so troublesome? Wang Xie pondered for a while, but smiled after a while. Then why not? He looked at Tianvi with a smirk. The goddess looked at him suspiciously and listened carefully. Since this matter is so troublesome, I'll leave it to you. Wang Xie said with a smirk, you should think of a way, try to see how you can dedicate the oracle to me. Ah, the goddess was stunned, she didn't expect Wang Xie to say that. In fact, when she mentioned this matter, she had some small plans of her own. She feels that Wang Xie attaches great importance to the oracle, so she will also attach importance to her. She hoped to be taken more seriously by Wang Xie, so that she would be safer. Now, in a way, she does get valued. After all, Wang Xie entrusted her with such an important matter. But this kind of emphasis is clearly testing her. If she really does it, maybe Wang Xie will recognize her, if she can't, maybe she will be punished. She felt that she should seize the opportunity and work harder on this matter, because she didn't want to disappoint Wang Xie, and she didn't want to be punished. But while thinking this way, she was also a little scared. Because she realized that, subconsciously, under the influence of faint oppression and inexplicable attraction, the current she actually cares so much about Wang Xie's evaluation of her. Now she is so eager to be recognized by Wang Xie. This actually means that her heart has changed. She has Wang Xie in her heart, she starts to care about Wang Xie. Even following Wang Xie for a short time, she almost forgot who Simon was, instead she kept thinking about Wang Xie, and could not forget all the good and bad things about Wang Xie. Oops, why do I always feel this way? Obviously. He should be an enemy. But I just want to get closer to him. The goddess looked at Wang Xie's back, pursed her lips lightly, and tightly followed him. Wang Xie didn't know what the goddess was thinking, and didn't bother to care too much. Anyway, just a servant girl. As a qualified servant, shouldn't she try her best to offer him what he needs? If he still needs to find a solution for such a trivial matter, then he is too tired to be the master. Then, he plans to return to the Dragon Palace to practice and rest. Unexpectedly, before arriving at the Dragon Palace, Dongfang Qinger, who came from afar, brought him 2 pieces of news first. From far to near, the two Taoists are Dongfang Qinger and Bai Ji. These two dragon girls came together. In just 4 or 5 days, the cultivation base of the second daughter has improved a lot. Needless to say, Dongfang Qinger, she has just refined the complete Dragon Emperor inheritance, and the speed of cultivation-based progress can be said to be rapid, breaking through realm non-stop every day. At this time, she has reached the limit of the Emperor level, and it will reach Divine in 2 days. Grade realm is also a piece of cake. After all, that is the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor. At the beginning, Yi Fan was just refining half of the dragon essence of the Dragon Emperor. Before he had time to make good use of it, his strength approached the Emperor level. It took Dongfang Qinger to refine the complete dragon element, and it took so long to slowly digest it, reaching above the Emperor level, or even breaking through divine grade. It was naturally easy. At this time, Bai Ji's body was also haunted by the faint immortal qi. As early as 5,000 years ago, she was a strong person above divine grade, but her strength was reduced due to her injuries. Over the past few days, she has been fed with the Dragon Emperor's blood by Wang Xie. Coupled with the help of the system, her body is recovering faster and faster, and at this time, she may be approaching divine grade. The two dragon girls, one green and one white, are both immortal and godlike, with peerless elegance. If two women like this appear in the outside world, they must be unattainable goddesses in the hearts of countless people. But in front of Wang Xie, they didn't have a trace of pride, they looked well behaved, and they all called their masters. Yeah, Wang Xie nodded and sized them up. You guys have made a lot of progress recently. Dongfang Qinger looked at Roman mischievously, and said with a smile, it's not because master, you have been so busy recently, you only care about going to the bishop's house in the west, and we sisters are very bored, so we can only concentrate on training, so the progress has suddenly become faster. As a newcomer who just entered the house, Roman was immediately embarrassed, and his cheeks were flushed. Stop it. If you talk too much, I'm afraid little sister will be embarrassed. Bai Ji took good care of the newcomer and didn't let Dongfang Qinger continue to joke. It's okay. Luo Man knew Bai Ji's intentions were good, but continued generously, Sister Qinger made fun of me, showing that she treats me as one of my own. Although Roman is a little embarrassed, she is actually very happy. So, thank you two sisters. Ah, little Roman, you are too sensible, your mouth is too sweet. Dongfang Qinger praised. I am also very happy to have a little sister like you. Since they fought side by side in the Dragon Palace, they are already familiar with each other, and the girls get along very well. Of course, the most important thing is they are all willing to follow Wang Xie. Moreover, they absolutely don't want to distract Wang Xie with some boring things, and they don't want to make Wang Xie worry about it. Therefore, unless something extremely important and unacceptable happens, they are all happy to get along with each other in harmony, making Wang Xie more at ease and making Wang Xie happier. Knowing what they were thinking, Wang Xie nodded secretly, quite satisfied. Then he turned the topic on the right track. What are you going to tell me? In fact, as early as 2 or 3 days ago, Dongfang Qinger had already had a phone call with him, and mentioned that there was something on Shenlong Island that required him to come. However, at that time, Wang Xie's thoughts were all on the temple, and Dongfang Qinger was not in a hurry, so he didn't deal with it for the time being. There are 2 things now. Dongfang Qinger stretched out 2 fingers. The first one is the one mentioned in the last phone call. A guest came from Shenlong Island. It seems to be a big man from some mountain or world. My memory is too bad, and I forgot again. In short, it should be very important. This guest wants to see you, and has been waiting for you for 2 days. Yeah, Wang Xie nodded. What about the second one? The second one is about Sister Lin, Dongfang Qinger said. Sister Lin, after several days of closed-door training, her fairy body awakened for the second time, and she became a fairy. And I also want to see you. Immortal, Wang Xie was stunned. Yes, Dongfang Qinger was actually a little depressed. As the successor of the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, she was not the first among the sisters to become a god, but was overwhelmed by Lin Ruochu. What else can she say? I can only say that Sister Lin deserves to be Sister Lin. After all, she was the first to follow Wang Xie, so she really shouldn't be underestimated. You've become a fairy so soon. Wang Xie smiled with narrowed eyes. He was shocked at first, but soon became relieved. After all, how could the qualifications of the woman arranged by Heavenly Tao for the protagonist be poor? That woman has a very rare pure yin fairy body. If there is no villain like him, the normal plot will be deduced Yi Fan becomes the Dragon King, soon reaches the Emperor level, and then breakthrough becomes a god. Lin Ruochu, who possesses an immortal body, is about to become an immortal. The problem is, the guests on Shenlong Island want to see you, and Sister Lin also wants to see you. Bai Ji joked. Then the master should go to Dragon Palace to meet Sister Lin first, or go to Shenlong Island to meet the guests first. Did she ask you to ask this kind of question? Wang Xie shook her head and chuckled. This woman really hasn't changed at all as always, she likes to play with this kind of childish temptation. However, Wang Xie is not annoying. Especially when the mood is good. So, he walked towards the Dragon Palace. You want to see Sister Lin first? Dongfang Qinger was a little surprised, but the guest on Shenlong Island has been waiting for 2 days. And she has a really big background. By the way, I remembered, yes, that person is from Kunlun Fairy Mountain. So what? Wang Xie's reaction was very indifferent. No matter who that person is, he waited for me for 2 days and didn't leave. He probably asked me for something and wanted me to do something. Since you are looking for me to do something, it's not too much to wait another day, right? Intuitively, Wang Xie felt that this visitor should be quite important. But comparatively speaking, he was still more interested in Lin Ruochu's fairy body, and decided to meet that mysterious guest after meeting Lin Ruochu. While Wang Xie was going to the Dragon Palace, the Simon Divine Guard in the Western Temple also got a new piece of news. What did you say found the connection point between Minor World and Blue Star? Is it on Shenlong Island in the Eastern Continent? It is absolutely true, it is on Shenlong Island. It is said, Shenlong Island was a semi-depleted minor world without an owner, but it was left by the first Dragon Emperor of the Shenlong clan 10,000 years ago. It is said that Wang Xie was the Dragon King. The reincarnation of the Emperor, the minor world he owns should have been inherited from the Shenlong clan. The subordinate replied. So the connection point is definitely on Shenlong Island. But Shenlong Island belongs to the east. This is troublesome. Simon frowned tightly. Just as behind the Western Continent, it is actually managed by the Western Celestial Realm. Behind the Eastern Continent, there is naturally the Eastern Heaven. To be precise, it's not actually called the Heaven Realm or the God Realm. Orientals don't like to call it that. They named the world beyond the world, Kunlun Immortal World. That is a world built by a group of immortal cultivators, and its foundation is so powerful that it is hardly below the Western Heaven Realm. Therefore, for a long time, the West and the East have not interfered with each other. Find a way to help me contact the immortals in the East. Simon was silent for a long time, and finally said, going to their territory, it's better to greet them first, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Already contacted. The subordinate replied. The Kunlun fairy who is in charge of human affairs seems to be a guest on Shenlong Island recently. I was trying to find the connection point of Minor World in the area of Shenlong Island, and I happened to meet. I raped her and was scolded by her. Oh, how is her strength? Simon asked. Very strong. At least above 6th level. The subordinate replied. Then prepare a generous gift for me. I plan to meet her in person. Simon pondered. Preparing for a big gift, the subordinate frowned, a little uneasy. Boss, what if Fairy Kunlun doesn't buy it in? He carefully recalled the situation when he met Fairy Kunlun, and hesitated. She just happened to appear near Shenlong Island, and she seems to have a lot of contacts with the island. Could it be that she knew Wang Xie in the first place and helped Wang in this matter? Xie. Partial gang, Simon sneered. I don't think so. As the saying goes, if the two countries are at war, they should not attack the envoy. For the heavens, the oracle goddess is the messenger sent to the world. Wang Xie dared to arrest the messenger of the heavens, and may have even killed it. This is a taboo. It is also a blatant provocation to the heavens. Anyone who wants to helping him is blatantly making enemies of the heavens. Then Fairy Kunlun will openly become an enemy of the entire heaven because of Wang Xie. As long as she is not crazy, she must know which is more important. Wang Xie must die. From the moment he openly humiliated the goddess in the temple and forcibly took the goddess away, he is doomed to die. Remembering that in the temple, his disheveled goddess was held in Wang Xie's arms, and Simon's face became extremely ferocious. Prepare a gift, just give the gift first and then the soldiers, and give the Eastern Immortal World a little bit of face. Wang Xie will die when I arrive in the East. In Simon's opinion, there will be no problems with his actions this time. As long as the Kunlun fairy is not crazy, there will be absolutely no problems. But, when he thought this way, he didn't know that the fairy from Kunlun had gone crazy. To be precise, as early as a few days ago, the moment she stepped into Shenlong Island, she was driven a little crazy by all the crazy things on the island. The wind on the top floor of the coiling dragon tower is a bit strong, and the white fairy dress flutters slightly in the wind. The eastern fairy stood on the top of the tower, overlooking the scenery of Long Island, looking at the people in life on the island. There was no arrogance like a god in his eyes, but he was inexplicably happy, inexplicably excited. The East is very different from the West. There is also a big difference between immortals and gods. God is another race that is different from humans. Therefore, in the West the high gods always have an inexplicable sense of superiority when facing human beings. In their eyes, it seems that human beings are born to serve and contribute to God. Xi'an is not like this. Because people who hide in the mountains are immortals. The combination of the characters, herringbone, and mountain, means immortal. A person whose ability is enough to move mountains and fill seas is a fairy. Immortals are cultivated by humans. Therefore, immortals regard humans as the same kind. Will be willing to help others, pointing the weak to become stronger. Especially in the Eastern continent, for Kunlun immortal world, helping humans become stronger is helping themselves. After all, the greater the number of strong human beings in the Eastern continent, the greater the probability of producing new immortals. When new immortals are born, Kunlun immortal world will invite them to join, so that immortal world will have a steady stream of fresh blood to replenish, and will not become weak. Therefore, the Eastern temple cannot be regarded as a temple in the strict sense, and they do not engage in beliefs. It is actually a quasi-immortal recruitment office, under the guise of belief. As a fairy representing Kunlun in the human world, apart from staying in the temple occasionally, she spends more time traveling around the world, looking for those who are qualified to become immortals, pointing or leading them into the immortal world. Therefore, in addition to being called Fairy Kunlun in the world, she is also called Fairy Receiving and Engaging. To guide immortals into Kunlun is her greatest mission in the world. But people who have the ability to become immortals are extremely rare, and it is not an exaggeration to say that there is no one in a billion. 200 years came to her and searched for it for a long time, but found very little. But when she came to Shenlong Island for the past 2 days, everything changed. Dongfang Qinger, Bai Ji, Lin Miaoke, and Lin Ruichu all have the talents of immortal gods. She wandered around the island casually, and met more fairy characters than she met in the past 200 years. Moreover, so many magnificent figures are all related to a man named Wang Xie. She's literally going nuts with all of this. If so many people with excellent qualifications are recruited, this vote will be done. It is estimated that she will not be busy for the last 1,000 years. Therefore, at this time, she will temporarily live on the island, waiting for the man named Wang Xie, and talk to him no matter what. Certainly. Besides Wang Xie, it was Lin Ruichu who shocked her even more. Because on Lin Ruichu's body, she actually sensed the aura of the pure yin fairy body. The so-called cultivating immortals means cultivating the Tao. Tao is yin and yang, heaven and earth. The dry sky is yang, and the earth is yin. The operation of yin and yang affects everything in the world. Therefore, in the records of Kunlun immortal world, the pure yin immortal physique is an extremely important, extremely powerful, and extremely noble type of immortal physique. It has the honorific title of Mother of the Earth, and it is rare to see it in 10,000 years. The last record of pure yin immortal body in history was in the previous era before 10,000 years. At that time, the owner of the pure yin fairy body was the fairy queen of the immortal world, Empress Haotu. She actually has the same bloodline as the fairy queen. Fairy Kunlun trembled as she grabbed the railing. After all, it was bloodline of the Cassiopeia level. Bringing such a character to immortal world is definitely a great achievement. Both for her and for the immortal world, there are great benefits. No matter what, you must have a good relationship with the Empress. And draw her into Kunlun's camp. However, just when the fairy was thinking about how to please the fairy queen and how to build a good relationship with Lin Ruichu, the villain Wang Xie, he doesn't care about the pure yin fairy body, the talent of the fairy queen. However, this time, as a young master of jealousy, she didn't have time to eat his jealousy. Wang Xie came to the Dragon Palace. The door here is always open for him. Lin Ruochu couldn't speak anymore, and didn't want to speak anymore. The original Tsunere quickly turned into tenderness. Now that he has become a fairy, why not let him try it out first? Soon, he met Lin Ruochu. "Tch, so what if you come to see me first? Don't think I don't know. When you come back this time, there are so many more around you. I didn't go to meet the guests, so I came to see you first. Are you satisfied?" Wang Xie approached her casually. "I haven't seen her for a few days, but this celestial immortals-like woman is full of immortal chi, and that breath is actually more alluring than a celestial girl who is a protos." Because Wang Xie blocked her mouth first. No matter who the woman who lives in this palace is, the door must always be reserved for him. After all, because before she finished speaking, he hugged her, overwhelmed her, and kissed her. He hasn't hugged a real fairy yet. She had her hands on her hips, the same Tsunere as always, as jealous as ever. This is his bedroom, his harem. Lin Ruochu was extremely enthusiastic. Women are like this. On the surface, they look cold and resentful, but in front of the person they like, they melt instantly after being hugged. "What were you trying to say just now? Blame me for staying in the West for too long. What else is there around me?" Seeing her enthusiasm, Wang Xie started to tease her on purpose. Perhaps Lin Ruochu wanted to say that Wang Xie was promiscuous in the West. "There are many other women around me," or something like that. But at this time, she changed her words. "No, I mean, those are my sisters. It's up to you how long your husband stays in the West. So, no matter what I do, you don't have any objections and aren't jealous anymore?" Wang Xie asked again. "Of course I am willing to listen to my husband for everything," she said against her will but sincerely. Going against one's heart is going against one's own heart, but one's sincerity is against Wang Xie. I don't know since when, it has become more and more difficult for her to disobey Wang Xie. Sometimes, even if she goes against her own heart, she still wants to please Wang Xie. When encountering similar situations before, she also likes to find reasons for herself. For example, if Wang Xie gets closer to other girls, she will say it's for the sake of the overall situation. Because Wang Xie is dealing with the son of Heavenly Tao. Because the woman next to the son of Heavenly Tao is part of luck, this can weaken the son of Heavenly Tao. Now, she didn't even bother to find such an excuse. If you have to say a reason, there is only one reason left for her now. She doesn't want to go against Wang Xie in anything. She just wants to please Wang Xie. Make Wang Xie happy. As at this moment, she actually knew that Wang Xie was teasing her. Knowing what the answer Wang Xie wants is. Even if the answer made her hard to say, even if it made her go against her will, she was still willing to tell the answer in order to please Wang Xie. At this moment, in her heart, Wang Xie was already more important than herself. Perhaps, this is completely conquered. Wang Xie smiled, looking at her obsessed expression. Has anyone ever told you that the body of pure yin actually has the appearance of a fairy queen? It seems someone said so. Lin Ruochu said. Perhaps, that would be her original destiny. After a certain protagonist counts 100 years, he finally grows into a peerless powerhouse and ascends to the throne of a mortal emperor. And as the #1 heroine next to the protagonist, of course she has the appearance of a fairy queen, and it is only natural that she can become a fairy queen. But now I think you are more suitable to be the evil queen. Wang Xie hugged her. Just be my evil queen from now on. Well, I don't want to be a fairy queen, I will be your evil queen for the rest of my life. She responded to him. The two hug each other passionately. After a long time, Wang Xie finally let her go. The room gradually became quiet. Lin Ruochu lay quietly in his arms, panting slightly. Honey, have you noticed you've changed? After a long silence, she suddenly said. What changed? Wang Xie asked her. You've become worse. She pouted aggrievedly. Then you still hug me so tightly. Wang Xie looked at her with a smile. That's because I've become bad too. You've made me bad. Lin Ruochu was very innocent. Back then, in the seaside city, she was willing to sacrifice herself and give herself to Wang Xie in order to save the people in the city. When the beast horde came, she rushed forward more than anyone else. For the sake of the kindness and justice in her heart, she put life and death aside. At that time, she was really a kind and good person. Looking back at this time, it seems like a lifetime ago. So, do you regret it? Wang Xie asked her. No, of course not. Lin Ruochu shook his head decisively. Why? Wang Xie asked again. Lin Ruochu leaned into Wang Xie's arms again, looking up at him obsessively with her small face, because my husband is a villain. If I don't become a villain, how can I be worthy of my husband and play happily with him? What so? From now on, I'll be a bad guy too. Even if the bad guy will play the underworld after death, let me play the underworld with my husband. I will be a good person in my next life. Wang Xie smiled. Because he is a villain, she also wants to be a villain. This is the most beautiful confession he has ever heard. Then he noticed meeting Lin Ruochu again, this chick seems to be more powerful than Blacken. But he didn't seem to do anything, and he didn't deliberately guide it. Could it be the influence of the evil spirit attribute after mastering the magic of controlling immortals? Wang Xie secretly guessed. System answer, it should be related to the evil attribute. She is your person, under the influence of the evil attribute, she will be more loyal and even obsessed with you. In order to get along with you better, she voluntarily Blacken, degenerate, becoming a villain like you, it's not surprising. And don't forget, she is a fairy. So what's the matter with being a fairy? Wang Xie was a little puzzled at first, but he quickly realized the sorcery he cultivated is the sorcery of controlling immortals. Yu Xian. You can tell from the name that this kind of sorcery is more targeted at immortals. I forgot to tell you, the world master who created this sorcery was born in the fairy clan, and he was a male fairy. Therefore, the evil spirit attribute will have a great impact on the fairy, especially the female fairy. It will make the female fairy endure. I can't stop wanting to get close to you, maybe even only met you once, and then I fell in love with you, unable to extricate myself, so that I lost myself. I fell in love with you just once, and even let the fairy lose herself. Wang Xie smiled evilly. Is this cultivation technique so flirtatious? But if so. Wang Xie remembered what Dongfang Qinger had said. Dongfang Qinger reminded him earlier that the fairy from Kunlun immortal world wanted to see him. According to the system, the sorcery of controlling immortals has a great influence on immortals. Doesn't that mean no matter how advanced realm that Kunlun fairy has, he will be easily subdued by him? Can't help him. If Fairy Kunlun is also subdued, things will be interesting. Wang Xie's smile became even more evil. Although he still doesn't know what that fairy is looking for him for now, he does know that Fairy Kunlun is the spokesperson of Immortal World in the Eastern Continent. If Fairy Kunlun is subdued by him, wouldn't the entire Eastern Continent become his back garden? Moreover, Simon and those Western gods want to come to the East to deal with him, so they must negotiate with Fairy Kunlun. If Fairy Kunlun also became his own, what a ghost Simon would be. Just thinking about this, Lin Ruochu said, by the way, my husband a fairy from Kunlun recently came, she has been trying to persuade us to join the camp of Kunlun Immortal World. But you are not here, we did not promise her, waiting for you to come make a decision. Shall we see her later? Oh, she wants you to join the Kunlun Immortal World. Wang Xie understood, this fairy was not only easily subdued by him, but also happened to be asking him now. This is simply a free opportunity. If he doesn't accept the fairy, he will be sorry for his own cultivation technique. Then I'll go see her later. Wang Xie smiled wickedly. At the same time, before Wang Xie went to meet Fairy Kunlun, Simon arrived at Shenlong Island with the prepared gifts. Gangfeng hunting. Facing the strong wind, Simon looked at the island in the distance with a grin on his face. The subordinate's previous report was not wrong. After coming here he can already detect the damned breath of that minor world. He will never forget the hateful aura that belongs to Wang Xie. The key connection point between Wang Xie's minor world and Blue Star is indeed on Shenlong Island. The monk can't run away from the temple, and now I even found the temple. When I meet the fairy and destroy that connection point, I'll see if he can still look good. Simon sneered secretly. At this time, a divine thought came from a distant island, and it turned into a cold voice, echoing in his mind. If you want to talk about something, come to Bihu Shaoju on the island. Remember, don't disturb the people on the island. That was the voice of Fairy Kunlun. Without hesitation, Simon restrained the powerful aura of the gods very sensibly, and also asked his subordinates to restrain their aura. Their low-key landing on the island did not cause any unnecessary commotion. After all, this is the request of Fairy Kunlun. When they came to the east, even if they were gods, they had to abide by the rules of fairies. Soon, Bihu Shaoju arrived. The fairy's residence is extraordinarily quiet and elegant. There are almost no redundant pavilions and pavilions here, let alone any high-rise buildings. Everything is elegant and natural. It's just that there is a simple bamboo house by the blue lake. The bamboo house looks simple, but because of the fairy living there, it has a sense of detachment and purity. In the middle of the west, Simon, the angel of the gods, pays homage to the fairy of the east. Simon saluted the woman in front of the house very politely. While talking, he winked at his subordinates, signaling them to offer a small gift. The fairy glanced at Simon, a little displeased. Different ways do not conspire with each other, she is not very interested in Western gods. The matter hadn't started yet, and she didn't know the other party well, but the other party wanted to give her a gift first. It seemed that she liked to accept favors, and she didn't like this kind of behavior. However, maintaining the necessary communication with the West is one of her jobs. So the fairy remained calm, waved her hand and rejected the gift that the Western god wanted to offer, and said flatly, "The gift will be waived, and why the honored guest is here, you may as well just tell me." Simon was also polite, opened the skylight and began to speak bluntly. "Some major events happened in the Western continent 2 days ago, the fairy should already know about it." 2 days ago, fairy frowned slightly, but she really didn't know. She didn't care much about the affairs of the West. In the past 2 days, she has been focusing on Lin Ruochu, Lin Miaoke, and Dongfang Qinger, the potential heaven-defying little fairies. How can she care about Western shit? Seeing the fairy frowning, Simon knew that she didn't understand much, so he told her what happened in the West. It was a story about the damned Orientals rioting in the holy city and kidnapping the goddess. The story is long and boring. Simon is clearly not a good storyteller. Fairy Kunlun gets a little distracted soon. She didn't care about the stories Simon told at all she could think about was Wang Xie and Lin Ruochu. She heard that Lin Ruochu has made progress in cultivation base recently, and has been doing closed-door training for 2 or 3 days in a row. This time, I don't know if I can reach the fairy realm. If you reach the immortal realm, the true potential of the pure yin immortal physique will start to work, right? After all, it is a bloodline comparable to the fairy queen. And Wang Xie. This guy's life is really extraordinary. The female dragon emperor Dongfang Qinger, the princess of the white dragon clan, the pure yin fairy body, the divine phoenix fairy body, they all said they wanted to listen to Wang Xie. Ah, when can I see Wang Xie? Simon didn't know that the fairy had already wandered into the sky, and he was still talking to himself. "So, fairy, do you understand what I mean?" Huh, fairy finally recovered. Although she is not interested in what Simon said, but with her cultivation base, even if she is single-minded, it is enough to understand that boring story. So she knew the content of the story very well, knew that there was a mysterious strong man from the east who turned the west upside down, and seemed to kidnap the goddess from the western temple in the end. To be honest, the story is actually kind of interesting. But she doesn't understand, it's none of her business. The West couldn't even keep the own temple, and even let its own goddess be abducted. Then come to her to complain. Just because the strong person who made the incident is an Oriental, is she going to be responsible for this matter? With all due respect, she began to kick the ball skillfully. "I don't understand what you said has anything to do with Dongfang and Shenlong Island." "Of course it has something to do with it." Simon smiled. After laying the groundwork for so long, he finally came to the point, because that Easterner is none other than someone else. It's from Shenlong Island. He was about to give the answer, telling the fairy that the heinous Westerner is Wang Xie. However, at this moment, the fairy seemed to have noticed something, and stood up from the chair suddenly, with a puzzled expression on her face, and then ecstatic. At the same time, a divine thought spread into her sea of consciousness. The power, purity, and gentleness of the divine mind surprised her and was extremely familiar to her. Seeing that the fairy was so warm to others but so indifferent to him, Simon Shenhui's expression turned extremely ugly. At this time, several figures gradually appeared on the far side of the lake. It was obvious that Lin Ruochu and Wang Xie had come together. At the same time, the information contained in the divine thoughts was transformed into a voice, which sounded in her mind, "My husband and I mentioned what you said last time. He wants to see you now. Is it convenient for you?" Hearing that Wang Xie had come over, she was immediately not interested in talking to Simon. Lin Ruochu has reached the immortal level. It's even more because she clearly sensed Lin Ruochu's change. Then, she got up and said to Simon, "I'm really sorry, I suddenly have a very urgent matter. I'm afraid I can't continue talking with you, why don't we talk about it another day?" "But I haven't finished my sentence yet." Simon was made a little silly. After all, this is the most important thing to her. None of them. The fairy was very enthusiastic, and greeted Wang Xie and her sister from afar without waiting for them to approach. Of course she cares more about Lin Ruochu and Wang Xie than about Simon. Because that was Lin Ruochu's divine sense. The fairy ignored him. Simon sneered, looked at the figure, but saw. At this moment, she was clearly agitated. I'd like to see what kind of person is here. Could it be more face-saving than Western heaven? After all, she didn't care too much about Western affairs, but this matter of seeing Wang Xie. She has been waiting for a long time. Convenience. I am convenient anytime. Fairy immediately replied with divine sense. Simon sneered, looked at the man, but saw. Wang Xie. The so-called important thing Dongfang Fairy wants to see Wang Xie. Fairy to meet Wang Xie. Actually abandoned the whole West in disregard. Put aside the solemn demands of the West. Simon was stunned. He felt that the entire Western heaven realm had been humiliated. And while Simon was being pissed off, the Eastern Fairy was also a little bit silly. Because she saw Wang Xie. She just glanced at Wang Xie, and then she looked a little silly. Personable, unrestrained, extraordinary, many beautiful words in the world are no longer enough to describe the impression he gave her. Traveling in the world for 200 years, she has seen many so-called excellent people, but there has never been a man like Wang Xie. Just one glance, it is difficult for her to look away. It's fine if it's just outwardly handsome, or handsome. The issue is, she was sure this was the first time she had seen Wang Xie. But she didn't know what was wrong. She obviously just looked at Wang Xie from a distance, obviously she just glanced at Wang Xie, and felt that she and Wang Xie had known each other for 1,000 years already. It seemed like she and he had been intimate for 1,000 years. It seems that she and him have known each other in a previous life. There seems to be a fatal attraction on Wang Xie's body, constantly attracting her heart. So, she just took a look at Wang Xie, and the Tao heart, which was as pure as a lotus, produced many ripples that shouldn't have been there. So much so she was completely dumbfounded. Looking at her blank expression, Wang Xie knew that this so-called fairy was probably affected by the sorcery of controlling immortals, so she couldn't help but secretly smiled. You must be the fairy of Kunlun, right? I've heard Ruochu mention you, and I'm very glad to meet you today. He greeted politely, and extended his hand to shake her friendly. Fairy finally woke up from the trance, and shook hands with Wang Xie enthusiastically. Hello, just call me Shaner. Lin Xianer. Shaner. Only then did Wang Xie know that fairies have names and surnames just like people, and the name is quite nice. Lin Shaner heard Wang Xie chanting the word, Shaner, but her face turned red quietly. Of course she has her own name, but in the circle of immortals, ascetics mostly call each other by Tao name or other names. For example, her main duty in the human world is to guide newcomers, and most people or immortals like to call her a guide fairy. In private, only close friends and even family members will know the name in private. When she and Wang Xie met for the first time, she told her private name, which actually seemed a little out of character. Moreover, she is still holding Wang Xie's hand. That feeling is like holding hands with Wang Xie. It was just the simplest physical contact, and she was intoxicated by it. Tao heart couldn't calm down for a long time, and his face became more and more red. It's an almost unconcealable red. The redness of the spring heart. Wang Xie looked at her face calmly, thinking, is the dignified fairy so unreserved? Why does it feel like I can take her down at any time? Simon didn't know what happened in this brief moment, and he didn't know how the coldly indifferent fairy just looked at Wang Xie, and how happy she was, how blushing. But he still felt something was wrong. The fairy is so enthusiastic about Wang Xie. When we first met, we held hands again and said hello again. When he met the fairy, why didn't the fairy shake his hand and say hello to him? But that's not the main reason for Simon's anger. The main reason is that when he saw Wang Xie, he also saw Tianvi. That was his heavenly daughter. A celestial maiden of heaven. But at this moment, the goddess was standing silently behind Wang Xie, like a personal maid with low eyebrows, respectful and pleasing, not to mention how cute she looked. And, at this time, the goddess's complexion is very good. The breath is stable, the complexion is rosy, the skin is fair and shiny, and there is not even a single scar on the divine body. This is not the same as he thought. In his imagination, the oracle goddess should have died, and should have been killed by Wang Xie. Even if he didn't die, he must have been bruised and bruised under Wang Xie's torture, and he swore to the death to defend his own belief in chastity. But why is the celestial girl so glamorous and beautiful now, without any injuries on her body, and her breath is not weak? Could it be that Wang Xie will easily let the goddess go? Certainly not. So, what did the goddess pay in exchange for this glamour? At this time, does the goddess still belong to him? Her chastity, which has been preserved for 200 years, must have been handed over to Wang Xie. Every inch of her body have been touched by Wang Xie. Simon's gaze towards the goddess became extremely complicated in an instant. It was a complex full of aggrieved and angry. Even if the celestial girl is dead, he doesn't have to be so complicated at the moment. After all, if the goddess dies, he just needs to avenge her desperately. But now, while Simon was in a complicated mood, Tianvi felt extremely lost. Because she understands the complexity of Simon and understands Simon's mind. Perhaps, in Simon's eyes, she might as well be dead. After all, if she died for chastity, Simon would be able to proudly say to others in the future his woman kept her chastity with death. He will avenge his woman with great honor. But the problem is she doesn't want to die. Could it be that she is the whole person? All of her? Isn't it as important as the so-called chastity? Even if she is possessed by Wang Xie. Even if every inch of her skin is no longer as pure as before. Is she going to die because of it? Could this be what she was looking forward to? The love she was waiting for. Destroyed. Destroyed. The goddess still had some expectations for Simon. She still has some fantasies about the love she has been waiting for 200 years. Available at this moment. All her fantasies were shattered. Destroyed. Everything is ruined. Simon felt the same way. Is a celestial girl who is no longer pure worth saving? Even if he saves her back, this woman will become his disgrace, and become the laughingstock for him to be ridiculed by everyone in the heaven. So, the goddess was ruined, and the 200 years he had been waiting for were also ruined. All his good things are ruined. It's all Wang Xie's fault. Wang Xie, take your life. At this moment, Simon is almost going crazy. Want to kill Wang Xie like crazy. Master, world master, be careful. At this moment, the goddess became even more loyal. Loyalty must guard Wang Xie and protect Wang Xie. There is something funny about this scene, something funny, and something ironic. One wanted to kill, the other wanted to protect. The two who were supposed to be a couple of gods and gods, now seem to have turned against each other. At this time, Wang Xie finally noticed that Simon was also here and clamored to kill him. But he didn't care at all, he just watched with interest. Because of Simon's murderous attack, he didn't have time to get close to Wang Xie, and was cut to pieces by the fairy's sword and tent. Holding the sword, she turned to look at the Western god, Simon. Those who try to harm the Eastern continent in front of me, are you looking for death? Simon, those who try to hurt the Eastern continent in front of me, are you looking for death? Lin Shan'er stopped Simon Shenwei. She will not allow anyone to hurt Wang Xie. Seeing that the fairy was also protecting Wang Xie, Simon Shenwei was also annoyed, and said righteously. But he is making a big noise in the holy city and kidnapping the celestial girl. Blatantly provoking the people of the celestial realm. This matter concerns the dignity and glory of the celestial realm, and we absolutely cannot let it go. The fairy is helping him like this, is it to represent the immortal world as an enemy of the celestial realm? He is the world master level powerhouse who disturbed the West. Wang Xie. Lin Shan'er frowned slightly. If Wang Xie really kidnapped the celestial maiden, things would be really troublesome. After all, if the person who kidnaps the heavenly realm will never let it go. As the spokesperson of Kunlun immortal world in the human world, her attitude not only represents the individual, but also Kunlun immortal world. If she helps Wang Xie, it means that the Kunlun immortal world supports Wang Xie in taking away the people from the heaven realm and supports Wang Xie in provoking the heaven realm. But even so, she still wants to help Wang Xie. Maybe she needs a reason. A valid reason. So she looked at Wang Xie, hoping that Wang Xie would give her a reason. Wang Xie saw all this in his eyes and did not rush. He thought very clearly that Kunlun's fairies are similar to his family's fairies, so they must be on his side. Simon Shenwei is justified because he kidnapped the celestial girl and captured the people from the heaven. That's right. The key point is actually this. He captured the people from the heaven realm, and the heaven realm cannot let it go. Simon has reason and right to take care of this matter. Therefore, he moved out the entire heaven to support himself at every turn. So suppose he made this key point non-existent. Looking at the celestial girl next to her, Wang Xie quickly showed a wicked smile on her face, and said calmly, "Your Excellency said earlier that I kidnapped the celestial girl. I don't admit to it." "Don't admit it?" Simon was amused by Wang Xie's words. "When you kidnapped the oracle goddess in the temple, we all saw it. At this time, the goddess is standing by your side. Don't you still want to quibble?" Quote. "That's right. The goddess is by your side right now. How else do you want to argue?" The rest of the Western gods also echoed. Wang Xie's smile grew wider, and she said lightly, "So what if she's by my side? Could it be that people are not allowed to follow me voluntarily, to stay by my side voluntarily?" Voluntary, the gods of the Western Heaven realm were stunned at the same time. "Since you keep saying that I kidnapped the celestial girl, and the celestial girl is standing here at this time, how about we listen to the person involved?" Wang Xie looked at the crowd with a smile, and then looked at the celestial girl. When Simon was about to make a move earlier, he thought Tianvi's reaction was very interesting. At that time, the goddess actually stood on the opposite side of Simon, trying to protect him, also remind him to be careful. Really loyal enough. Therefore, he intends to give the goddess a chance to show off, a chance to surrender to him and express her loyalty to him. At this time, all the Western gods present were dumbfounded. To be precise, they thought Wang Xie must be crazy. Obviously it was Wang Xie who abducted the goddess, and possibly humiliated the goddess. Under such circumstances, he actually wants to listen to what the goddess has to say. Could it be that the goddess will not help the heaven side, but speak for Wang Xie? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. All Shendu looked towards the goddess, waiting for the goddess to tell the truth. Simon also looked at Tianu with hope, hoping that Tianu could tell him the truth that satisfied him. In this way, he could deal with Wang Xie openly. However, I am indeed willing to follow Wang Xie Dage, not because he kidnapped me, the goddess said seriously. Silence. The Western gods were stunned collectively. Simon showed an expression of disbelief. He didn't expect the goddess to say that. He couldn't believe that the goddess would say such a thing. The goddess met Simon's gaze, but her expression was indifferent. Ever since Simon saw her, the moment his expression was complicated, she had already figured it out. Even if Simon did save her, she wouldn't end well. Even if she returns to heaven. In the eyes of others, she is just a filthy goddess who has been defiled, and she will bear the infamy for a lifetime. But staying with Wang Xie is different. She only stayed by Wang Xie's side for 2 days, and Wang Xie dared to trust her so much. He was willing to let her participate in such a big matter and let her cooperate. This trust is hard-earned. There will be no second chances either. She would rather be a favored little maid by Wang Xie's side than go back to Simon and be a goddess. What's more, Wang Xie is more attractive to her. It makes her feel more. And she understands that just the previous sentence is not enough. In order to better cooperate with Wang Xie, she continued. It was Simon who wanted to get close to me in secret and conspired against me coincidentally. I already knew Wang Xie Dage very well. It was Wang Xie Dage who defied the power and acted righteously to save me. In order to prevent Simon from continuing to harm me, left me in his minor world. Simon's eyes widened even further. He's up to no good. Wang Xie acted out of righteousness. This time he is really going to be mad. His woman, it's not worth talking for other men. Are you going to hurt him now? Put a shit bowl on his head. It's nonsense. How dare you frame me, a woman who eats inside and out? I'll kill you as well. Simon was furious and murderous. However, his soaring murderous aura could hardly hurt Wang Xie and Tianvi. Because the fairy stopped him again. In the eastern continent, you don't want to kill anyone. Her expression was indifferent, and her tone was unquestionable. Do you have to be my enemy? Simon was really going crazy. His aura soared, revealing the terrifying realm of the 6th-level gods. Joke, who do you think you are? The corners of Lin Shanner's mouth curled up, her smile was somewhat disdainful. It's just a mere angel of God. If it wasn't for her responsibilities, it was not convenient for her to do anything carelessly, so why should she care about such things? Simon still wants to have S*X with her. Seeing the contempt and disdain of the fairy, Simon Shenwei couldn't help being even more angry. Those 4 pairs of wings spread out at full strength. Thousands of lights gathered, rolling in like a torrent. Forbidden art judgment of light. However, facing the terrifying torrent of energy, Lin Shanner only used one sword. The sword intent surged past, and there was a crack in the middle of the torrent of countless lights. The cracks are getting bigger and bigger. That light is broken. The fairy stands in place, colorful lights pass by her divine side, rendering her fairy clothes in brilliant colors, making her look like a fairy. However, the light didn't even hurt a single strand of her hair. One day, I must kill him. If it wasn't for the fairy being always very measured, maybe he is already dead. Ding! It has been detected that Heavenly Dao's son, Fang Kun Dao, has produced a heart's demon, which will definitely affect his future practice path, so the host gets 100,000 seizing value. This time, it was just a small lesson with the help of the fairy. And when he turned around the gate of hell, he wouldn't let Simon live too long either. Must kill him. But there was a clear sword mark on Simon's chest and abdomen, and the wound was dripping with blood. Simon won't let him go, must kill him. Ding! The host successfully turned the celestial girl and the son of Heavenly Dao against each other. The celestial girl's obedience increased greatly, and the host gained 200,000 seizing value. Ah! Simon was unwilling. He has never been unwilling. Unprecedented anger. Wang Xie smiled all over his face, smiling and holding his goddess, smiling at him like a devil. He is far from the fairy's opponent. He left these words in grief and indignation, and then led the people away in despair. His goddess hid in Wang Xie's arms because of panic. When his realm lord level is reminded and he has reached the middle god realm, he will kill Simon with his own hands and take away all of Simon's luck and even his life. Wang Xie's smile grew wider because he heard the long-lost system prompt again. He's hurt so badly now, he almost died. Simon left with his seriously injured body. From today onwards, the Western gods are not allowed to enter the Eastern continent without permission. Violators will be killed without mercy. The fairy's last words echoed in the ears of the gods of the West. Simon's expression couldn't help becoming more angry and helpless. The fairy forbids him to set foot in the West again. This means that in the future, Wang Xie, a damned B*****, as long as he stays obediently in the East, he will be able to hug his goddess and live a very nourishing life. Obviously all of this is Wang Xie's fault. Obviously Wang Xie ruined everything for him. But that B** didn't get any punishment, on the contrary, he became more nourished and happier. He hates it. He is unwilling. He will never be able to swallow this breath. And at this time, Wang Xie was all smiles, although he might not be able to beat the middle angel for the time being. However, Simon and his group will not be able to set foot in the East for the time being, and the vast East is enough for him to slowly develop. It is only a matter of time before he wants to reach the middle level of God Realm Lord, even stronger than Simon. This is undoubtedly thanks to the fairy. So, he said to the fairy, thanks to Miss Shonner this time, if Miss Shonner wasn't here, we might be in trouble. Wang Xie, you're too polite. Lin Shonner squinted and smiled, I'm just doing what I should do. Besides, you are the master of the world and have your own minor world. The Western god is far behind you. Even if I'm not here, he can't do anything to you. When talking to Wang Xie, her eyes seemed to be shining, and she obviously liked Wang Xie very much. Of course, in addition to favor, there are other meanings. If you have to thank me, how about you join the Immortal World camp together? She looked at Wang Xie greedily, and the smile on her face became even more charming. Thank you, thank you. Because I want to thank you, I sell myself. This is not my style. Wang Xie refused calmly. Want him to join Kunlun's camp so easily? Is he that cheap? We can talk about this matter slowly. If you are willing to join Kunlun, there will definitely be many benefits. Lin Xianer sensibly began to promise various benefits to Wang Xie. First of all, Kunlun Immortal World has absolute influence in the East. As long as you are willing to join my camp, mine is naturally yours. The Eastern continent is your home, and absolutely no one can pose a threat to you. Quote. Secondly, joining the camp of Kunlun Immortal World is equivalent to having the backing of Immortal World. In this way, you will be less likely to suffer losses in the face of some supernatural forces. For example, if you are from Kunlun, you will encounter the Immortal World again. Once you reach the Heaven Realm, the Kunlun Immortal World will naturally cover you. Wang Xie interrupted at the right time. It's not necessarily true, is it? If I really cause a lot of trouble and offend the heavens to death, Kunlun Immortal World will really stand by me regardless of everything. I really can't guarantee what the entire Kunlun Immortal World will do. Fairy said, But I can guarantee that no matter what happens, I will represent myself and stand by your side forever. Wang Xie smiled. He felt that the conditions for the opening of the ferry this time were a bit interesting. No matter what he does, the ferry is on his side. In this situation, wouldn't it be equivalent to directly accepting the ferry as a bodyguard? Simon has the strength of a 6th-level god, and can be called a late-stage realm of a middle god. The ferry can beat Simon with one move, and his strength is far above Simon, and he may have reached the level of a high god. Joined Kunlun to send a ferry. This condition is really generous enough. Ferry was just about to write him a deed of sale in exchange for his joining. That's why you want me to join Kunlun's camp, Wang Xie continued to ask her. If it's someone else, of course he doesn't have the right to let the ferry beg so humbly. But Wang Xie is different. Wang Xie is the master of the world. Compared with ordinary immortals or gods, the masters of the world are much rarer and more important. Secondly, Lin Ruichu has the appearance of a fairy queen. In Wang Xie's minor world, those little girls made her quite envious. Taking care of Wang Xie is tantamount to taking care of a minor world, and of course she is willing to pay more. In addition to these, there is a more personal reason. Wang Xie always gives her a very close feeling, which makes her very comfortable and looking forward to. She hopes to have a closer relationship with Wang Xie. If Wang Xie joins, at least, her relationship with him can start from the same camp. At that time, she will have more reasons to get closer to Wang Xie, get along with Wang Xie. But these hazy thoughts, she will not speak out. So she said in a joking tone, Wang Xie, do you believe in fate? The first time I saw you, I thought we were destined. So I want to pull you to join the immortal world no matter what. Fate? Wang Xie raised his brows slightly and smiled secretly. To others, this might just be a close joke. But how could Wang Xie not know that Lin Shanner actually has something else in mind? Well, yes, he said with a smile, I also feel that I have a good relationship with Miss Shanner. So if I want to join Kunlun Immortal World, I would like to make one more request. What request? Wang Xie, just say it, I will satisfy whatever I can, and I will never shirk it. Lin Shanner generously patted her chest and promised. You can definitely do it. Wang Xie's smile was a bit evil, because my request is for you to be mine. Just halfway through, the fairy's face turned red. Want her to be his? What does that mean? Is it literally? But this is too fast. She had only met him once, and she hadn't even spoken a few words, so Wang Xie said this to her. He doesn't look like such a casual person. Maybe he is actually the same as me. From the first time I saw him, I felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Is that why I asked for it? That is to say, not only do I have feelings for him, but he actually has feelings for me. Thinking of this, Lin Shanner was a little excited. Of course she knew that Wang Xie already had another woman. But if Wang Xie is really interested in her, she won't mind those. In fact, in the circle of gods, many people don't mind those. Because those things in the world are only suitable to stay in the world, and are only suitable for restraining mortals. Mortals only have a lifespan of a few decades. Using mortal rules and morality to measure gods and immortals whose lifespan exceeds 1,000 years is a joke. In the circle of gods, gods and immortals may not get married for thousands of years, and our heart is cold and lonely. But if they really meet someone they like, if they really feel very strong, they don't bother to worry about anything. Therefore, the fairy at this time was a little uneasy. She just squeezed the little hand in the sleeve robe, not knowing how to respond to Wang Xie. Is it desperate, or? Unexpectedly, when her nervous palms were sweating and she was considering whether to reject or accept, Wang Xie said, Little sister. Little sister, Lin Shanner was obviously taken aback. Then, she connected Wang Xie's previous words with the last two words, only to realize that she seemed to have misunderstood. What Wang Xie was saying wants her to be his little sister. So I was thinking too much, she felt a little lost for a moment. What don't you want to? Wang Xie continued to ask her. No, of course I would, Lin Shanner said immediately. After all, even little sister. It's better than meeting by chance. To be precise, it should be much better than meeting by chance. However, after fully agreeing, she realized a very shameful thing. As a high god who practiced for 1,000 years, as a fairy who is also quite famous in Kunlun Immortal World, she actually recognized a lower rank divine grade as a big brother. On age, on seniority, On cultivation base no matter what, she is higher first level than Wang Xie, right? In this situation, she actually accepted Wang Xie as the big brother without any resistance. This is too shameful. Lin Shanner's face turned red again. Being so helpless in front of Wang Xie, she felt that she might have exposed something more than what might have been revealed. At this time, in Wang Xie's eyes, Lin Shanner was almost naked. All her thoughts have been penetrated by him. However, even if he had seen through all this, he would not have confessed his love to her since he knew that Lin Shanner liked him very much. Because he won't give her a chance to refuse. Confession is too troublesome and thankless. It's better to recognize a righteous sister or something first, and deliberately give her a chance to get close to him. If she likes it, let her seize the opportunity and chase after it. If she does well in the future, maybe he will give her a chance to get closer. If one day she confesses, maybe he will accept it, maybe he will refuse. But, that depends on his mood. Looking at Wang Xie, Lin Shanner blushed extremely, feeling extremely ashamed and embarrassed. After all, she would never have dreamed that after practicing 1,000 years, she would actually have another brother. What are you doing in a daze? Why don't you call me brother? Wang Xie looked at her with interest. There was a fairy who was little sister, and he thought it was quite interesting. Brother. Lin Shanner called softly. She's going all out. The face of practicing 1,000 years is gone. After all, the promise has already been promised. It's too late to regret now. Besides, Wang Xie is so good, so tempting. After being called brother, not only can Wang Xie be recruited, but also have more opportunities to get in touch with Wang Xie. This wave is not bad. Well, you're so cute. Wang Xie stroked her head in satisfaction, and unscrupulously rubbed her hair like a chicken coop. Immediately, Lin Shanner's face turned even redder. That's damn good. What a shame. As a fairy Kunlun's only spokesperson in the world, she is an absolute big sister. She was patted and killed like a soft girl. This is definitely something she couldn't imagine before. It's not just that she can't imagine it. If Simon saw that the mighty fairy was holding her head down unscrupulously by Wang Xie, she would probably be shocked to drop her jaw. The fairy is very upset. However, just when she felt a little uncomfortable and aggrieved, her spring has come suddenly. Wang Xie suddenly hugged her. This is the first time Wang Xie hugged her. Her first time. So close contact with Wang Xie. The fatal attraction was stronger than ever. She leaned against Wang Xie's arms, almost intoxicated. All the previous unhappiness and grievances disappeared in an instant. If she could be hugged by Wang Xie often, her head, her face, she would rather be twisted and touched by Wang Xie casually. Unfortunately, the happy time is short-lived. Wang Xie just hugged her gently in the name of Big Brother, patted her on the back, and separated from her. I'm here today, I have other things to do. After speaking, he was about to leave. Lin Shanner was very reluctant and couldn't help asking, when I'm free tomorrow, can I go to see you? Just after asking, she felt a little regretful again. After all, if it's nothing important, it seems rude to pester Wang Xie every day, right? Silly girl, you are my little sister. What's wrong? Wang Xie pinched her cheek. Big brother, it hurts. Lin Shanner begged for mercy in pain. Wang Xie distorted her beautiful beauty. Surprisingly, even though she was being bullied by this villainous big brother, she didn't feel angry. On the contrary, she was very happy. Because Wang Xie allowed her to go to him anytime. It's the privilege of being a little sister to bother the big brother whenever there is anything. So, she kind of likes this status now. Even if he was bullied, he would admit it. The girls looked at the mighty fairy Kunlun being bullied by Wang Xie, screaming, and couldn't help but look at each other. Even after only meeting once, the fairy is willing to call herself little sister and respect Wang Xie as big brother. They found it incredible at first. But when they think of the unspeakable magical power of Wang Xie, and how obsessed they are with Wang Xie, they don't feel strange. After all, Wang Xie is indeed a little too attractive. After a long time, Wang Xie bullied the fairies enough, and brought the girls back to Minor World. On this day, Minor World was breezy and sunny. Things in the West have come to an end for the time being. After receiving the fairy's warning, Simon's group must have no ability or the guts to bother him in a short time. Maybe Wang Xie can enjoy a rare few days of peace. Therefore, at this time, whether it is Wang Xie, or Lin Ruochu and Luo Man, the mood is very relaxed. Only the goddess is an exception. Her relationship with Simon, with the Celestials, was over. Now Wang Xie is her only choice. And she can see very clearly Wang Xie has far more potential than she imagined, far more than the supernatural power she thought. Even the fairy of the upper god realm, such a powerful person, is willing to please Wang Xie. From this, it is not difficult to speculate that even if she did not help Wang Xie today, Simon would not be able to do anything to Wang Xie. So, just expressing loyalty to Wang Xie in front of Simon and helping Wang Xie drive away Simon, this is still not enough for Wang Xie to recognize her. She desperately needs more trust and recognition from Wang Xie. And she always remembers that Wang Xie told her about an important matter last time, and she hasn't done it yet. Perhaps, now is the time to get that done. Therefore, when Wang Xie was resting, she took the initiative to walk over, saluted and said, "Master Jia, the difficult matter you confessed last time, I have a solution." "Oh," Wang Xie laughed, "that is to say, you found a way to dedicate the oracle to me." "Yes." The goddess nodded and looked at the people around her. "However, if you use that method, you need a quieter place." Wang Xie looked at the chicks around him and found that they were having fun in the sun and sand. At this time, the girl Miaoke was clamoring to hold a beach volleyball game here. Wang Xie stood up. "Let's go further afield." The goddess nodded and followed her closely. Her steps were a little heavy, because the thing to do, the decision to make, was very heavy. "Didn't you say last time that the oracle has been fused with your bloodline, and no one can force it even if you kill you? You can't get the oracle?" Wang Xie asked. "What did you think of it? Any solution?" "As long as you are willing to think, there will always be a way," the goddess said. "And sometimes the way is not based on whether you have it, but whether you are willing." "Oh," Wang Xie smiled. He was even more curious about the method. But the goddess approached him boldly, looked at him obsessively, and then hugged him warmly. "Take me as a human cauldron. I will use the reverse human cauldron's cultivation technique, and use myself as a human cauldron, with divine power, soul, bloodline, all of them are up to you, so you can do whatever you want. Take away the oracle." It's a bold idea, and a risky one. Because if she did this, she would be equivalent to giving her life completely to Wang Xie. If Wang Xie takes pity on her, maybe she still has a life to live. If Wang Xie is ruthless, she can be easily sucked dry, and every ounce of her energy will be turned into Wang Xie's nourishment. "So, you are willing to give me your life?" Wang Xie was quite surprised by her decision. The goddess didn't answer. She thought very clearly that her life belonged to Wang Xie. If Wang Xie is not satisfied with her, he can crush her to death at any time. That being the case, it would be better if she generously offered everything. At least, if so, she still has the chance to hug him again, and even kiss him. So she really did. Kiss him wildly, madly. Human cauldron's cultivation technique was also fully urged by her. She wanted to use her last life to get close to him. After all, he is the only man in her life. "Wang Xie, come on, take everything from me if you like." The goddess is a little crazy. She knew that Wang Xie might not like her. She knew that what she did was actually the same as voluntary sacrifice, it was almost the same as courting death. But, now she just wants to do it. She doesn't know why now facing Wang Xie, she will be so happy, so emotional. Could it be because her body already belonged to him? Maybe it's because of some kind of destiny. Have no idea. These are not important at all. She now only knows that she is unable to extricate herself, and there is no cure. Her body and mind belong to Wang Xie, and she is willing to do everything for Wang Xie. Even if it is for Wang Xie to die, I am willing. She thought that those who believed in the celestial master of the light could sacrifice to the light and die for the light. Why can't she die for Wang Xie? Anyway, now she is a little dazed. She just wants Wang Xie's approval. Seeing her crazy and desperate, Wang Xie smiled evilly. Would you give everything for him? To be human cauldron, to give all to him? That being the case, Wang Xie must not be polite to her. How could he let go of the delicacy that was delivered to his mouth? So, not only did he not refuse, and enjoy her more decisively and fiercely. Gluttonous. The magic power frantically absorbs the energy from the goddess. Ah! She wailed in pain, but her body frantically and passionately hugged Wang Xie even tighter. The energy of the oracle was continuously infused into Wang Xie's body through her bloodline. Rumbling. Under the influence of the divine power above the 9 heavens, the minor world was churning violently. In the distant North Sea, in the area where the Scarlet Continent and the White Continent connect, a new land has emerged. Those were the fragments of heavenly Tao, the fragments of heaven and earth. Now in Wang Xie's world, all of them have been transformed into his own heaven and earth. Therefore, the power of the world mastered by Wang Xie is increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, from the original level 3 middle stage realm to the level 3 apex realm, there is only one step away from level 4. Notice, level 4 World Lord or level 4 God realm already belongs to the category of middle gods. In other words, Wang Xie at this time is only one step away from reaching the level of the middle world master. Such progress has been achieved in such a short period of time, which is inseparable from the dedication of the goddess. The goddess looked up at Wang Xie, and felt that Wang Xie had become stronger, so she smiled gratifiedly. Because of Wang Xie's strength, she has a part in it. Being able to dedicate herself to Wang Xie, she felt that dying like this was worth something. She thought she would die, she thought she would soon wither and even become a mummified corpse. But, soon she discovered that things were not as bad as she imagined. Even better than the best situation she imagined. Reverse human cauldron is a very dangerous operation, which is equivalent to sacrificing yourself. According to her original expectation, after using this trick, even if Wang Xie didn't intend to kill her, the probability of her dying is still as high as 60%. Even if it doesn't die, it will definitely hurt the foundation, the cultivation base will be greatly reduced, the lifespan will be greatly reduced, etc. But now, apart from feeling a little weak, she didn't suffer too much damage. After the oracle was absorbed by Wang Xie with Teodi, the energy in her body stopped flowing. Right. Gluttonous. The key point is that Wang Xie used the Teodi Mogong. Originally, the reverse human cauldron method she used was extremely dangerous and extremely rigid. Once the sacrifice started, even she herself could hardly control it. But Wang Xie used Teodi to invisibly dominate her sacrifice process. Moreover, Wang Xie's control over Teodi is obviously much more subtle than her control over human cauldron's method, not only finely detailed, but also sending and receiving freely. That's why she reduced the loss of energy to the greatest extent, and was extremely lucky to save her life. In other words, this is Wang Xie helping her. It was Wang Xie's gift to her. It was Wang Xie who saved her life. And she immediately realized that Wang Xie's control over Teodi was so powerful, even if she didn't take the initiative to sacrifice, there should be a way to take away her bloodline and the oracle together. If Wang Xie wanted to, he would have been able to get the oracle. The so-called letting her figure out a way is actually secretly giving her a chance to show off. And this time she took the initiative to sacrifice, and she seemed to be betting right unintentionally. Grab the opportunity Wang Xie gave her. Thank you, Master, for your trust and good intentions. She immediately knelt down and looked at him with eager and joyful eyes. Get up, Wang Xie said lightly. Whether you are betting this time or sincerely, at least your behavior is right, and I am very satisfied. So, you have passed the test, now you are eligible to officially become your personal maid. Thank you, Master. The celestial girl wanted to cheer excitedly, and wanted to jump for joy. Wang Xie finally recognized her. Moreover, Wang Xie's willingness to spend time on her and give her a chance undoubtedly shows Wang Xie actually loves her a little bit. This made her see the long-lost light. She even saw a brighter future in that light. If you can develop from a captive to a personal maid, is it possible to be a concubine? She was thinking greedily, her beautiful body writhing passionately in Wang Xie's arms. Wang Xie smiled, knowing what she was thinking like the back of his hand. He thought very clearly that even if the energy of the goddess was drained, it would not be of great help to the Lord of the world. It's better to keep it alive, maybe it will be used more in the future. Even if you play occasionally to relieve boredom, it is quite good. As for whether the goddess is qualified to have an official title, it depends on whether Tianvi will work hard enough in the future. Anyway, at most he would give her a chance. Sometimes, the lives of people are incomparable. When the day girl exhausted her passion and charm in front of Wang Xie, and wanted to be a concubine as well. Simon looked at the promise ring in his hand in the temple, mourning alone. The goddess actually betrayed him. If he can't kill Wang Xie with his own hands, it's better to die directly. After all, this means he lost Tianvi forever, and even if he could really win Wang Xie in the future, Tianvi would no longer be his. At this time, a close friend opened the door and came in, suggesting, boss. What should we do next? The fairy in the east is too strong, most of them are other high-ranking divine-grade characters. We can't beat her, nor can we beat Wang Xie. Why don't you ask the heavens for help? So to support Wang Xie. The point is that he, the majestic angel of God, did not kill Wang Xie with his own hands after suffering such a great humiliation. Still need to ask others for help. It's impossible for him to hide in his own minor world all the time, and it's impossible for him to hide on Shenlong Island and beside the ferry. Simon sneered, tigers also take a nap, as long as I'm willing to wait, there will definitely be a chance. Quote. But you can send someone back, or even you go back in person. The subordinate said, in your capacity, it shouldn't be difficult to invite the upper gods, right? He really can't afford to lose this person. Moreover, after being occupied by Wang Xie, his goddess still surrendered physically and mentally, and began to face Wang Xie, and turned against him. But the question is, in this situation, how should I kill him? The confidant asked, puzzled. Let's just say that the own goddess was snatched away by a human being from the human world. Wait a little longer. Simon said, I have to kill him with my own hands. Simon thought for a while, but shook his head again. As long as he shows a little slack, he can die. Damn it. That B** starred Wang Xie. What kind of enchanting potion did you pour on my woman? He couldn't help cursing in his heart. Simon shook his head. The oracle is the only channel for communication between the heaven and the human world. Without the oracle, I cannot communicate with the heaven. It's not like he hasn't thought about going to heaven to ask for rescuers. The question is, what will he say when he goes back? This incident dealt him a greater blow than the fairy's sword. You mean assassination? The confidant understood somewhat. Activate all the chess pieces placed in the east by the western temple, and help me keep an eye on him. Simon sneered. I don't believe that he can live his whole life relying on the protection of the fairy. Once he is separated from the fairy, I will let him die without a burial land. Yes. The confidant nodded and followed Simon's request. Time passed quickly, half a month passed in a blink of an eye. In the past half-month, Wang Xie's life has been particularly leisurely. Nothing to do but play with the goddess, tease the fairy little sister I just met, or accompany other girls to sunbathe and relax at the beach. After all, the goddess has been tamed, the oracle has been obtained, and Simon can't do anything to him, and he has nothing to do for the time being. But in a way, Simon was actually right. It is impossible for Wang Xie to stay on the island all the time, and it is impossible to live under the protection of the fairy all the time. Even if Wang Xie is willing to do this, the reality does not allow it. Because today he received a long-lost call. During the video call, Jianji appeared in front of Wang Xie. Greetings to the young master. She saluted respectfully, her eyes full of admiration. Because every time they meet, even if it's just through video, she can always feel that Wang Xie's temperament has changed a lot. Every time we meet, Wang Xie is getting stronger at a speed far beyond her imagination. She couldn't help but admire him. Why did you think of calling me today? Wang Xie's tone was casual and soft. After all, in a sense, Jianji was the first to follow him, the first maid by his side. Jianji really wanted to say if she could, she wished she could talk to Wang Xie on the phone every day. But she knew that it would be a waste of Wang Xie's time. As a maid, how can you be so ignorant? It's because of Yi. She said, the annual Science and Technology Expo will be held in the near future. Yi has recently achieved good results. At that time, her scientific research results will be presented at the expo as the finale. So, Yi wants me to ask the master if I have time recently, she hopes the master can come. Oh, Wang Xie understood. It has achieved results, and it is the grand finale of the expo. This is equivalent to winning an award and becoming famous. This will be an extremely important moment for Lu Yi, so I hope to see him when receiving the award. It was quite interesting. Of course, if the master is very busy, you don't have to come. Jianji continued. Yi also said that when the World Expo is over, she will be temporarily busy with the things at hand. At that time, Yi and I will take the initiative to find owner. Wang Xie's smile grew wider. If he goes, she will win the first place, and rush to him with the highest honor and praise of scientific research in the Science and Technology City. If he doesn't go, she will take the initiative to come to him after finishing her work silently. Having said all this, what else can he say? I have to say that his sword girl and Yi are also quite obedient. Wait for me to go there. Wang Xie said lightly, it just so happens that I'm free recently. That's really great. Jianji was obviously a little excited, I'll tell Yi now. Perhaps, the two chicks who are far away in the science and technology city today will not be able to sleep because of the excitement of this news. Wang Xie hung up the phone and immediately started arranging the matter. After all, he hasn't seen these two chicks for a while, and he's had enough rest recently, it's time to walk around. More importantly, with the relationship of a fairy, the eastern continent is now his back garden. As the owner of this garden, if he doesn't take a good stroll in the east, and doesn't take the opportunity to get the most valuable good things in the eastern continent to own hands, he is really sorry for his current status, right? Why not? Let's start with the science and technology city. Wang Xie smiled wickedly. Soon, word spread that Wang Xie was going to the science and technology city. Lin Shanner, who was still busy outside, immediately rushed back when she heard about this. Are you leaving Shenlong Island so soon? Her tone was obviously a bit reluctant. Although she didn't often stay on Shenlong Island, in the past half-month, no matter where she was busy during the day, as long as she returned to Shenlong Island at night, she could see Wang Xie. It felt like coming home, which made her feel extra warm. She loves this feeling. Of course I will be very sad now. I have a lot of things to do. It's impossible to stay on the island all the time. Isn't it normal to go out for a walk? Wang Xie saw her reluctance, and teased, why are you so reluctant to part with me? Well Lin Shanner blushed, feeling very nervous. She wasn't sure if Wang Xie had read her mind. But she felt that she couldn't be seen through by Wang Xie. Can't let Wang Xie find out that she has unreasonable thoughts about him as a big brother. After all, she is very happy to be Wang Xie's little sister now. You can see Wang Xie from time to time, you can get close to Wang Xie from time to time, and when you are lucky, you can even be hugged by Wang Xie. Just in case. Wang Xie only wanted her to be little sister, but found out that she wanted to chase him, and then ignored her. The risk is too great. The time now is obviously not ripe enough. She can't expose her own thoughts no matter what. Yes. What's the matter if I don't give up as a little sister? Isn't it normal that I don't want to give up my big brother? She reasoned rationally. I didn't say it was abnormal. Wang Xie looked at her with a smile. Do you think there is anything abnormal in it? What's not normal here? Lin Shanner's face turned even redder, and the alarm kept ringing in her heart. She felt that Wang Xie seemed to have something in his words. She felt that this situation was extremely bad. In front of Wang Xie, her brain always likes to short-circuit, she thinks it is too dangerous. What's normal or not, it's a mess. I don't understand what you're talking about. She forcibly skipped the damn topic. I'm here this time because I heard that Big Brother is leaving, so I came here specially to give gifts. A gift? Wang Xie looked at her with interest. This is it. Lin Shanner took out a round feng shui compass and handed it to Wang Xie. What is this feng shui compass used for? Wang Xie looked at it for a long while, a little confused. This is the teleportation feng shui compass. These days I spare time to make it for you. Lin Shanner explained. You only need to adjust the geographical orientation on the feng shui compass, and you can activate the teleportation power of the feng shui compass, and instantly reach the teleportation point of any large city in the eastern continent. In this way, no matter where you want to go in the future, it will be very convenient. Teleportation, Wang Xie understood. If it is true as Lin Shanner said, with this device, you can reach any large city in an instant. That would be really convenient. Much more convenient than taking a spaceship. Yes, it's a good thing. Wang Xie laughed, but you gave me such a great gift, how do you want me to thank you? We're all from our own family. Saying thank you is too far-fetched, isn't it? Lin Shanner shook her head generously, but said quietly in her heart, of course the best thank you is a hug. A hug is enough. Come on, hug me, my dear Wang Xie big brother. And, you're leaving, I dare not expect to kiss goodbye. But as a little sister it's not too much to ask for a hug. But, God fails to fulfill one's wish. Wang Xie did not fulfill the fairy's wish. Seeing that fairy was so reserved, he didn't go to hug her. He nodded solemnly and said, well, you're right. They're all from my own family. It's too far-fetched to say thank you. I'll take you in my heart. After speaking, he turned around and planned to leave. Lin Shanner suddenly became a little anxious. Hey. Wait a minute. Huh? Wang Xie looked at her suspiciously. After a long time, the two separated. That damn attraction, that addictive smell again. Who is 1,000 years old and still loves being hugged so much? Wang Xie knew what she was thinking, but deliberately teased her. Maybe, in the future, he can give her more opportunities to get her closer to him. Even without mentioning this, even if, after being hugged, she was quite satisfied. I don't know what's wrong, she can't live without the smell of Wang Xie now. But the teleportation feng shui compass was made by her after all, and she has a constant telepathy with her. Wang Xie laughed. He thought this little fairy little sister picked up for nothing was very interesting, and he also liked it. Even just knowing his whereabouts, knowing his specific location, and knowing some simple information about him is it a kind of happiness, Lin Shanner thought silently in her heart. Wang Xie set off towards the Science and Technology City. Lin Shanner's face immediately turned redder. In order to prevent Wang Xie from finding out that she was blushing, she hugged Wang Xie even tighter. I don't care. I'm your sister in 10,000 years. I want to hug her. Fairy looked at Wang Xie as leaving back, a smile gradually appeared on her face. The real key is Wang Xie accepted her gift. I still want to hug it. Lin Shanner dropped her restraint and threw herself into his arms. That way, she can always go to him if needed. In other words, as long as Wang Xie brings her feng shui compass, even if she goes to Cape Tianya, she can find him immediately. If Wang Xie is in danger or trouble, she is always there to help him. Yanfu, a science and technology city. In fact, the Science and Technology City was not originally called the Science and Technology City. It is the main city of Huayin Prefecture, and its original name was Qin City. Later, a large number of scientific research institutions headed by the Oriental Research Institute gathered here, which became the most important feature of the city, so people used to call it the Science and Technology City. But it should be noted that even though the city is famous for its technology, the people who really control the city are still the Lord of Huayin Mansion, the Dao Alliance, and the Dao Palace of the East. After all, this world is dominated by the three great temples. In the Eastern continent, the status of the Eastern Temple naturally cannot be challenged. Therefore, wherever there are people, there must be traces of the Eastern Taoist Temple or Gymnasium. And in the Taoist Temple in the Science and Technology City, there was a new guardian of the temple recently. This person is the son of the master of Huayin Mansion, Qin Tian. In the eyes of many people, the son of the palace master was sent to guard the Dao Palace. This must be a hard job, even a punishment. But Qin Tian, who was guarding the Taoist hall, was very excited. Because he knows that this is actually the most beautiful and fattest job in Huayin Prefecture. And qualified to guard the Dao Palace. This shows that his father attaches great importance to him. This is the plan to pass on the position of Palace Lord to him in the future. Because this Dao Palace is really important to Huayin Mansion. Because there is a teleportation array in the most noble cabinet of the Dao Temple. That is the teleportation array that Kunlun immortals can only use. Those who stay in the Taoist temple have the opportunity to meet the immortals. This is undoubtedly a great luck, but also a great vigilance. This will always remind him that even if his strength reaches emperor grade, he must not be proud. Even if you really inherit the position of palace master, you must not be lawless. Because there is a sky beyond the sky. There are people outside. Only after witnessing the power of the immortal, will one understand the insignificance of own and know how to survive better. Perhaps, this is why his father asked him to guard the Dao Temple. Therefore, for the past 3 months after entering the Dao Temple, Qin Tian has been very pious and cautious. Even if the immortal has never appeared, even if he may not have the chance to meet the immortal, he always has a respect for the immortal. However, today is destined to be a special day. Because at this moment, the teleportation array that had been silent for a long time actually lit up. Qin Tian was startled, and quickly knelt down reverently, welcoming the immortal with the most humble gesture. Then, as the energy surged and the space distorted, he heard the voice of the immortal. He really arrived in the blink of an eye. Wang Xie held hands with the girl in his right hand, and held the feng shui compass in his left hand. Lin Ruochu and Luo Man looked around curiously, only to find a person kneeling in front of them. Being watched by everyone, Qin Tian was so nervous that he was dying. Because this situation is different from what he expected. As far as he knows. Usually, only one Kunlun fairy will appear in the teleportation array. Rumor has it that it was a beautiful fairy. But this time, a group of immortals unexpectedly appeared. Qin Tian was shocked. No one ever told him what was going on. No one taught him what to do in such a situation. Fortunately, he is smart enough. As the son of the palace master, he has been exposed to various worlds since he was a child, and his psychological quality is not bad. After half a second of nervous astonishment, he discovered that this group of immortals consisted of 1 male and 7 females. And the man surrounded by 7 fairies obviously has a higher status. Therefore, he took out a more respectful gesture and bowed all over the ground. The villain pays his respects to the immortal king. Greetings to all fairies. Immortal king, Wang Xie was stunned. Fairies, the girls were also amused by this title. After all, this is the first time they are regarded as immortals and worshipped as gods. It always feels a little weird. Hearing everyone's laughter, Qin Tian didn't laugh. He knew that he might have made a fool of himself, and he also knew that the title of own might be wrong. Maybe the male fairy is not immortal king, maybe the girls who came here are not all fairies. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that he understands that no matter what the other party's background is, he is an existence that he cannot afford to offend. So, even if Wang Xie is not the immortal king, he is still the immortal king in his eyes. Even if the woman next to Wang Xie is not a fairy, nor does she have the strength of a fairy realm, she is still like a fairy in his eyes. And it was his honor to make the immortal king and the fairies laugh with his own embarrassment. Therefore, even if he was laughed at, Qin Tian was not angry at all, and still maintained a respectful attitude and was meticulous. Wang Xie smiled, thinking that the person in front of him was not bad, and he looked familiar. Who are you? He asked lightly. The villain is the son of the master of Huayin Mansion, Qin Tian. Qin Tian was extremely respectful. Even if he mentioned that his father was the mansion master, he did not dare to be arrogant. So it's the son of the master of Huayin Mansion. Wang Xie smiled secretly. He finally understood why it looked familiar. After all, he was also the son of the palace lord. Maybe Yuanchen had met the palace lord of Huayin Mansion before, and also met Qin Tian once or twice. However, those are all in the past. Now, the palace lord or the mansion lord's son is only worthy to kneel down and be his lackey. Even if others wanted to kneel down and be a dog, he might not accept it. But today he is obviously in a good mood. Qin Tian, isn't it I have some good eyesight? Wang Xie said lightly, I'm going to play in the city recently, and if necessary, I may send you. Thank you Immortal King for being promoted. It's my honor to serve Immortal King. Qin Tian was so excited that he quickly kowtowed to thank him again. Wang Xie didn't bother to talk to him anymore, turned around and left. As soon as he entered the city, the son of the mansion owner was sent to be a dog for nothing, and Wang Xie was very satisfied with this arrangement. To be precise, he was quite satisfied with Lin Shanner. After all, this was Lin Shanner's arrangement. Although his cultivation base is not low now, it is enough to walk sideways in the eastern continent. But in fact, he doesn't have a very prominent status, so it's hard to guarantee that he will meet some bullshit princes who think they are awesome, or so-called big shots to provoke him. Although he is not afraid, he also finds it troublesome. With the teleportation feng shui compass sent by the fairy, it will be different. He can directly use the teleportation arrays of various palaces, and whenever he arrives in a big city, he will be treated as a fairy by the local bigwigs immediately, and treated like an uncle. In this case, the eastern continent is really like his back garden. No matter where Wang Xie goes, he must be able to have fun and play comfortably. This girl really has a heart. Wang Xie smiled. Then, he left the Dao Temple and came to the streets of the city. As I said in advance when I was in Shenlong Island, this time I mainly came to participate in the exhibition of the Science and Technology City, mainly for fun. So after arriving in the city, Wang Xie just made an appointment with the girls at the meeting place at night, and then announced the dissolution. Everyone can move freely. After finishing all this, Wang Xie planned to meet Jianji first. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the system sounded a new notification sound. A new son of Heavenly Dao has been detected nearby. Is there a new son of Heavenly Dao? Hearing the prompt, Wang Xie raised his eyebrows slightly. There are really quite a lot of Heavenly Dao's sons, and you can meet 1 or 2 wherever you go. Sons of Heavenly Dao generally refer to those who are destined to have special luck. They are either talented or have a gold finger, which is obviously different from ordinary people. From the perspective of the world, there must be dozens or hundreds of them. However, the host is now a powerhouse of the third-level apex realm of the World Lord. Among the many sons of Heavenly Tao, there are very few who can threaten the host. Through the detection of this system, the son of Heavenly Tao encountered this time has a huge gap with the host in overall strength, and it is difficult to pose a threat to the host. The host can make arrangements according to his own mood. Arrange according to mood, Wang Xie understood. The son of Heavenly Tao this time is a guy who would be cleaner if killed, and would not be able to become a big climate thing if he didn't kill him. With his strength improved to the current realm, it stands to reason that he no longer needs to care about such trash. However, since he met him, Wang Xie still decided to kill him. Because the embankment of 1,000 miles collapsed in an ant's nest. Because he also grew from an ant to today step by step. Even, to some extent, he is still like an ant in front of Heavenly Tao at this time. Therefore, as long as he is the son of Heavenly Tao, even if he is as weak as an ant, he will not underestimate him. After all, an ant like him dares to defeat Heavenly Tao and change the whole world. How can he underestimate the protagonists who are destined to be his enemies? What's more, he was very curious about what kind of gold finger the son of Heavenly Tao had this time. I hope his life is good and I don't meet him too soon. If I do, just kill him and take his gold finger away. Wang Xie sneered secretly. But before that, he decided to contact Jianji and Yi and meet them first. At the same time, in the Science and Technology Research Institute. Are you serious? Will the boss really come? Walking on the road, Lu Yi couldn't help asking again. Of course it is true. Today you have asked 5 times. Jianji spread her hands, her face full of helplessness. Then guess, is he already on the way? Is he already coming? Lu Yi asked again. You have already asked this question 3 times. Jianji was even more helpless. She was very excited when she heard that Wang Xie would come. But she didn't expect that Lu Yi, who was so serious and devoted when she was doing research, would be even more dazed than her when she learned that Wang Xie would come, opening and closing her mouth to mention Wang Xie. So, she looked at the girl's excited and flushed face, and said angrily, "Come on. He's already here, and he'll be here soon. When he comes, all except you, the one who misses spring first. Solve your longing for spring, bitter." Sickened, Lu Yi's face turned even redder. Because, this time Jianji really hit the mark. She does miss Wang Xie very much. The current state is indeed a bit like sickened. After all, she could be what she is today because of Wang Xie's support. Wang Xie is her biggest supporter, her bull, her benefactor, and the person she likes. Moreover, she will never forget that when she parted with Lu's last time, she begged Wang Xie to give her a little bit of special memory so that she could always reminisce and miss him. That time, Wang Xie kissed her and said in her ear, "Next time we meet, you have to learn how to be my woman." She didn't know if Wang Xie was serious. She also thought that at that time, Wang Xie might just be comforting her who was about to leave, just coaxing her, just a white lie. However, she waited and hoped for that white lie for a long time. Now, she finally made a small achievement and had the face to meet him. Now she could finally see him again. How could she not be excited, not excited? More than excitement and excitement. Since Wang Xie is coming, she has made a lot of preparations. For example, the first thing she has to do is to move out of the research institute. After all, what if what Wang Xie said last time was serious? What if Wang Xie really would make her his woman? It must be a little inconvenient to live in the research institute. She has to make adequate preparations in advance. If Wang Xie really wants her, of course she will live wherever Wang Xie lives in the future. If you talk about sicken, obviously my sister is not bad. Although she was thinking of Wang Xie in her heart, she began to tease Jianji. I'm just a maid, so I don't have the qualifications to think about spring. Jianji shook her head. It's a personal maid for life. Lu Yi corrected, you also said you belong to him. I read in the book that many personal maids in ancient times had the opportunity to become concubines. Quote. Really? Jianji fell into deep thought. In fact, sometimes she also has this fantasy. If possible, of course she would also like to. At first you didn't know if you were missing or not, but looking at my sister's current state, she should be thinking. Lu Yi suddenly teased and said, when the master comes, let him take you in. Well, you little girl, you actually learned to tease me. Only then did Jianji realize that she had been tricked, she couldn't help being embarrassed, her face was red and she wanted to hit someone. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Yi ran away in a hurry. Two chicks are playing on the road, like a pair of sisters. The beautiful college uniform fluttered in the wind, and the short skirt set off her beautiful legs, forming a beautiful landscape. Pedestrians on the road have already stared blankly. Lu Yi is undoubtedly a very famous person in the research institute. Secretly, I don't know how many people secretly admire her and favor her. But in their impression, Lu Yi is calm, rigorous, serious, and even a Frankenstein obsessed with research, wishing to lock herself in the laboratory 24 hours a day. They have never seen Lu Yi as lively as today, and they have never seen this little science titan who is already well known and will be the finale of the expo, would wear such a beautiful college uniform and shorts, skirt. It's just that they don't know. On this day, Lu Yi even wore clothes specially for Wang Xie. Because she was wearing such clothes the day she left Wang Xie. If she sees Wang Xie again, she doesn't want her to feel a little strange, she wants him to feel just like meeting her for the first time. Among the crowd, Qi Shuyuan squinted. Just like many people favored Lu Yi, so did he. Lu Yi is simply a legend in the tech city. On the first day when I came to the institute, I solved the biggest problem of electromagnetic technology. Then solved the energy loss problem of the cluster laser cannon and greatly enhanced the power of the weapon. Because of her appearance, the spiritual weapons in the human world have been abruptly upgraded to a higher level. Even, it is said that the power of the Wenxian series of light energy particle cannons newly developed by her has surpassed that of the Zun level. Even close to the Emperor level. God, you must know that most palace masters are only at the Zun level. There are only a very small number of palace masters. Only the real big shots in the temple can reach the Emperor level. If you get Lu Yi's weapon, you will be able to threaten the palace master, and even the Emperor level. I'm afraid that the whole Blue Star will go crazy. Although currently according to official sources, the light energy particle cannon of the Wenxian series is still in the early stage of research and development, and has not yet been developed. But this kind of thing has only appeared a little bit, and it is still enough to shock the world. It is not an exaggeration to say that if such light energy particle running can really come out, she is equivalent to changing an era by herself. No wonder Dage took the lead and said this woman is enough to change the world. According to Dage's instructions, we must get her no matter what. Qi Shuyuan frowned tightly. Qi Siwan never felt that he couldn't handle a woman. Just like Lu Yi is a legend. In this city, he is another legend. Born in a poor family, his qualifications were mediocre. Then awakened the innate sword body in the underestimation and ridicule of others, and the cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds at a speed that others could not imagine. Breaking the growth records of all the geniuses in Huayin Prefecture one after another, reaching the SSS level in just a few years, and breaking through King grade and Emperor grade one after another. Now, he is only 25 years old, and cultivation base has already entered the distinguished level. Many people said that he has the hope of aspiring to the Emperor level in the future. Therefore, his status in the city has risen all these years, from being no one cares about to being sought after by everyone. Now, even the head of Huayin Mansion and the director of the Science and Technology Research Institute are willing to be friends with him. With his strength and potential, his appearance and talent, it is very easy to get close to any woman. Only Lu Yi is an exception. It has been a month since he came to the institute. During this month, he tried to get close to her more than once, and tried to attract her attention in various ways. But every time it ends in failure. No matter how handsome he is or how potential he is, she doesn't bother to take a second look at him. It seems that in her eyes, there is no difference between him and the most common man in the world. Even her interest in him is far less than her interest in a set of scientific research data. This made Qi Shuyuan very helpless and hurt. If you want to deal with a Frankenstein like her who has no personal relationship with children, the usual method really won't work. Qi Shuyuan sneered and took out a medicine pill. It was the ecstasy pill that Dage gave him. To get a woman, he still needs the medicine pill, which made him feel ashamed. But in order to get the woman who was prophesied to change the world and hold her in his hands, he had no choice but to do so. After all, any way to achieve the goal is a good way. From nobody caring to everyone chasing after, these years of experience made him understand more and more that only being strong is the last word. If I can get rid of this woman Lu Yi, that means I have a crucial key before the world changes in the future. There's also Sword Fairy. This woman is a bit of a talent in swordsmanship. Let's find a way to get it together. It's not bad to be a sword slave. Qi Shuyuan sneered secretly. The only problem now is how to get close to them and feed them the poisonous pill. It is definitely not possible to force it. There are too many people in the research institute, and accidents are too easy. There is no way to know what must be done. Otherwise, I myself will be ruined. While frowning and contemplating, he suddenly saw Lu Yi meeting the dean and talking enthusiastically with the dean of the research institute. His eyes lit up immediately. The dean of the institute happened to be an acquaintance of his, and perhaps he could find some opportunities from it. Master Dean, it's been a long time. He approached enthusiastically for a chat. Brother Qi, so you are here. The dean responded enthusiastically. Since the last time I saw it in Yueyang Tower, I'm afraid it's been half a year since I saw you. That's right. Last time you said that you would buy me a drink when we meet next time. Qi Shuyuan said with a chuckle, I came to the research institute just for that drink. I didn't expect to stay nearby for nearly a month. Can meet you again. This haha. I've been a little too busy recently. The dean scratched his head apologetically. That might as well. It's better to hit the sun than to choose a day. Since we met today, and since everyone is free today, let's put how about that drink to make up for it. Qi Shuyuan smiled secretly. This is what he was waiting for. It's better to go with Miss Lu. To be honest, I have admired Miss Lu for a long time. It must be an honor to have dinner with Miss Lu. At this time, his smile was very friendly. Compared to before, she always appeared in front of Lu Yi intentionally or unintentionally. This time he was not only more friendly, but also more direct, more active, and made no secret of his love for Lu Yi. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on Lu Yi's expression. Geniuses are always more attracted to geniuses. With his superior conditions, he unabashedly expressed his love for Lu Yi. He firmly believes that the other party will be more or less moved, and even have a good impression of him. Coupled with the fact that she is an acquaintance of the dean, Lu Yi will give some face both emotionally and rationally. He has a great chance of achieving his goal. However, I won't go, I have something else to do. Lu Yi was very polite and indifferent. She is really up to something. Wang Xie is coming in these 2 days, and she plans to make more preparations. I talked to the dean earlier because she was going to move out, so I made a special trip to say goodbye to the dean. After the farewell, of course she should leave. Qi Shuyuan was suddenly depressed. Because this time even if he took the initiative to lower his posture and expressed his favor and liking to her, this woman had no interest in him. This seems to indicate that Lu Yi has been ignoring him, not because she is reserved, nor because she has no time, but because she is really not interested in him. While this was a big blow to him, it also strengthened his determination to deal with this difficult woman by any means. Miss Yi, it's just a meal, don't you need to be so shameless, so he continued to pester. Lu Yi frowned in displeasure. If she didn't go to eat, would she lose face? What's the point? She really has something to do. Does she have to let go of her own business and go to accompany this unfamiliar person? Moreover, she didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Qi Shuyuan was always jumping up and down in front of her eyes recently, as if he appeared very frequently, which was quite annoying. So, don't say that she is not free. Even if she is free, she doesn't want to eat with a wretched man who has nothing to do all day and just likes to hang around her. So, she refused again without hesitation. But at this moment, the dean squinted his eyes and laughed. Yi, why don't you give me a favor once? He has seen it. Qi Shuyuan is interested in Lu Yi. And Lu Yi, a research girl, doesn't like any man. However, if possible, he would be more than happy to match Qi Shuyuan and Lu Yi together. After all, in his eyes, these two people are both literary and military, and they are both peerless geniuses. What's more, you are going to move away this time. The dean continued, after you move away, it will not be as convenient as before when we meet again. You are all grown-ups now, there are more and bigger stages that belong to you, and there may not be many opportunities to return to this city in the future. So, how about this? Let me be the host this time, and we don't need to go to any luxurious place, just go to my house for a home-cooked meal, and treat me, an old guy, as doing it for you young people. Qi Shuyuan laughed. The dean's behavior was undoubtedly a divine assist. He hurriedly said, the dean speaks, and I naturally obey. Lu Yi's brows were tightly frowned. She had already talked about this point. She was really a bit uncomfortable to refuse. In the research institute, the dean took good care of her. He just invited her to dinner. She really couldn't shirk too much. Although Wang Xie said he would come, he probably hasn't left yet. Maybe he won't be there until 2 days later. Even if she needs to make some preparations, it doesn't have to be tonight. Perhaps she should have this meal. Seeing that the difficult goddess finally nodded, Qi Shuyuan couldn't help but smile. After all, Lu Yi is really too difficult to date. He had never heard of any man Lu Yi had dinner with. Perhaps he was the first man who successfully dated Lu Yi. It is an honor to have this opportunity. However, just when Qi Shuyuan felt that he had an appointment with the goddess, he was very proud. Suddenly, Jianji's phone rang. Lu Yi was immediately attracted by the phone call, and looked at Jianji full of apprehension and excitement. Jianji understood what she meant, glanced at the caller ID, and nodded. It's really him. Lu Yi became excited in an instant, and hurried to Jianji to answer the phone together. Then, under Qi Shuyuan's inconceivable gaze, Goddess Yi, who was always indifferent in his eyes, showed an expression of excitement and joy that he had never seen before. Because on the other side of the phone, Wang Xie said to her, I'm here, at Moonbay Resort. Here, so fast. This happiness came too suddenly. Lu Yi was almost overwhelmed by the great joy. She even wants imageless cheers. Even danced excitedly in place. But she held back, because even if she wants to cheer and dance, you should also cheer when you reunite with Wang Xie, and dance in front of Wang Xie. Instead of now. Okay, I and GNG will go there immediately, she said in a suppressed excited tone. Then, she turned to look at the dean. I'm sorry, Dean, I really have something important this time. That matter is extremely important. So, even if Blue Star is destroyed, please don't bother me. Leaving this sentence behind, she didn't even care about the reaction of the dean and others, so she dragged Jianji away. Only the dean and Qi Shuyuan were left stunned in place like fools. I still remember that last time she was so excited, it was because of a systematic breakthrough of the Tianwen series of particle light energy cannon, the dean murmured. This time it was because of a phone call. Whose phone? Qi Shuyuan's face was livid. He also wanted to know who that person was. I want to know who has such great magic power. It only takes one phone call to make Lu Yi so excited. Brother Wang Xie. Lu Yi ran all the way. After leaving the research institute, every step she took was like an arrow. Every step is like stepping into memories, stepping into the past and the past. Soon, the resort mentioned by Wang Xie on the phone arrived in front of us. Inside the resort, after hanging up the phone, Wang Xie took it easy. The breeze blows the flowers, and the flowers in the garden of the villa are blooming. Moon Bay Resort, this is an industry owned by the Dongfang family outside Shenlong Island. However, Wang Xie is here, and this is naturally his resort. At the same time, this is also where he and many girls will live in the science and technology city in the future. He originally planned to settle himself down first, and then go to Lu Yi. But unexpectedly, it was just a phone call with GNG, and Lu Yi immediately asked to come over. That being the case, he didn't bother to look for it anymore. And, he thinks it's good too. How can there be a master who specially picks up the slaves? Of course, Lu Yi and GNG should take the initiative to come over. These two chicks are as sensible as ever. Just thinking about this, suddenly there was a gust of fragrant wind. Accompanied by the fragrant wind, the beautiful girl in school uniform flew towards him from far away. Brother Wang Xie, my boss, my master, we finally meet again. She threw herself into Wang Xie's arms excitedly, wishing he could hold her in 3 circles. But Wang Xie's reaction was only indifferent. You are as lively as ever. It seems that you should have a good life during this time. Well, it's very fulfilling. To some extent, this place is like my paradise, where I can develop very well. In front of Wang Xie, her mouth returned to the previous machine gun, chatting endlessly, introducing her life, own research, and own everything to him. Then, as if she thought of something important again, she turned around in front of Wang Xie and asked mysteriously, Brother Wang Xie, do you know what has changed the most in me during this time? Wang Xie thought for a while, and looked at her graceful body curves when she was circling in circles, and vaguely felt this chick seemed to be a lot more mature, and her body began to exude a certain seductive aura. It can't be that the waistline is getting bigger, right? He teased. No way, Lu Yi said. Although in the research institute, I spend most of my time in research, but I still take time to practice, exercise, and keep fit. Sister Zhangji said that this can keep you young and beautiful. The figure can be discussed. She didn't continue to say the following words, and secretly looked at Wang Xie. Her red face was a little unnatural. Actually, the answer is age. Then she announced the answer to the question herself. I just passed my 18th birthday not long ago, that is to say, the biggest change in me this year is that I am a complete adult. No longer she's the same little girl she used to be. This sentence obviously has a hint of taste. She still remembers what Wang Xie said when she said goodbye last time. When she said goodbye last time. Wang Xie said, get her ready to be his woman. She's grown up, she's not a little girl.